Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here at Sporting Monte-Carlo in the Principality of Monaco. Ali Najad kicking things off today alongside none other than Randy Nanonoko Liu, and the coronations continue here at this regalia. Yesterday, we had our second champ in the 30K No Limit, and it was a spicy one, Randy. I know the bulk of your duties surrounded the 40K Mystery Bounty, which is happening just over our shoulders. We're going to bring you that coverage in just a moment, but you didn't catch all of it, did you?
I didn't catch all of it, but you know, it was just a star-studded field. Always a good final table.
Well, listen, on account of the fact that you didn't catch it all, Randy, I got you, because we're going to flash back and bring you exactly how things shook out once Samuel Muller was eliminated in 10th, and we set the stage with a final table of 9. Joe Chuen woke up with ace-king, and you thought that the timing couldn't have been better as he moved all in effectively over the top of an open from none other than Kaihan Mokri, and then the flop had other ideas. Queen high board. All of a sudden, a fourth 9 presented a opportunity on the turn, but Joe Chuen could go no further than a 9th place finish, earning $100,000 for the effort, leaving behind 8 players. And among those 8 players, Orpin Kisachikoglu was the boss. He had King 8 and decided to give action to Dimitar Donchev. The flop came 9 high, and the turn came a nightmare. The King of Diamonds, leaving Donchev on the outside, collecting 125K, 7 players remaining, and another Bulgarian would make an exit. The relative newcomer from the delegation, only one festival under his belt, Krasimir Nechev, would find 2 6s, but unfortunately he was up against 2 aces.
I jumped king queen?
Yeah.
3-4 on the board, and you saw him thinking maybe some straightiness would emerge on the turn, but instead he was left with 2 outs one time, and then it was a $171,000 payout as he would leave behind 6 to do battle. Paulie V with a couple of kings would open the pot. He got jammed on by 6s, which haven't been performing well as we saw moments ago, and on this occasion they would not either. Marius Kudzmanis of Lithuania, who did spin it up, but ultimately would get showered because he couldn't find a 6 either. Wrapping the rail, giving the fist bumps, and collecting $231,000 for his effort. Down to 5 players then, and the man who calls Monaco home, Patrick Antonius, would find an ace-queen, which called it off against a 10 million chip open from Mokri, who had really spun it up. More on that later. 9 high board was not Patrick's, nor was the deuce on the turn. He was left pulling at 6 outs one time.
Good game.
And ultimately will get showered. $298,000 would be his haul. Now, Orpin, King Queen offsuit. He would decide to get it in there, left with just 775K as things unraveled for him, and then it got even worse when Mokri woke up with ace queen.
Not good.
No sweat on the flop.
Maybe on the river.
None on the turn either. King hunting was the Turk.
Good game, Orpin.
Instead, the board would double pair, and Orpin, somewhat disappointingly, would be left to collect 4th place, $371,000. Now the podium needed to be set, and Mokri had eyes on gold with a massive over 12 million chip stack and 2 aces. Alex Kulev was thinking, you've been opening a little bit too often, my friend, so the ace-7 suited decided to get it in.
Has to be drama, not like 6 of...
Good game, gentlemen.
And there was no drama on the turn, even though they looked for some sweatiness. 9.5 million chip pod would ultimately go to... who else but Kaihan Mokri? Kulev, 3rd place finish, $454,000. Paulie V always had his work cut out for him. Very first hand, though, Mokri decided to get after things with a 3-bet, which left stacks roughly level. Then in this pot here, we found 2 pair against middle pair and an open ender. Mokri would check raise Paulie V's 500K, which was just a single blind after a limp pre. And Paulie V decided to jam, ran into the 2 pair. This was basically for the tournament.
Diamonds.
I have.
Mokri had the diamonds covered. Paulie V hunted a deuce 5 or a 7, and instead both players would make the flush on the end. And it was the Norwegians' day. Paulie V left in second, 680K. Mokri, last man standing, securing his maiden title and that first place prize of just over $1 million. Our very first seven-figure payout of the festival. His first win coming in just his second year on the Triton Super High Roller Tour, that being Mokri, of course. His first event he ever played was Vietnam. And you know who else's first event was Vietnam? Brian Kim, who took down the title in event number 1. So maybe something in the air in terms of guys who were rookies in the Vietnam Festival, performing well here so far. And you never really would have thought, Randy, early on, that it would be Mokri that would claim the title. He was just kind of lurking.
Yeah, he came in as a pretty short stack. You saw in the highlights, he got pretty fortunate to double up pretty early. And the deck is rich sometimes, and you get hit with it, and you can just run away and build your stack. And when he got the big stack, he pretty much knocked out, 6 out of 8 players?
I mean, it was incredible. An absolute buzzsaw. And we would have thought that Orpin Kisachoglu would have been the man to pull off that feat. More on that in just a moment, because the final table really was a seesaw affair. I mean, Orpin had that chip lead. He played like an 11 million chip pot, I want to say, at one point. It was just massive at the time. Didn't go his way, and then things kind of came apart. Paulie V picked up his first title in Jeju. Bricked this series, though, last time around here in Monte-Carlo. Has figured things out, it would seem. The Lithuanians storming.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the cards don't fall your way despite you playing your best. You've been very studied at home. So, like you said, he bricked his very first time. But getting a second place immediately early in this series is a very comforting feat. Yeah,
obviously he would have rather had title number 2. And for that matter, Orpin, Randy, would have liked to have claimed title number 3, and I confess that many of us thought that perhaps that's what was in the air here. He really was playing solid, didn't make any mistakes, and just as you kind of mentioned, you can play perfect poker effectively and just end up really with a disappointing outcome, let's call it.
Sometimes, you come into the final table as a chip leader, and then you're just thinking, oh, I'm going to hold the gold. But you make no mistakes, it doesn't mean you're going to win. You're playing against, 8 other players who obviously are very well studied, and sometimes you just lose key flips, and eventually, like you said, he lost that huge 10, 11 million chip pot and was down to crumbs.
3 of the 9 players at this FT, remarkably, were playing under the Bulgarian banner, Randy, and, we keep storylines, themes, we keep tabs on them. They're kind of in the back of our heads. That one continues to persist each and every festival, deep runs being made by the likes of Kulev, by the likes of Donchev. The name, though, that was a little bit less familiar to those who have been watching the tour is, of course, that of Krasimir Nechev.
It's pretty impressive, right? Because this is his second series, but his first series he only played 4 to 5 events. The Bulgarians, they're just known to be really, really good. We didn't really hear about them early in the Triton series, but now they're showing up, and we got Kulev, we got Donchev, Nechev. They're just very, very strong players.
Do you think that there's a competitive advantage associated with hailing from a same region that, is smaller in terms of the demographic, right? And then having a group to bounce off ideas off of and whatnot, right? A support system.
That's a good point. I feel like if you're in a smaller network of players, but then you all talk to each other, then you can bounce off ideas, maybe reads on players or how to maybe play optimally. So Bulgaria, one of the smaller countries, it's a small community, but every single player that comes from Bulgaria to play at Triton is very strong. Yeah, no doubt about that. More on them perhaps later as we shake things out. Of course, event number 2 coming to a close didn't mean that we were done for the day. We got things underway in event number 3, the 40K mystery bounty, some of them still lurking in that one. And we had 155 entries from 94 uniques. Yeah, and normally we would play how many levels and then end the day, but yesterday we played down to 25% of the field. And the reason we did that, because we have 2 bubbles. One, the normal prize pool bubble, and the other prize pool is basically the bounty. So we played down to final 39 players. Now bounties are in play, so each elimination you happen to knock out a player, you'll receive an envelope worth, good amount of money. Yeah, still a little bit of distance between now and when we actually start to divvy up the prize pool. That's not going to take place until we get down to 27 players. Break down those bounties for me, though, Randy. Yeah, the top bounty is $400,000. We also have 3 $200,000 envelopes, and the minimum, if you do happen to bust one, is $40,000. And that is going to create some implications as we march closer to the bubble. More on that in a moment, but first I want to talk about the big name that
was on the lips of a lot of people. I know at least one person in the field that's going to be rolling their eyes when they see in the Triton Poker Plus app who it is that is leading the way here in event number 3. That being the Finn, Ossi Katola, 2 million plus in front of him, 104 big blinds, but a lot of that was earned in a very suspect manner, wasn't it?
Yeah, he opened 7-3 offsuit under the gun, and, you know, that's already pretty loose. Then you get 3-bet from Ian Bradley. All right, you're done with the hand, you would think.
Bradley had jacks, by the way.
He had jacks, by the way, and Katola 4-bet ripped 7-3 offsuit and got there, and that's why he's the chip leader, and he did not receive a bounty envelope yet.
Here's the thing. When you show up, you know, on the schoolyard playground for the first time, you tend to want to make sure everybody knows you're here, and there was no better way to send a seismic announcement through the Triton community than the 4-bet with 7-3 off, showering Ian Bradley, who definitely is taking Aussie off of his Christmas list. Okay, let's get to Roman Hrabic, who is currently running in second. I remember in Montenegro, I kept looking through chip counts for Hrabic's name. It was never going to show up, though, because he skipped that particular festival, but it seems that he is picking up right where he left off in Jeju.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Hopperich was probably playing online or something. There's a reason he missed the Triton Festival, but he's back here in Montenegro. In Monte-Carlo, right? Just ready to do some damage. Obviously, you know, he did great in Jeju, winning the main event and was player of the festival, but not everyone commits like a full schedule throughout the whole year.
Yeah, he's a beast, no question about it. Short stacks are going to start out, obviously, with targets on their back. As Randy mentioned, bounties so tantalizing. You're going to see some people calling off a little lighter than they might have. Ranges are going to be something to be examined. But as we get closer to the bubble, the thing is you look at the payouts, and I'm going to get you there in the Triton Poker Plus app here. We're starting the actual payouts from the prize pool at 27 players. 31,000 is the main cash. You don't even have a jump until you get up to 23rd. So you're not hunting those payouts. And what is the average value of an envelope, of a bounty?
Envelope value is 79,487. So call it 79,500.
So as I scroll up through these payouts, you notice that we're not going to see a jump anywhere near $80,000 for quite some time. So people are less incentivized to stick around on the hunt for pay ladders, bigger portions of the prize pool, much more so looking for the envelopes. And it's different in that sense than any other tournament we play.
It's extremely different. And I know you said like you might lighten, you're willing to get in range, right? But it's massive. It's a huge difference. You're going to see players calling very, very light versus shoves. You're going to see the short stacks also readjust their ranges for value, knowing they're getting called so much more. You know, it's from fourth to third is when it becomes equivalent to a bounty envelope. So really, you go nuts as soon as possible.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Okay, let's take a look at the two feature tables that we're going to bring you in just a couple of minutes. The first one, at the blue table, you find one of those Bulgarians. Not one that was at the final table yesterday, but a guy who's got himself 50-plus big blinds here in Fahreddin Mustafov. He's got the likes of Klein, Mikolaitis to his right, Watson, Vogelsang, Mateos. This is no walk in the park.
No walk in the park. Also, pretty deep stacks with Mateos and Fahreddin. And Fahreddin was going ham last night, so he's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
No doubt about that. All right, let's take a quick glimpse then at the red table. Certainly fun to watch, but maybe not fun to actually have to contend with as we see some new faces, not just the man at the top of the leaderboard in Aussie of Finland, but Korzanin from Estonia, 830K in front of him, 42 big blinds deep, and then some more regular names and irregular play styles, perhaps, and I'm talking about you, Shu Liang.
Yeah, Shu Liang obviously is that guy who might be able to relate to our chip leader who got in the 7-3 offsuit. But a big point there on the red table is Greenwood is super short. He only has 5 big blinds, so we might see some crazy collision where Greenwood goes all in, someone tries to reshove and isolate because it's worth 80,000 average. Yeah. Someone else calls it off light. It doesn't need to be premium, so it's going to be very entertaining to see who fights for that bounty.
And then the interesting thing about these short stacks that have these targets on their back is if they do get it in, and then you have all these salivating predators around you trying to pick up that envelope, which is significant value, $80,000, that short stack wins those pots. You could see triples. You could see quadruples, right? Not just a simple double up where one person is willing to get in against you. However, more often than not, if someone enters the pot after you move all in, they're going to do it in the form of a 3-bet to try to deny anybody else an opportunity, but that creates some leveling out there. So 10 seconds away from getting you down into the arena. Randy and I are going to bring you hopefully down to at least the FT, if not a little bit further. Unclear. Producer James, you got a little verdict on that for us? No?
I'll tell you
Thank
this. It'll be a lot faster because we're playing the bounty.
Yep. And there is your first look inside perhaps the most gorgeous venue in all of poker, and we mean that. If you haven't already, soak up some of the imagery on our Triton socials on Instagram or Twitter. Plenty of glimpses. There's Jesse Lonis to the right of chip leader Ossi Katola. He doesn't look like he feels too guilty about that 7-3 offsuit, by the way. I do think that if he passes Ian Bradley in the hallways, though, it could get awkward. Is that Theologus to his left? Looks that way.
Yeah, it is.
What else do we have here? Swinging around. That was Krabic, second in chips overall. So the two biggest stacks at the same table. That's obviously a little bit annoying. Given that you'd love to just be the only sheriff in town. There's Juan Pardo, Dan Smith, Benjamin Chalot, Espen Jorstad, Kiat Lee. All here. Smith just 29 bigs. Serviceable. Seth Davies. White hot. Just won a PLO main event back in Las Vegas. Showing his 4-card skills. Back here in the 2-card envelope-laden streets. See what kind of bounty hunting he'll be doing.
With his luck, if he gets one envelope, he's going to pull the big one.
Yeah, he's running that good.
He's running that way, huh?
Yeah. I don't think he would sell the envelope for EV. Kiat's got 32 bigs. Everybody just settling in here. By the way, you might be wondering, these ladies in the gray vests with the iPads standing behind these tables, they're not taking food orders. Those are actually our hand loggers. They travel with us to every single Triton festival, and they are exactly why it is that the Triton Poker Plus app is able to deliver the wealth of insight that it is in terms of every single action, every single hand being archived for you to go back and see every single player's chip graphs, every pot. It really is an incredible addendum to any streaming experience at Triton. There is the third crown jewel that these guys are fighting on. Officially 3 featured tables, blue, red, and then that orange table, which we didn't touch on, but contains Konstantin Maslak's 81 bigs, 1.6 million in front of him. He's not light on ammo. Alex Foxon, shorty at the orange table there. Mike Watson of Canada, 14 bigs. He's bringing up the rear at the blue table. And of course, as you mentioned in the pregame, Randy, Luke Greenwood, 5 big blinds. That's the stack everybody's got their eyes on at that table. We're going to start here at the blue feature, where Norway's Morten Klein couldn't have been happier for his countryman, Kaihan Mokri. Good buddies.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely good buddies. There was one of the earlier tournaments where he bluffed his buddy and was just laughing it throughout.
Yep.
That was a good one.
Jack 5-4 flop here. Unclear what the holdings are. Bear with us. Get that RFID working. Looks like Lord Vogel is up and under the hood, as is standard and customary for him, and it's courtesy of 2 jacks which have turned into top set. Button open, big blind defend, unfortunately. For Vogel, Klein doesn't really have much of anything. Do we need to c-bet when we have this thing by the throat?
Not necessarily. If there was a hand you're going to check back, it could be top set. You can see him going very small because he wants to still build that pot. He definitely wouldn't bet any bigger just to kind of make sure backdoor potential would come along.
He'll be just fine with Morton peeling, trying to make it as enticing as possible.
Trying to induce some check raise with the small bet as well. That's when you're like, oh, please, I check. Give it back.
Yeah, you hate to see the fault.
He almost wants to show it like, got him.
Nah, Vogel's out there. Just, you
Yeah,
know,
he never shows us.
he never shows. He never shows.
Till today.
I wouldn't bet on that, Randy. You got action if you want it.
What's happening here?
Well, Lord of the Rings superstar and 3-better, Vladimir Korzanin. No, I don't think he's from Lord of the Rings, is he?
I'm I can check the IMDb for you later if you like.
3-betting to 150,000 over the top of Shu Liang. Maybe he's got a scouting report on the friskiness of that particular stack. King Queen has good blocker effects. He's on the button as well.
That was interesting because Greenwood just folded his big blind. Like, because they're going after Greenwood's bounty. That was, and now that he's out, Shu Liang's like, I guess I'm not interested.
Yeah, whoops.
What did I say? I said, don't give me some stupid hand like 9-4 off. Caught exactly 9-4 off.
If I would call, you would jam?
I'd call maybe. So, you know, I can fold if it's ace, king, queen. But I think if I call, I don't think he folds. Right?
Yeah.
Hey.
I expose myself too much, yeah.
Hey. I don't even know. I might just...
Ace Queen now for Shu Liang. Korzanin, by the way, this is his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series Festival.
Haven't got to watch him too much, but the little bit of footage I have, he's always chatting and having a good time.
I want to
like
ask that man what the key to life is. He looks like he might know the answer.
Yeah. He also
Non-zero.
might be in Lord of the Rings, apparently. Okay, so notice this. Do you see how Makita's flatting King 9 offsuit?
Yeah.
Like, no way that's standard, especially
Right,
undergun versus undergun
right.
+1. But he wants to get involved knowing that Shu Liang obviously plays wide ranges, but if Greenwood just flicks in his last couple chips in there, then he has a chance to get that bounty. And also, Greenwood's so short, it won't reopen the action if he decides to put in the last 1-2 blinds that he has.
Oh, that's definitely a part of the calculus. Greenwood in the small. Look at this. Look at these flies circling what they think is rotting meat. Korzanin flatting as well. Look at Eretz. He's like, well, I don't want to be on the outside. Here
Look
we
at
go.
this. Like, this is bounties make it give that home game vibe.
And there it is. Greenwood's like, if you guys want to give me a shot at a quadruple up, I'm going to take it with something like Jack-9 suited. And now Muller can just jam the King Deuce and get everybody else
The thing
out.
is, you're like, oh, he's jamming 500 something, no one will call. But the thing is, they'll call so light because
Yeah.
they now didn't get 2 bounties.
So the action closed.
When's the last time you seen a 6-way in a 40K tournament?
I mean, don't ask because I can't remember.
Oh, so
Yeah, we can keep on 5 there more.
Everyone's thinking one time, just hit me. Oh, Greenwood made it 50K, so everyone has to throw in 5 more K.
Yeah, the action still effectively is closed, though, with Muller's call. Everybody just needs to flick in the extra 5K. No one's folding to that.
Monster.
Look at this opportunity. 6.5 to 1 for Greenwood's Jack-9 of clubs, which is not performing well on a 6-4-3 board. Top pair, top kicker for Peter Eretz, the best of what's around.
That's a pretty good hand, given that no one else has anything, no flush draw present. It's a little scary because you want to clear the field so that you can collect the bounty. Then again, you're like, if I bet, am I willing to call it off if someone just goes nuts at me? Kind of feel like you have to. There's 320K in there in the middle, so that's quite a lot.
But 110.
Here comes Eretz. Half pot, let's call it. No, 1/3, sorry.
This has to be pretty upsetting for everyone else.
And anybody willing to bet into a dry side is supposed to be strong.
Well, they tend to have some showdown value.
Reluctantly, Shu Liang's ace-queen finds the bin. It'll be a little little bit simpler proposition for Bads. And presumably Vladimir behind him.
This is looking like your dream come true for Peter. Vladimir is interested in getting involved, maybe?
Show me Jack 5.
So everybody else bows out. Ertz hauls back his barrel.
You know who the whole table's rooting for right here?
Greenwood.
Exactly.
They don't want that envelope to go Peter's way. Oh, how about a club draw and opportunities?
Juice was great.
Everyone
And
would be happy
Luke
to give you
avoid giving up his bounty.
Oh, even
Yes, he finds a 9 on the river for a clean W.
I didn't want to be greedy, you know. I mean, it's still, I guess I have a decent amount of chips now.
So what are you, 6? I don't know, what's the term? 6-tuple? That's the word. How
Sextuple up?
6-tuple up?
What do you have now?
It's a better than a quintuple up. It was sexy.
Wow, exactly 320.
And immediately, Greenwood stack diluted courtesy of the blinds going up to 10 and 25,000.
That just makes it
And I
feel
had
like you
to
got
play some
80k
poker.
stolen from you.
Also, now I have to play some poker.
You think Joe Chen got some sleep last night?
He looks
Randy?
alright. I think he skipped the cash game.
Last night, he was literally falling asleep at the feature.
He was sleeping, sitting up, yeah. And Son was waking up mid-hand.
No shame in it.
I would have just burned his time banks.
Oh, that's naughty. Don't be that guy. That's not in the spirit of Triton, Randy. A6 for
Colin.
Greenwood. And he's going to rip it in from the button.
He could get called very light here.
7, 8, 8 of diamonds and 7 of spades.
Let's see what kind of
This
appetite
is
Shu Liang's got. Queen Jack off suit.
This should be in.
How wide is Greenwood's range, though?
It's actually wider than normal in terms of value, I believe, because he knows he can get called by worse. He's not shoving like suited connectors because people are calling off like king 10 off and things like this, but this has to be a call.
Yeah, Shu Liang on the hunt for the bounty, plunks in the call, and Greenwood might be headed for a quintuple up followed by a double up.
And he'll have some stacks he covers if he can just hold here.
Remember, he had just 5 big blinds a moment ago.
Ooh.
Sweaty little flop here. Open ender for Liang.
Hard to hold, huh?
Any paint, any 8
Folding
would
out.
be a problem for Luke.
That's a breather.
The deuce is fine.
Okay, no pain.
Can he hold? Drum roll, please, dealer.
Yes.
We're back.
妈的，最近这跑马真的是跑不过啊！
Yeah.
I don't speak
He's not
Chinese, Randy,
pleased.
but I know
Quite the spin.
when a man ain't happy.
Yes, and like, you know, right now it's not worth it. You know? Spin-up's not worth it till I turn these chips into some money.
True.
Well, listen, it's worth a lot more than a trip out the door, Luke.
I've never seen Luke happier. I suppose when he won his title, but other than that, this is he's pretty happy about this.
For sure.
This is a great tournament to get steamed in. Like missing bounties, you know, is
Oh, it's a tilty one.
It's a tilty one.
Yeah, this is a steamer's delight right here.
Because if average bounty is worth 80,000, that's 2 buy-ins per envelope.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts.
Paused upon Vladimir. King 5. Ultimately return to sender.
Ranges should tighten a little bit because there's no longer a micro stack.
It's 25 now?
Still gonna open Jack 7, looks like. Or no, he's actually limping. This is actually an interesting idea. I think it works a lot better in bounties based on where the shorter stacks are. Still try to get involved with players you cover, but then not have to like raise fold like 2 blinds and things like this.
Makita checks back the King 9, so we'll play a little bit more straightforward poker in this one. Trip 9s though for Makita, and Ertz connecting with the 7.
This is a very bad spot for Ertz. Makita's range is even wider too, given that he limps, so he's got all the random garbage. Makita might even check raise this flop, knowing how often Peter would miss this flop and appear to attack it.
But with so much hand, why check raise it? Why not simply just
I
call and
suppose it's
try to let
because
your opponent hit something?
It allows you to win a bigger pot, and because if you start check calling and then all of a sudden come out raising on a later street, it kind of really appears you always have a 9. So this just allows you to win the most chips on average.
Bads agrees. 3xing. Ertz not going to be going anywhere. Makes the call as Bads fills up on the turn for good measure.
This could be a turn card where Makita actually checks, just, you know, making the boat. He doesn't want to lose his customer. If he does follow through with one more bet, he'll bet very small to just keep hands, you know, being a little bit sticky. He'll probably go around quarter pot, maybe a third at most. I like this check though, because you also don't want floats with weak backdoors to just fold to a small bet.
Boy, this does look like some sort of gut shot.
I think Peter's pretty tempted to bet really tiny and just check back river to kind of protect against gut shots. He's going to check.
Well served to do so. And a very innocent 4 of hearts coming off.
It basically depends on where Makita ranges Ertz with the action. If he thinks he's up against 7x small pair, then he needs to bet now to get value from that, because those hands will just check it back. If he feels that Peter's got a straight draw, then of course he'd want to check it over. But he also needs to ask how often would a straight draw maybe bet the turn, which changes the frequency.
325.
His opponent would have one. 325 is massive.
Here's the thing, though. Makita knows it's massive, and he knows what that makes his holding look like. A desperate sort of bid to take down the pot.
Yeah, exactly that. He's basically saying I have a 9 or nothing. And a 9 that didn't follow through on the turn. Yeah, just... it hurts. I think another important fact here for Peter and whether to call or not is how does my stack play if I call and lose, call and win, or just fold relative to the rest of the table in terms of covering players for bounties. So 710k is pretty solid stack even if he folds here. But if he calls and loses, it really puts him in a bad spot.
Well, he does ultimately concede. Doesn't appear positive that it was the right decision, but as we know, and he will eventually, saves himself a little over 300,000 by making that fold. Ertz doing some updated accounting. Roman Hrabic, by the way, has emerged as the overall chip leader now. 2.8 million plus
Just don't know how to calculate.
in front of him.
Which
Just
one's closer? Yeah.
Ask
slipped
Karen.
down to 2.6 and change. Still ahead of Ossi.
I took a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app and he won a three-way all-in, 9s versus ace-king versus ace-jack. The 9s held.
Always nice when the other players are blocking one another. Lord Vogel going into ninja mode generally suggests that he's going to hop in.
Okay. 8-7.
8-7. 7.
Closer to 7 than 8 deuce off?
Yes, it's sauce is disaster. I don't want to play ace deuce off.
Min raising and Amadi, as he's known in the online streets, decides to jam.
Deuce off again.
With the ace-queen suited, Morton wakes up with Cowboys.
Big pot incoming.
Oh, good luck, guys.
Jam and re-jam.
Go!
Oh, jacks!
Wow! Dominicus loving this spot with just 235k. Of course, Vogel
Kings?
muscled out of here.
No.
I'm good, I think.
Bulk of the chips are in the side. You
Oh,
see
for sure, ace
Mateos wincing.
Okay, you are in my team then.
Obviously, tense
Always
moments
coming in this situation.
for Michaelitis.
No, I just say always coming, you know.
It's always coming.
He's a king. If you're not king in the flop, you have big problem.
Mustafov looking into his crystal ball. We're going to see 3. It's Queen 8-6 all hearts. Klein has coverage in terms of the flushes. Nobody else with that draw. Michaelitis can't hit the jack of hearts as a result. Adrian looking for a third queen or an ace.
A little something for everybody.
Michaelitis picking up the gutter for 3 extra outs. Drum roll, please. And that
King's call.
was about as bland a river as Pocket Kings could have hoped for. Collecting the bounty envelope and eliminating Dominicus Michaelitis and putting a huge dent into the Spaniard in the process.
Yeah, the Spaniard's only got 215k remaining too, so huge target on him. And he's got position on him. This is a great spot for Morton Klein to be in.
Oh, new target.
Showers
Cooler.
for the Lithuania.
No, it's just ace queen suited.
Couldn't have asked for a better spot. I mean, granted, being up against the Kings wasn't great, but just to have jacks and getting it all in a 3-way pot.
Of course, a lot of times it's like both players have ace king, ace queen or something, or one has an under pair to his jacks and one has ace king.
Blocking each other would have been a lot better. Just ask Roman Hrabic, who had that triple to work his way to the top of the leaderboard. Five 4 was never a consideration for Ertz.
Different man now. Lucas. Got a good stack. Min raising.
This dude had 5 bigs a second ago, Randy. Here he is opening pots off of 27.
Now it's, you've been reborn.
Baptism. Hello, Vladimir.
Yeah.
Action's on you, my friend.
Morning. Not interested.
I like this guy. You ever watch Sesame Street when you were growing up, Randy?
Yeah, Oscar the Grouch.
Okay, yeah.
Big Bird.
Do you remember? Yeah, correct.
Go on.
You want to name some other characters just so you can prove to me that you were watching it before?
Okay, okay. What do you
The
want to
Count,
tell me? What do you want to tell me?
Bert and Ernie. There was like this old bridge keeper, I want to say, and he wouldn't let you cross the bridge unless you gave him like chocolate chip cookies or whatever. He had like a blue robe and a walking stick. You know, I'm just hearkening back to my childhood every time we get Vladimir up there on the screen.
You've named so many different references for him already.
I'm just telling you, I like this dude.
Yeah, I like him too, but he doesn't have these.
He's got magical powers.
The filmography does not say he's been in these pieces of work.
I'm telling you right now, man. This guy, he knows something, and I want in. Limps. 9-6 suited. Big Little has become kind of a raise it up out of the big theme. These offsuit combos, not on this occasion for Ertz.
I'll say this. It shouldn't happen as much when you're covered by the opponent in this format.
That being the key, and ever so slightly, Ertz is covered by Vladimir, who flops bottom pair up against the open-ender. Action checked over to Ertz. Well, he looked to get chips forward with the open-ender. There's your answer. 25K, the minimum.
As a pair, it's a little tricky just because if you don't improve on a turn, you pretty much have to fold to a turn bet. Oh, that's more than one white chip.
In fact, it is 3. Little check raise.
As played, Peter does have to fear someone check raise him on this flop. Just call in position with the open and the straight draw and react accordingly.
He agrees. Plunks in the extra 2 white chips. Now, turn is safe. And this is sort of a fork in the road for Vladimir. Does he want to continue to tell the tale that he's flopped something solid, or is he going to be one and done?
Yeah, it kind of feels like he was seeking clarity on the flop of a check raise, but now that he got called, he's actually quite confused on where he's at. It's easy to see Peter having a draw or top pair in this spot. It's very unclear. If he's betting again, I would think that he's turning his hand into a bluff and trying to represent something big, which he can from the small blind.
Takes his time before ultimately checking. Now he's going to pay his marker.
This is difficult for Peter because he probably doesn't have many data points on Korzanin. So he's unsure if it's like, oh, is Korzanin check raising a jack and now playing pot control? I'm never going to get that to fold, but I kind of need a bluff at some point if I want to win with just queen high. gonna try.
150,000.
150K into 225. This is meaningful and could very well be attached to far better than a naked queen.
I believe Peter believes he's never getting double checked raise in this spot, so hopefully he takes it down. If not, he knows he has very clean outs to scoop this pot, and that's really nicely done from Ertz.
That is, of course, the argument against taking that line, is it not, with bottom pair?
Which part? What do you mean?
The check raise, and
Yeah.
then you're kind of adrift, even when a good card rolls off on the turn, as it did.
I don't mind check raising bottom pair if it was more disconnected, where my opponent isn't bet calling a lot of reasonable draws. But here, yeah, like even though his opponent had a draw and he was making the right decision in terms of who currently has the best hand, those hands are still going to call, and now you become confused.
Yeah. So a look at the chip counts. Ertz up to 37 bigs for the lead here, but note that Luke Greenwood, as we touched on multiple occasions, 5 bigs to start things off. Target on his back now very much has shed that. 29 bigs deep, second in chips by a hair in front of Korzanin, who sustained a small blow, somewhat self-inflicted in that last exchange with the chip leader.
Lucas is thinking, look at me now, guys. No longer a bounty
Right?
on my back. Joe Trent, I'm looking at you. Oh, you're sleeping.
14 bigs, though. Not exactly a micro stack. It's just important not to be the shortest stack, too, because if you ever do hope to pick up a bounty, you got to have someone covered.
Yeah, so the game plan when you're the shortest is just try and chip up slowly so that you can kind of cover some players. And don't play speculative hands. Even like suited connectors, you don't want to open raise them because you get 3-bet and flatted so much. I always think of Pikachu when Bazikowski puts on his
Every
hood.
single time.
Yeah.
Or one of those banana costumes, like the Halloween ones.
Bananas in pajamas.
Is that a real thing? You're a dad, Randy. I
Wait,
wouldn't know this.
you know what Sesame Street is, but you don't know what bananas in pajamas are.
No, man.
Walking
That's
down the-
newer.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, exactly. Bads. King Jack.
You must have noticed that now multiple players are implementing this kind of limping strategy, right, from middle position.
Walk us through why.
And it's basically risking less chips because, you know, you raise and get folded more, but also allowing yourself have the opportunity to play pots with, you know, players that you cover. It definitely applies so much more in a bounty tournament. Do we have what I think it is?
Mystery hand time. Brought to you by WPT Global. Throw a couple of question marks up in front of Luke Greenwood's holding in the big blind here as 3 players take an 8-3 deuce flop. Top pair for Ertz. No raising pre. Courtesy of Bad's open limping.
It's going to be very difficult to narrow Greenwood's range given that he got a free flop from the big blind, so wide variety of holdings. For now, though, Bazikowski has an option to shoot a little bet out. It's a pretty dry texture where he often will win if he does bet. We'll check.
6 of hearts on the turn. Backdoor flush draw. Taking shape. Ertz picking up a gutter. Certainly one would think that chips should be put forward.
I would feel pretty good about my hand if I'm Peter. Top pair, gut shot for backup, a check around on the flop. I wouldn't be worried about Bazikowski. Shed the field a bit. 3/4 pot.
75,000 to be exact.
For me, it feels like Lucas's range is pretty uncapped here. You know, he can have random 2 pairs, even like 5-4 off or straight at the moment. He does just call, which makes me think he's more likely got 1 pair in terms of strength. Maybe a draw.
Pot up to 250,000 and Ertz up to trips.
Seems like a pretty clear spot to still go for value. Try to target the 6. You can still represent busted hearts or a gut shot yourself. Some concerns of kicker, but you don't want to miss value against a weaker pair.
Now, as played, this is a lot of hand and hence a lot of chips. Being fired by the Belgian, 200 into 250, 80% pot.
I wonder what's the weakest 8 Lucas would consider raising, you know, because small blind probably has a lot of 8s too, but a little bit doesn't usually have the weakest stuff, although 8-4 is pretty weak. It usually appears the way the hand's being played in terms of value, the bottom end is Peter always has an 8. I don't think he's value betting a 6x in this manner very often.
Wow, and in spite of that, you hear Greenwood declare all in, and this is awkward for Peter. How much 4-5 was just flatting the turn?
A decent amount, I would say, just because it's the pure nuts.
Some deuces full, 3s full?
Possible, yeah. He can definitely have a full house. He can definitely have straight. I don't think he's bluffing, because if he is, he's really trying to pry out a very big hand, which Peter usually has at least trip 8s, you know? It would take a really big read to get your opponent to fold a decent 8 in this spot. I really think Greenwood's got it. I'm not sure whether it's full house, straight. Like, does he ever jam, like, queen 8? It's unclear. There's a little bit of extra value for Peter because he has the covering stack. Which makes me think Greenwood is less likely to bluff due to incentives.
What's the total?
All of this is on Peter's mind. The 4, though, in his hand blocks that 4-5, making it that much tougher for him to fold?
A little bit, but not. It doesn't apply as much in this spot because Lucas is playing the big blind whole range, so he can even have 8-3, 8 deuce, hands that normally isn't in there. So there's more value than normal to kind of replace some of the straights you're blocking.
I mean, he blocks 8s full also, of course.
Yeah. I think he's going to fold is my read on the situation.
Let's see. Let us know at home what you think Luke Greenwood has, by the way. If you're on the YouTube chat, we're paying attention. Some guesses have been submitted. Handful of people saying pocket 6s. Some out there claiming 4-5.
Oh, he's going to put it in.
And 8 deuce, as you mentioned, Randy. That is pretty cold for Ertz.
You know what I think the final decision on why he called is basically, I have you covered. If you're bluffing, I can get that 80K expected value from that envelope. Whoa.
It did feel a little bit difficult, though, to find the bluffs as we visit in on Katola and company.
He's tanking. He's
Number-
the last one to act.
This is another one of those open limps. Catola staring at multiple all-ins. Adrian Mateos was whittled down to 20K. With King 6, he hopped in, pursuing the triple here. The bulk of the chips on the side between Mike Watson and Jesse Lonis, who is dominating.
Very, very live over there, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Come on, Ace. Come on. Oh. He could have had 6-5 offsuit, though. So.
Most of the chips in the side. 310,000 of them to be exact. 10-8-3. Ace Queen holds on.
Huge spot for
Yes.
Lonis.
Spade or straight? Something.
Just one more.
When they say it's too good to be true, it's too good to be true.
Turn. Puts the spade out there. Things getting sweaty for Jesse. Watson down to just one of two red kings for a W. Mateos wants to see the flush, and instead the ace shows up.
My friend.
And Jesse Lonis
Yeah.
will claim not
Yeah, that's a
one,
good table
but
too.
2 bounties.
My last table was too hard. Everyone had 2 million.
That's expected value of 4 buy-ins right there.
2
And
bounties,
it didn't
right?
even cost him much of his stack.
Mateos and Watson, by the way, were the 2 shortest stacks in the room. Ertz now going to be the shortest, courtesy of that double elim. 30 players remaining. 3 away from the bubble as 27 will be paid.
Snap off here.
Queen Jack suited. Ertz jamming. Muller, ace 6. Roulette game breaks out again.
Queen Jack.
$485K chip pot between the Austrian and the Belgian. 9-4 Trey doesn't provide help. Peter, who just moments ago was sitting so pretty as a chip leader, got doubled through. Cold deck spot with trip 8s against 8s full, and now perhaps a deep freeze. And yeah, Peter Ertz so improbably dispatched as Samuel Muller claims a bounty. And you can see he's just a little bit shell-shocked. Like, how did that happen?
This bust out is extra brutal. Remember, he had a chance to collect Lucas Greenwood's bounty with ace 6 when he had 5 blinds.
Yep.
Didn't get it.
Yep.
Ends up making a wrong decision, losing most of the stack to that guy who had 5 big blinds, and then not collecting bounty and not even making the money. This is, you know, a sucker punch.
Yeah.
Not just one sucker punch. It's like 5 in a row.
Ouchies. Quite the opposite sensation for Lonis, of course. Now he sits 1.2 million.
All right.
49 bigs. And you might think that that would be good for a boss stack situation, but Mustafov on his left has him covered by 200K, and then Catola, the overall chip leader, here at this table as well.
They're flying, I'll tell you that. We started the day with 39, already 10 eliminations of what, 1 hour of play?
Bulgaria. You guys are, you know, it's pretty crazy for a small country.
1 second.
Did you catch that conversation? Bulgaria, pretty crazy for a small country. We mentioned it, didn't we?
I mean, listen, we're not the only people that have noticed.
So we actually have an interesting thing going on now. With 29 remaining, we're only 2 away from the money now, which is a little baby bubble, right? Because that's 31K if you make that.
But you're never taking that into account more than you are an envelope, right?
You are taking account if you're a short stack because you can't collect bounties. So
That's
you
fair.
need to slide into the money.
That's fair.
And you're more likely to slide in because people are trying to chase envelopes. So you can really play very tight.
Interestingly, the money bubble is of far more significance than any of the ladders until, as you mentioned, you get to like the final 3 or 4 payouts.
Yeah.
So
most of the time, that's why you see people blind down to like 3, 4, 5 big blinds is
Yeah.
because 0 to whatever X is so much more than the little pay jumps after.
Yeah, those short stacks are grinding the Triton Poker Plus app right now hard, trying to figure out what's.
You know, 'cause just because you cover someone doesn't necessarily mean you should play. Because if you're covering someone,
Bit nice, but even that is covered by
This is-
Joe Chuen.
this is very bad because Moeller covers both players. He's going to play this hand very fast, whether it be check raise or even lead himself, because he wants all the money going on the flop and not on the turn where maybe a scare card comes, like a queen or a jack, where someone might freeze.
Well, he's just going to bet 45,000 here on the flop.
Quick jam.
Leading into the pre-flop raiser, you see Joe Chuen snap jam, and of course Mueller always knew what he would do in this spot as he goes bounty hunting, and unfortunately the target is more so on his back as Predator becomes prey in a 770,000 chip pot. Clean turn. And Joe Chuen doesn't want to get put to bed by a king here. And
That's
unfortunately, they're going to
terrible.
chop. Look at that.
Wow, that's a scam.
He's a scum.
I had Queen of Diamonds 10.
That really hurts.
I mean, it doesn't hurt as much as getting showered, but yeah,
It hurts, though.
you feel scammed.
Update me?
Meanwhile, yeah, let's pick this one up. Pre-flop, Fahdin Mustafov opened to 50. Let's check. After the turn, forgive me, it wasn't a check call. Katola out of position in the small, so it was a bet call of 125. Turn was a bet call of 200. On the river, it goes check, check, as Katola does recognize that the ace-9, or the ace on the river, rather, is a bad card for him.
That's a pretty unlucky run out. Because he got called twice by ace-9 high.
I mean, the
ace-9
gut
had
shot-
a gut shot, but still, it's pretty unlucky river for him.
It's nice. Matches your watch. That's why you wear it today? For the white chips? That's what I got.
Jesse's vibing out there.
It's feeling good.
It's nice to see, by the way, because, you know, a lot of our Triton regs can grow a little bit, I don't want to say apathetic because it has such a negative connotation, but just accustomed to the experience, and so things don't really
Progressive
move the
Mr.
needle.
Donnie, you knock me out, you get 2. Remember.
But for Jesse, who's new to the Triton Super High Roller Series,
That'd
this
make it real
is-
interesting.
dream come true territory, right?
He's also pumped because he got 2 bounties
Too
not
much
too long
gamble
ago.
if you-
Sure.
Yeah, the tournament would be so quick.
He's free rolling.
Like,
His first ever festival back in Jeju, he played 5 events, cashed 3 of them. By the way, they were deep cashes. 28th in the 15K, not so much, but 13th in a 30K,
it's pretty
7th
good,
in the 25K GG
I was hitting
million.
a set, man. I
Is
hit
it his
sets
second
50%
festival
of the
now, or
time.
did he go somewhere else?
Yeah, yeah. Jeju was the first, and now this is the second.
I'm happy with the outcome.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul.
Anybody in the YouTube chat have 8 deuce? I confess I turned away, and now I don't have the archive of the chat to be able to go and see whether or not that mystery hand was guessed properly by anybody. The biggest thing that I was seeing was the pocket 6s and the 4-5. That's what most people were writing. A couple of people with pocket 3s, but I don't think I saw any 8 deuce on the board.
So if it was a raise pot, then those should be good guesses. The pocket pairs and the 5-4. So we're waiting because it's money bubble time, I assume? Catch up?
No, we're waiting because I'm eating this delicious piece of dim sum. You want one of these, Randy?
I would, given there's only a half piece left. You're going to offer me your half-eaten dim sum?
No, I cut it in half. It's not like it... Here.
It's the same fork, my friend. I don't want it.
Don't be weird about it, Randy. Just open up.
I am weird. Look how much sauce you slathered onto it.
That's the Western style. Everything needs sauce. Morton Klein getting saucy. A big blind in front of Catola now after Aussie got involved unsuccessfully in that last one.
This is actually a pretty bad table draw because you've got 3 huge stacks. Even the guy in fourth's got 50 big blinds. You're rarely getting the bounty.
No one at that table's happy to be there.
No, but this is pretty good, especially for Lucas Greenwood.
Yeah, Chinese delegation bringing up the rear, and Shu Liang and Zhou Chuen now. Chuen failing to double moments ago as Muller found the escape hatch with running deuces. Greenwood chip leading, 62 big blinds.
That's crazy.
Who would have thought?
He'll take it. We're back.
Ace on the button. The dragon clicks it. Are those skull and crossbones on his tracksuit? I think they are.
It is.
What do you think? Is that McQueen?
All I know is that a new skull and crossbone shows up with each elimination.
He's keeping track of his bounties. He's just going to circle them each time.
All right, this is Makita. This is,
This is
Zhou
300,000 out of Zhou Chuen is what it is, and that's almost all of his chips here. He understands that these guys are going to be wanting to enter pots covering him without hands that can necessarily call, including ace-3. Bad's asking for a count.
360.
Yeah, notice that Bad's even called the small blind against the button raise of queen 6, having the covering stack. Very different strategy in bounty. Now he's just doing the math. He surely has calculated the value of one of these envelopes before coming into day 2. And you kind of try to convert that into chips to kind of increase your pot odds and decide, is it worth it for me to kind of go for it now?
Right. It's not like suddenly he's having an aneurysm that's left him thinking queen 6 off is a hand that he wants to play for 300K versus range, but number crunching is the Belarusian.
And obviously he also wants to determine how often are my 2 cards live, which, in this spot is fortunate, which would be 37% equity if he does find a call.
He'd almost rather not have a queen in his hand, right?
I think, it's interesting, right? I think he actually prefers, Jack 6 or something, where you're less likely to be dominated from a reshove range. Queen is definitely more likely to be in that squeeze shove. But I hear you. Because it's nice to have a 1 over to the 9. If he had 2 little cards to the 9, then his equity would be reduced a decent amount.
I don't know. It's gonna be.
Gamble time. Look at this.
Well, Zhou Chuan's going to have to sweat it out. It's not as though he doesn't understand that the bounty is what's influenced this decision.
Mikita's gotten very loose. Yeah, I understand. Yes, it's the bounty. You can see him smirking as everyone realizes disaster could happen.
So the flop they go. Queen 9-8. Top pair for Bads against second pair. And now Zhou Chuan is behind, hunting an ace or 9 for his tournament life. Doesn't find it on the turn. 5 outs one time if he's going to clutch his envelope. And it's not there on the river. So with that, Zhou Chuan politely saying good luck, understanding that that was poker influenced
Not
by a
personal.
wrinkle. And yeah, roles reversed. Maybe Zhou Chuan does the same thing. Unfortunately, he's on the receiving end of it. On this occasion, as Bads does collect a bounty and bring us a step closer to the money.
Should be on the stone cold bubble now.
28 remaining, 27 paid. You're absolutely right. Now, flipping back over to Aussie and Company. We find this one. Raised and 3-bet pre. Katola and Klein, the two involved. Aussie made the call. Flop went check, check, even though Morton flopped the gutter. And then fired 125,000 on the turn. Katola having a gutter of his own, plus nut flush draw, of course wasn't going anywhere. And here we are on the river with the board pairing 7 being chewed on by Aussie.
Is he contemplating a lead? Wow, he announced 450K.
Contemplation leading to execution, and that is meaty.
The line is very odd. He's repping a 7, right? 8-7, 7-9, I guess. Given he's probably got looser ranges than normal. Morton definitely did not expect this. I'm pretty sure Morton should be able to discount naked 10x. Would a jack play this way? There's not that many jacks though, right? Because he check called on the turn. Oh no, I guess it's possible. We check on the flop. I don't find it that believable, personally.
I don't think Morton does either. Remember, this is a man that checked flop after flatting our 3-bet, check called turn, and now activates. There shouldn't be some 7x in there, and yet Morton concedes.
Nicely done.
I think you kind of take 10x out
You do for sure.
at that size, so you don't worry about that overcard. And I don't know, Jack X ever
does it
there?
all of a sudden lead? It just
Maybe
doesn't
I had to win him.
make sense.
It's the unanticipated line.
Maybe I should have just gone all in, got called by ace queen and ace king. King queen and ace king.
There's one thing confirmed for me. Aussie is unpredictable.
You know, Finland is a nation that has given us some of the greatest rally drivers of all time. And I don't know how much motorsport you watch, Randy, but rally driving is basically where you get behind the wheel of a car that has insane power and then knife through trees in the forest like those biker scouts in Return of the Jedi. And then you have a little buddy in the seat, too, that's telling you when the turns are coming and stuff. And the reason I bring this up is because you have to have a few screws loose to choose that particular discipline of motorsport. And maybe Katola, the rally driver side of the spectrum in terms of his poker approach here. Although we know he's thoughtful about what he's doing. It's just that 7-3 offsuit is a data point we're not going to be able to shake, nor is Ian Bradley. For those that don't know what we're talking about, Bradley with 2 jacks, 3-bet, and under the gun open from Katola, who had 7-3 off and then decided to 4-bet.
All in.
I mean,
Not 4-bet small, 4-bet all in. For
Right.
how many blinds? 55. GG.
GG and Bradley.
I don't think he's recovered. I think he's still in bed.
605.
You know, when that happens to me at a poker table, I always look up at the person and I go, what possessed you? You know, do we need to summon a pastor of some sort to...
Are we filming a horror movie right now?
Like an exorcism? You know, did your head just do a 360? What's going on here, Poltergeist? 55,000 to skate, says Morton. Ace 8.
Oh, I hadn't realized that both Greenwoods are still in.
Yeah, this is Sam. Ten-9 suited. Defending is big as Lone is flatted with pocket fives. Gut shot straight draw on the Queen 8 deuce board for Sam. Best of what's around belongs to the preflop opener, Morton. Second pair, nut kick. Another 55K.
Do have that gut shot for Greenwood. Be tempting to chase it. Also nice that the 10 and 9 overcards the 8, which gives him outs against this ace 8.
Although I'm not so sure how much 8x Greenwood assumes is going to be part of the process for a Klein Open, but granted, it's not impossible as we can see, and nor is the nuts on the turn as the big, beautiful jack of clubs finds its way to the board. Greenwood checks, a snap check back from Morton. King on the river here. Now we no longer have the nuts, but I doubt Greenwood's got too many concerns as played for the time being.
I kind of like a check here from Greenwood. This card kind of hits the pre-flop razor, whether it be like 2 pair that got there, king queen, king jack, an ace king. And if they don't got it, they might try and rep the king to just really bully a queen or 8x. And it's hard to represent a busted draw, given, you know, 10-9 got there. Just no flush draws on the flop. I think a check would be nice. He might just come out swinging, though, if he thinks a king X wouldn't value bet thinly.
How much are you playing? 500?
495.
Now Greenwood gonna overbet this thing.
No, he didn't jam yet, did he? He didn't bet yet.
Oh,
He asked
okay.
how much are you playing mid-hand.
Forgive me.
Which is kind of interesting. Before he bets, like how much you playing.
2/3 pot. Ultimately what he settles on. Here's
I can't
Morton.
ever see this being a call with ace 8. Did throw in a time bank to mull it over. For him to call here means he feels that Greenwood is turning like 8-9 into a bluff, 8-10, or ace-deuce. Seems like more likely than not he's just up against value.
1.
Lays it down, and this time does so correctly. But trending in the wrong direction is Morton Klein. Well, they're good friends over at WPT Global. Brought us the Global Slam earlier, and they want to see you at a future Triton Poker Series event. Welcome deposit bonus available up to $1,500 as a 100% match. Love to see you at a future Triton event. Head on over to WPT Global today and sign up.
Waiting for catch up as we're on the stone cold bubble.
No, they said
Hand for hand action, ensuring that no competitive advantage is gained by anybody lagging behind with pace of play.
I think so, yeah.
So just peeking at the Triton Poker Plus app.
Talk to me.
Shortest stack is Seth Davies
Randomly
with
is
13
obviously the
blinds,
best way to do it,
and then
but-
Shu Liang with 14 bigs. And it looks like we're getting some balancing. Is that Robich? It is. Roman's brought over 2 racks of chips. And he's our tournament chip leader with 2.8 million and 112 big blinds. Yeah, you don't want this guy at your table.
It's wild because Aussie, there's almost no one in the room that's going to be able to park their bones there and cover him, and yet, at random, directly to his left, in comes Stabic, who does just that.
I promise you, this is the worst table remaining. Just look at those stacks. A lot of talent as well. It's very hard to collect a bounty at this table.
So brutal. And by the way, Hrabic doesn't love being here as well. I mean, even though he is the chip leader, the most tantalizing stack is Vogelsang's, and it doesn't look like it tastes all that great at 23 bigs.
Agreed. And Vogelsang's also not that kind of guy who just splashes around too.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, good luck getting a bounty here. I suppose you just play more chip EV and just try to chip up even more, and obviously tables will change as players bust. You may get moved to a better table.
$10,000 and $25,000 are the blinds. Each orbit, 60K, as cards get back in the air here.
Raise 50,000. Oh.
Here we go.
King 3 suited. Mustafov attacking.
So Vogelsang sits in 21st out of 28 players remaining. I wonder if that changes the way he approaches this. Default is definitely a reshove.
5 seconds.
Stone cold bubble. He is going to reshove. 22 big blinds. Because he's shoving 22 big blinds, it's not like Open Razor can just blindly call hunting this bounty, because it's pretty detrimental to your stack. A nice pickup for Vogelsang.
Yep.
550 was the all-in.
You found
I
the
mean,
queens.
It's a little bit strange because as
Found the
challenging
queens, ace-jack.
as it is to be the short stack, not able to take a bounty, and having
Say you're
everyone
only gonna
gunning
go,
for you.
know, kings, aces, queens versus me.
If you can wake
I
up
guess
with
king,
some
but
hands,
maybe king.
it's actually not a terrible spot to be in, because you can jam and just take so many
Ace king,
hands,
good old ace.
or pots rather,
Old
based on the
trusty.
width of the ranges that are attacking.
You're right. Obviously, you might get called by
No
worse
feeling,
more
I know,
often, and
right?
also,
This guy's a
you-
wild man.
Huh?
He's
on average, get a
crazy.
couple extra big
No
blinds because
feeling,
people
he
raising
wild.
more, just trying to attack
Bubble,
you.
too.
Super spins are available, obviously. As
Someone gave you a spin, Jesse?
Huh?
Someone gave you a spin?
Oh, yeah, I got a couple spins. I
You
got
bounty too?
Dude, oh, wow.
Can I ask you a question? Are you tracking which
That's-
ones are yours?
Huh?
You have to track which number is. I can't be giving away these sorts of secrets, but you got to track which one is yours.
Oh.
You know, because otherwise you might be, you know, this is like this is your life. You know, the other ones are your trophies. You gotta separate them.
I think this would be fun if it was the progressive mystery bounty where now I get 2 if you knock me out.
Hrabich, ace, king, Klein direct left with pocket jacks. Raise and 3-bet up front. Ace, queen suited for Lonis.
These are some power hands and deep stacks. I feel like Lonis will be able to get away.
Yeah, and he didn't make a meal out of it either. Pretty dehydrating action in front of him.
Got a decision here of ace king. This is about 70 big blind effective, I would think, and it's under the gun versus under gun +1. That's a very strong range that Klein is 3-betting. It wouldn't even surprise me if he doesn't rip it in, just given how strong Klein is supposed to be, and yeah, he just calls. They're just so deep.
Seldom do we see ace-king looking to shovel more chips in there. But this is one of those occasions as the flat fails to yield any help on a monotone 8-high board where Klein holds the jack of spades.
Normally when you flat ace-king pre, you would check call nearly any flop bet. But this might be one of those flops where you actually just check fold with no spade in hand. Or is it? Because we're just going to come out leading. 50K. This is a exploitative maneuver here. Doesn't think Klein is just going to go after him. Hopefully take it down and also just buy himself kind of free turn cards.
I mean, it's a way cheaper peek at the turn than you have to imagine Morton would have provided Roman. So a very against the grain sort of approach there, but a nifty one out of Hrabich. Now, however, with Morton predictably having called, where do we want to go with it?
I think he might start checking now, but there should be a little bit concern for Klein. Like, I'm not sure where I'm at. I've got jacks with a spade. I'm kind of leaning towards Klein checking this one back to kind of contain the pot, but maybe he does look confident as he does immediately reach for chips. More than half the pot.
300,000.
300K, and that's a terrific shot of Hrabich. Looking to pick anything he can up off of Klein. The problem is without a spade, what are we doing?
I think this hand has to be over at this point. Your opponent betting 300 to 810. It kind of feels like the best case scenario is you're up against ace king as well, but they've got a spade, so you're kind of getting free rolled.
Unbelievable 3-bet. Unbelievable 3-bet. Good job.
Lonis would have had the nut flush.
I had ace queen of spades.
I had 9-3 of spades.
Ace queen of fucking spades. If I cover them, you know, maybe I gamble, maybe, you know, but I don't cover. It's the fucking bubble.
Could have gone for it.
Ace queen of spades. Wow. You know I'm not lying.
No, of course not.
Did you really have kings? No? King of spades? You seem very happy too.
Very happy, yeah?
I mean...
I also had ace queen of spades.
No, I mean...
I'm just kidding.
He had 5-7 of spades.
No, I have a good hand, but...
But you not beat ace queen of spades.
He don't...
Of course I did.
5-7 of spades? Yeah. Tell me you had 5-7 of spades one time.
I had 9-3 of spades.
It's actually unreal. Such a good 3-bet. I didn't even think about it long. I said, you know what? Ace queen is probably no good. But I know you like to 3-bet with those pairs, the smaller pairs. But both you cover me.
Oh,
it's unbelievable.
No, it's just mystery bounty.
I'm not gonna play ace queen suited. What am I gonna play? It's not a hand
Aces.
in the deck.
Ace
You
queen
push me
suited.
all in before the flop, I call.
I mean,
Pick
Jesse
up,
being
I
a
call.
little hard on himself
king?
there, but
No, no, I don't say what I have, but
I don't think
call you.
anybody would take
Pick
issue
up.
with
Yeah,
the
but
way he
with
chose to
this,
play it.
everybody understands you have kings. King Kong. Jack Jack tomorrow.
No one cares about my hand apparently.
No.
I had a good hand too. I don't care. Bad flop.
Okay.
Looks
Outer
like you've got
table.
one brewing at the outer tables. It involves Artur Martirosyan and Alexandre Réard, a Frenchman who opened to 50,000. Martirosyan flatting pre-flop, and on the 9-8-4 all-spade board, Réard checks and calls 55K. Now a fourth spade rolling off.
That's a turn card that freezes the action. Nearly always. I think you rarely see bets on the turn, especially with some ICM now in consideration. So there's a check.
Sure enough, as you predicted, action frozen.
So Alexander's now got the option to value bet some flushes if he's got it. Gone quite small, it looks like.
70K. River, by the way, not really anything of concern.
Yeah, it doesn't really change anything when the 4 flush came on the turn.
Yes, sir.
It's 8, 9, 4, 10, 5 for spades. I wouldn't think that Alexander would need to turn his hand to a bluff if he did have a random pair. And he shows it down. Looks like ace 10. Ace of spades.
Stand by.
Yeah.
Indeed. Ace of spades, 10 of clubs. So the nut flush will leave Réard collecting chips there. He does reign supreme at that table. Meanwhile, back over here at the feature. Get another hand in progress.
Ace queen of spades.
Ace king, ace king, ace king, ace king.
Ace queen of spades.
Going up.
Yeah,
60.
60,000. Oh.
King 10 offsuit for Mustafov. Opens to 60,000. Red 4s for Katola.
Set mining hand in position.
Happy to flat, obviously. Not happy to have Hrabic to his direct left.
It's a candidate for squeezing, but flatting's pretty good too. Flatting allows you to kind of retain some of the dominated hands. But let's see if he goes for aggressive or
240?
passive. Aggressive he goes, 240K.
Ace Jack of clubs, rising up. Are you surprised that Mustafov is willing to open pots with those two guys on his left? Things like King 10 off?
No, I think it's maybe in +1 it's a little bit early position, but it's not really that big of a deal because they're so deep. they often won't mess with you as much because of that. 1-4 was mucked, so Aussie's got one out to try to set mine. He's getting a pretty good price in position. Deep.
180 more to call.
Yeah, stacks are super deep too. I imagine he calls this in position for this price. Your hand plays very straightforward too.
This is your last one of these. This is your last one of these. Right, so, okay. 10 seconds down now.
Oh, he's not interested.
Nope. Thought about it, but ultimately takes the pass.
That was a nice squeeze. Risked 240K. Got 180K in profit.
Well, luxuries afforded to us on the direct money bubble as a chip leader, with nobody able to put a target on your back either. Habich is so solid, Randy. Just makes the right decision so often.
I think he's one of the best. I think he doesn't get as much recognition. He's just not really like an outspoken person, but he really is a phenomenal player.
Listen, he's content to fly under the radar, as are many of our Triton pros.
Like, he just makes deep run after deep run.
Sure does.
Min raised the button. 10-9 suited.
Fold.
Take it, sir. Back-to-back pickups now for him. It's interesting because as much as nobody wants to be at this table, Habich hates it the least for quite obvious reasons.
Yeah, if he's not collecting bounties out there, then he can just chip up. That's just as valuable. And he isn't getting any resistance. It's also like pretty hard to collect a bounty at this moment just due to Stone Cold Bubble. But Kings versus Jacks? Is that
On
what I
that
see?
Stone Cold Bubble, and don't adjust your screen indeed, Luke Greenwood, who had 5 blinds to start the day, covers Mikita Badziakuski, who has announced all in. A snap from Luke. Mikita
Big pair.
immediately understands the situation. They're not going to get on their backs right away, of course, while they wait for action to complete elsewhere.
Diamond bubbles out.
This is a disaster in the making.
Yeah,
Jack's getting cold decked.
Badziakowski could be just a home cold bubble.
By the way, $1 million in chips, 37 bigs. He didn't rate to be the guy, as he tried to leverage that money bubble back upon the shoulders of the chip leader at that table. Greenwood flipping back over to another one in progress here that involves Lewis Spencer and Alex Theologus. Theologus with 7-6 jam the button. Spencer decided with just 415,000 that he would call off with the ace-6 of hearts, I'm being told.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with today.
Yes, please.
So if there's an all-in here and the other table, if both players bust, I'm pretty sure they split the prize money.
That's correct. But we aren't going to play the hand until everybody is caught up to the same hand, so that other table in the room needs to complete their action, and then one by one we'll play these hands out. Bads torture with jacks against kings. Greenwood has already copped to the fact that he's got a big pair at the feature. So we're going to play that hand first. Sonny on hand to walk us through. Can Bads find a hook? Not on the flop. Queen 10 tray.
9.
Okay.
Top set for Greenwood, but he doesn't really want to see it because all of a sudden Bads goes from 2 outs to 8. Any 9, any ace. Keeps him in his seat and takes a chunk out of Greenwood. Is it there? No, as Bads finds a set of his own. And unfortunately, he's not going to find the money as the bubble does burst. And the man that burst it right there, collecting the remains of Mikita Badziakowski. Now, Bads could collect half of that $31,000 if we have another bust in this hand, which involves the Elogus. Dealer waiting to roll this hand over, which should be a 6 of hearts, if our tech doesn't fail us.
And on table number 3, we have this player's Lewis, who has ace 6 of hearts.
Okay, confirmed. And 7-6 off. So a nice spot here for Lewis Spencer to be dominating. To the flop we go, and that flop is 9-7 deuce, 1 heart. It's a pair for Theologus, and problems are obvious for Spencer. Turn doesn't provide a pair, but it does provide the nut flush draw. Things getting interesting, and Bads looking on with obvious interest as the river is a 3 of diamonds, and Lewis Spencer will bust. So each of them will collect $15,500, carving up that 31K 27th place finish. Could have been worse for Bads.
Makita's pretty happy about that after his result on his table. Hence why he's here to anti-sweat Lewis Spencer.
Yeah.
Also good for Lewis Spencer that Bads busted another table. Otherwise, he would be the Stone Cold Bubble.
Yeah, that's fair.
Did you notice Mikita got his bounty at the wheel? He owned his bounty.
So, into the money we go. Vogelsang, the shorty at the feature. Hrabic up to 95 bigs, 2.8 million plus, putting runway between himself and chip leader coming in on the day. The Finn, Osi Kitola. Morton hasn't been trending in the right direction. Lost a couple of pots, laid down a winner, and then lost another one. The crew here engaging in a little bit of rebalancing. And as they do, we can kind of open up a discussion as to whether or not the bursting of the money bubble is going to impact the action significantly, Randy. I would imagine we still focus more than anything upon bounty hunting.
The action will open up because the short stacks are going to be willing to get it in again. So we should see some eliminations pretty quick because of that. They were definitely frozen when it was the Stone Cold Bubble not too long ago.
And who are those short stacks right now?
Shortest stack is Seth Davies sitting on 10 big blinds. Then it's Shu Liang with 11 big blinds. And then after that is a few notches up to Alexander Foxen, who's got 15 bigs.
Up at the very top of the leaderboard, a different experience for Hrabic and company. Luke Greenwood, by the way, second in chips overall after showering Mikita with the Kings versus the Jacks. Osi slipping to third. Benjamin Chalot saying hello. Fourth in chips, 80 bigs. Morton, fifth, and that rounds out the top 5. Fahdadin Mustafov in sixth, not to be overlooked, and Theologus, who just claimed that pelt at the outer, running in seventh. Average chip stack right now, 1.2 million. Good for 48 big blinds. We're going to be paying out 31K to not just 27th place, which was carved up by Spencer and Bads, but also 26th, 5th, and 4th before we take a 3K hop at 23 places.
Oh. Five seconds.
Pretty suited connector.
Raise 60,000.
And Katola opens into the chip leader. Queen Jack wants to take a peek.
Hobrich is very happy with his post-flop ability. We'll flat this one in position with Queen Jack off.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
8-5 suited. It's in. Faradine.
Likes the price, dominated, and picks up a flush draw here on an ace-high board where Hobrich's pair of queens are in the lead. Dusty texture here for the pre-flop opener.
Thinking about repping that ace. Thinks better of it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice spot to just check this one back, I would think, with Queen Jack. Decent hand, but not really worthy of bet and getting check raised. So not much changes on the turn, but we do have outer table action.
And that action involves Punat Punsri as they're on their backs. Punsri's got ace-5 up against a couple of kings for Ren Lin on the flop. It comes, looks like Queen-9 tray.
Come on. Yummy, yummy.
Deuce on the turn gave Punat the wheel gutter. 6 on the end was no help. And Ren says, yummy, yummy, as he puts some Punsri bucks in his tummy. Wow, that was bad.
Yeah.
I should probably go into the penalty box for that one.
Yeah, take your dim sum with you.
2-minute minor? Or a 5-minute major? No, that was innocent enough. I'll be quiet for 2 minutes, Randy.
You're out of the box early.
I'm forgiven?
Forgiven.
Let's get back over to this pot that we left behind on the flop. Turn was a 3 of diamonds. Action's been checked around on 2 streets. Here on the river, we have the king of spades. Mustafov disappointed not to have found the heart. Checks the final time, and Katola has decided to turn 9 high into a bluff. This is savage.
Yeah.
150K.
This is an incredibly tough call to make with Queen Jack. Oh my.
Wow.
With someone else to act.
That's an incredibly tough customer. And I'll tell you what, look at Katola nodding his head. Statement call there, Randy. As Roman's like, hey, buddy, it's your first one. I'm a Triton title winner. Don't bring that BS my way.
Impressive.
Very much so. Well, Club WPT Gold is bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the U.S. and Canada. To celebrate, they're hosting a $5 million invitational. You heard that right, $5 million in Las Vegas this December. It's free to enter, and the winner gets $1 million. Sign up at clubwptgold.com. Use the promo code Triton and win your seat today. Must be 21 and up to enter. Void where prohibited. No purchase necessary. Now, Randy, you're looking at me with those curious eyes, as if to say, are you eligible for the $5 million sweepstakes?
Am I?
I don't know the answer, so stop looking at me like that.
I was asking every
Producer
single
James.
promotion. I'm like, can I get in on it?
Stop bonus hunting our sponsors, weirdo.
You're a weirdo. Back in the penalty box.
All right,
Quiet.
sorry. You're going to miss me.
Go for it. You going to call these folds for me, or
I thought I was in the penalty box.
you just spoke?
Wow.
Stand
I
longer,
got
buddy.
trapped. Randy trapped me. Ravic putting some of the chips he just picked up to work, courtesy of pocket fours. Pretty one for Morton. Boy, this table really is a mess.
Looks like there was a little bit of a debate on whether to 3-bet or not. Does come in with flat. Beautiful hand, 2 9s. He might even just rip this one.
Yeah?
I think so.
Isn't the problem, though, that you're covered by both of these guys and they might call off a little lighter than they would otherwise?
It's a good thing because if they're willing to call off lighter, they're willing to call off like 8s and 7s, and you're in great shape.
I mean, the hand isn't nutted, but it is jamming.
765.
Savic asking for a count.
Under normal circumstances, these 2 4s are hitting the muck already. Here we have to just think, is it worth the additional 80K EV envelope?
You know, there's some interesting calculus here because the value of a chip-leading stack such as Savic's in terms of future opportunities to acquire bounties can't be overstated. And the chunkiness of Greenwood stack at 27 bigs can't really be understated.
Agree.
765.
So ultimately, Roman does pass. Now that leaves Morton wondering.
It's a bit of a gamble if he wants to go with Queen Jack suited in the spot.
I mean, he knows his hand's no good. He's just trying to figure out if he wants to gamble for the $80,000 EV of the bounty.
Maybe.
I mean, having 2 overs against an underpair is actually a decent spot to find yourself in.
It is, of course. If he calls, he'd be happy to see 2 9s. But
Yeah,
if he
but
calls
he
and he
already
sees
did
Ace
big
Queen Ace
cards.
Jack,
Huh?
it's life.
Well, we flipping with it heavy
No,
dominated.
only pre-flop.
No, it would be flop.
What do you have?
Dominated.
Flip. Would be.
9s?
Yeah.
I had a pair.
Ah, yeah.
Let's fold.
If I knew you had 9s, I called. I had Queen Jack.
5 seconds.
Friendly. As they revealed their hands and flipping on over to Muller. Ace Queen suited.
I think it's interesting because these guys haven't completely solved for all of these situations, and so they kind of like seeing what other people's ideas are in the post-mortem there. Muller, Ace Queen of Hearts, as we find another pair of 9s this time. The steward is the Estonian. Korzanin.
Just grabbing, potentially re-raising chips, it seems.
Raise to 200,000.
I would think this is just going in. Especially when you have the covering stack. Ace Queen is just a powerhouse. And we're playing 6-handed.
3-bet to 200,000. Another 140 on request. Muller has 595 back. He is going to rip it.
Too much in there.
Yep.
Can't fold.
So Vladimir does call, and of course Muller covering is a big part of his choice to embrace the variance. Envelope not available to Korzanin, but he does take the lead ever so slightly into a 1.2 million chip pot.
Big flipping coming.
We find an ace, and that is of grave concern to Korzanin. He does have a club working. Take that off the board on this turn. And it's got to be a 9 if Vladimir wishes to fight on.
Nope.
Instead, it's a queen. Top 2 for Muller, and a wrap of the felt, and a dispatching of the Estonian here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. Finds the money, though. Randy, $31,000. not even
Oh, look
covering
at
the 40K buy-in. I love
this. I like
that.
that presentation. It's
will
like you
bring
just
luck.
won a trophy.
Number 3 is the lucky one. Sorry? Yeah.
Full service.
That was cool.
Told you I like this guy.
Yeah.
Class act.
Because at first they're like, where's the bounty? Did you get the bounty? Oh. VIP service.
Davies on his feet here.
Is he looking for his bag?
I mean, collecting his belongings is always something that is a bit concerning. This
Yeah.
was a flat or a limp, rather, from Andy Nee on the button. Davies, big blind. We'll effort some more intel on that particular exchange. Queen Jack it was for Davies, Jack 9 for Andy Nee. It came Queen 8-5. Davies with top pair on the flop. Andy Nee had the gutter. The 10 slid right in to give it to him. Davies could have chopped with a 9. Instead, it was a Jack on the river. So tough spot there as Davies was dominating pre-flop. Meanwhile, back over here, Vogel has himself a gut shot on a King Jack 8 board. Pre-flop, it was a Mustafov raised to 60,000. Vogel defended. Went check, check. Here we are on the turn with the ace barreling 125K, and Vogel saying, electing with the double gut shot to slap another 160K on top of this, and this is a chunky quotient of his remaining stack, and you can see Mustafov is a bit confused, and I confess so am I.
It's uncomfortable. He's got an ace weak kicker. His opponent is repping a very strong hand. To check raise more than half of your stack, it looks like you're committing. Faradine really needs to make the decision is he ready to put in the other 250 behind? Faradine has a decent amount of ace-x to check back the flop and now bet the turn, and his opponent is still check raising. So he's going to call. Before we finish that, we have something happening here, it seems. See chip sliding over.
Yaroshevsky's on his feet, and I think
Archer
Alex
got
Foxen is as well. This is a double knockout for Martirosyan, who had 2 kings against a couple of ace-queens, both of whom flopped a queen on a queen-jack-deuce board. Run out came 9, then 7.
What a great spot for Martirosyan, winning a ton of chips and 2 bounties. It's a good day for Archer.
That's wild. 160K in EV for Artur there. And a nice infusion of chips as well, not to be overlooked.
Sitting in 6th now with 1.9 million in chips.
That's the second double elimination that we've had on the day, by the way.
Oh, Andy Nee is standing up. Is it GG?
Dropping like flies. Indeed it is GG. Alex Theologius had a couple of aces against an Andy Nee ace-king, and there's the remains of Andy's stack being absorbed by the Greek. Kiatli opened to 60K. Andy 3-bet to 250 with the ace-king. The jam came from the big blind of Theologius.
Yes.
Of course,
Too
Andy
much
called.
voting.
Run out was 5-7 tray, Jack 5, ace-king, drawing dead on the turn.
And then back to this hand, it looked like Vogelsang gave up after check raising the turn, and Faradine made 2 pair of ace-5.
Yeah. Called the turn, Vogel checked the river, and then Mustafov jam. Now we have 5s and 3s for Samuel Muller here against the overpair of Benjamin Chalot. How did we arrive to this point? Courtesy of a Chalot open to 60K, of course, with the pocket pair. Both blinds flatting. Shuliang out of the way. as Muller has led into the pre-flop raiser on this board texture. Of course, this is a little bit handcuffing for jacks that aren't looking necessarily to breathe life, right?
I like the lead from Moeller, and the main reason he led was because he doesn't let it check through, and maybe he can get Shu Liang to just put in the last 200K or so and try to collect that bounty. Now, Shalot doesn't think it's that strong because oftentimes Moeller is just trying to bet and get Shu Liang's bounty, so that's why he's raising the 240K. I think it's a little tricky to play 5-3 suit in a spot as play just because you're very deep. I think you could go either way though in re-raising or calling. Although if you re-raise again, it's hard to get your opponent to put it in very poorly. Although if you just call, you do kind of risk bad turn cards and rivers to come.
I mean, do you expect that ace-4 or a set, which are the hands that you're worried about with 5s and 3s, would do this? And mind you, you block pocket 5s and pocket 3s, and you really don't expect Shalot to open raise those things.
Snap
There's
off.
your answer, as Muller does end up jamming. And note that he played the hand in a manner that allowed him to get all of the chips in on the flop.
That's true, and it also allowed him the best chance to get the short stacks, who did fold. So really nicely played from Muller. Great spot, 68% favorite.
Shalot covers handily, but this 2.5 million is huge. Turn is the 8, so now an 8 or a deuce to counterfeit the 2 pair, a jack to make a set. That's what Shalot needs to ruin Sam Muller's day. And instead, the river delivers a 6. And the poker gods deliver a generous double to Sam Muller.
They fly very fast in these bounty tournaments.
I mean, I'm dizzy here in the booth.
We had so much ping-ponging around, right? Everyone was just getting up from their seat, and now we have big action here. And the thing is, this was a regular tournament. This hand wouldn't even happen. There's no way Muller's defending the small blind with 5-3 suited.
Correct.
Unless Shu Liang was short. And ping pong again. What do we got?
King 9-8 board here. Action is between Katola and Greenwood. Pre-flop, Morton Klein was the opener to 65,000. Was called by the button of Greenwood and the big of Katola. Morton did not follow through as Katola and he checked it. Greenwood, you saw just moments ago, bet the 80,000. He made the call with second pair. Now Sam just left with ace high and a second check in front of him. Where does he want to go?
It's hard to get a better hand to fold, so he checks.
6 on the river doesn't help him.
Nice card for Katola. It'd be thin if he can hunt value here with his kicker, but it'd be quite nice. Perhaps targeting an 8, some ace highs, if he can rep some busted straight draws, which do exist.
225.
Good awareness.
Yeah, he just expects anything better than a 9 would have been heard from on the turn. Having that jack in his hand is pretty bad in terms of bluff catching for Greenwood. Ultimately, he does find the fold properly, and Katola trending in the right direction as he looks to reclaim the chip lead that he brought into the day here in this mystery bounty, where once the money bubble burst at 27 players, we lost people in a hurry. Headhunters everywhere. Lewis Spencer and Badzikuski sharing 27th place, chopping up 31,000. Vladimir Korzinin out of there in 26th. Davies in 25th, Foxen in 24th. That was the last of the 31K payouts. In 23rd, collecting $34,000 along with Andy Nee in that double elimination. Or rather, Yaroshevsky and Foxen were the double elimination, but whoever started with more chips in that one is the man that collected the $34,000, given that there was a pay ladder across 24th and 23rd, and that would be Igor. Andy Nee also collecting 34.
Same as you, 1.9?
Yeah. Almost 2 million.
Morton with King Queen. Raising it up. Mustafov suited and connected, flatting, and now Hrabic with a lovely opportunity out of the big with AK.
Last time he squeezed a spot out of position, he made it 240,000 at this blind level. Curious to see how he goes here. But he actually makes it larger. 320,000 with Ace King.
That's
just too meaty for the likes of Klein and Mustafov. And racks are being delivered, courtesy of the fact that we're down to just 21 players and up to blinds of 15 and 30,000. 3 tables of 7 will be administered by the staff, and as such, we're going to bring you back to the desk in just a moment here. Hrabic, 3.2 million plus out there, Randy. It has been very much his day. Did spin it up at one of the outer tables before he came to the feature, and ever since he's arrived, he hasn't really looked back, and it's been a really deflating arrival for the likes of Ossi, who was the chip leader coming in and has been grinded down on a bit.
Yeah, and he's also made that huge call against Ossi, right? Queen Jack, third pair, when he was trying to bluff with 9-8 suited. That was a really nice hand, and Hrabic is just right at home, you know? Another big stack, deep run, collected bounties on the way. It's a good day in the Hrabic home.
Yeah. You know, that call, when I play a little home game, and when somebody gets caught bluffing or whatever, you make a big call like that, or just call light, let's say someone was hunting thin value, we always just give them a little index finger and a wag. It's a not so fast, my friend. Listen, let's unpack the landscape when we come back from this break. Just a few minutes' time, we'll bring you right back here to Sporting Monte-Carlo, and we'll talk about this final 21 as we work our way down to a champ today here in event number 3, the 40K Mystery Bounty. Stay close.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention, the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
And welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. You may notice the arrival of something here on the desk that comes as a bit of a surprise to Randy. Now, you know, Rast and I, we got hazed by producer James the other day, courtesy of, who was it again, producer James, that actually engaged in this practice of eating an entire lemon wedge on the stream? Do you remember? I can't remember who it was, but Randy, you have to do it now. You ready? You got to eat the whole thing with the rind. No, the whole thing. The whole thing. Chew it in. Ooh. Oh, that's not good. You got to eat it, Randy. Don't spit it out, Randy.
But we're not on camera anymore.
It doesn't matter. Don't cheat.
Mine has a seed.
All right. Alex Dialogis, overall chip leader at the blue table, 3.2 million in front of him. He has claimed that honor from Roman Hrabic.
Did you finish yet?
Sits in second. Yeah, are you kidding me? I wasn't trying to chew it any longer. What are you doing? Is this still sitting? What's wrong with you? You're the kind of guy that takes a shot and then swishes it around like mouthwash, aren't you?
Keep talking, please.
Ugh. Ugh. Why did we do that, by the way? That was my idea, wasn't it?
75.
I'm really mad at you right now, so...
Don't be mad, Randy.
I'm
You know I always make it fun.
It's not fun. That really wasn't fun.
That wasn't fun.
I don't need to be hazed.
But it's not as bad as you thought it was going to be, right?
Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
King 10 suited might be feeling pretty bad after opening to 75,000 as Greenwood did, and hearing Mustafov to our left announce 200,000 courtesy of a couple of eights. Sam simply letting go. Oh, now I'm burping lemon.
I'm done. I'm done.
Congratulations. Ooh.
Not so much for Martirosian.
Shu Liang doesn't rate to be done here. Ace King versus Ace Queen. Pre-flop. Martirosian raised it up. Liang obviously as a short stack knows he has a target on his back. And he's actually going to play this slow, Randy. Looking to encourage Artur to hunt his bounty with far less than Ace-Queen.
It's pretty crazy they didn't get it in already.
No, you're right.
It's almost like Shu Liang was looking for a way. Look at Amarter. It's like, how do you have Ace-King and Shu Liang's laughing?
Impish laughter as Artur trying to make sense of the sleeping dragon. You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him, Artur. And you're going to need to find a queen if you're going to get rid of him, which Artur is not able to do.
That's a funny hand. It's really just to mess
Look
around.
Look at the look on his face. He's just wondering, how did we get here?
It's pretty much like he slow rolled him, you know, somehow in this spot.
You're not wrong. That was a funky one. If you're Artur. Never would have imagined that would have been the development.
I mean, Shu Liang started the hand with like 5 big blinds. He just calls the raise. Yeah,
check called 30K and then check called the request for the rest of it.
Get more, bro.
Pocket deuces now from Martirosian. Relative flesh wound for him. Still sitting with the chip lead here at this table. By the way, that redraw has created some different dynamics, as Martirosian certainly wouldn't have had the chip lead at either of our other two tables.
For a redraw, this table is very good for the other stacks because Vogelsang's very short and Liang is still very short.
Yep. Despite the double, he started this one with 13 bigs, did Liang. Not involved. Juan Pardo, 27 bigs coming in, will defend his big. 5-4. There's actually a couple of overcards, one of which show up on the flop as second pair, but that deuce gives Martirosian duck soup. Bottom set, 165 in the middle.
This is pretty big trouble for Juan. One of the better flops for 5-4 off. And he expects a c-bet very, very often on this board texture. Maybe he's contemplating check raise from time to time, and it looks like he is going to go for just that as he grabs 135,000. Music to your ears. You're holding a set. Extremely dry texture. You're hoping your opponent's fast playing a 10x. But there isn't any reason to re-raise, because if your opponent has a bluff, you don't want them to go away when you're this strong. So call we go.
Martirosian laying rope. The turn is problematic, potentially for Artur. For the time being, though, it's delightful because it could give Juan Pardo an excuse to continue to barrel.
This is a pretty good turn card for Juan. You know, like an open-ended straight draw. He check raised small on the flop, so it's not unreasonable that he might still have the best hand. It doesn't necessarily need to be 10x plus. Juan could be up against just 2 overs with backdoor flush draw. Maintaining control with 140k. Obviously, Archer loves this. It might make him lean towards Juan more likely having a 10x that check raise the flop, given there's still another barrel on the turn. It shouldn't be like pure air for Juan.
140k into 435. Now Martirosian's looking across the way, seeing that Pardo just has 435 back, so he doesn't feel compelled to apply the pressure here, as the SPR is such that you could see Pardo come across 3 streets. Now this is a weird one on the river for Pardo. He makes the 5s and 4s to improve, but all the ace-x gets there. Not sure how much 6x he's worried about.
Yeah, it's an interesting card because now you overtake 10x in overpairs, but like you mentioned, you lose to like a wheel ace, and whether it be paired or just like ace-king or something like this. Still, though, I think it's time to just check and hope for the best, and for the deuces, pretty terrible run out. Good news for him, though, it did get checked to him, so won't be losing this pot. Archer might think that Juan would keep betting if he was beat, so there could be some merit for him to jam to try to collect the bounty against a 10x. If Archer is bluffing somehow, it's some kind of 5x that feels it needs to turn itself into a bluff. This is pretty impressive given the board run out with the set.
I mean, he just expects that Pardo would have been heard from if he had an ace or a 6 here, so a set of deuces just happy to jam. And by the way, note that on those rare occasions in which, let's say, Pardo has a set of 5s, you might clear that hand.
Yes, you're right. You might. To be honest, I think you would. I don't really see him calling with 5-4.
Oh, showdown.
Oh, he did call.
Yikes.
What a value bet from Arthur. Collects the bounty. That's world class.
Give the wrong number. Yeah, it's 104.
Ah, okay.
Well, if he's willing to call with 5s and 4s, Randy, he obviously would have hung in there with a set of 5s. You see him wincing, issuing the GGs as he'll be issued a 34K payout as the 21st place finisher.
That's one where you just tap the table like, well played, you got me.
Yeah. Flipping back over. We find Mustafov, the opener, to 60K. Greenwood defending his big with 7 deuce. Finds bottom pair, which was good on the flop. He check called 45K. Now Mustafov, as he's done on a couple of other occasions, finds the ace on the turn for the lead.
Should see him bet, especially he's got a very aggressive image and play style where he just barrels even no equity hands on turns, so he needs to kind of protect that with value.
Game over in spite of the 95K from Mustafov, designed to tempt. Looking at the remaining 20 players, each of whom are guaranteed 37,000 now, courtesy of Pardo's exit for the next 3 payouts. That Bulgarian banner
I see the card.
on Mustafov is the only one remaining in the field. So unlike yesterday in event number 2, where 3 of them punched their tickets to the final table,
It's turned the other way around. So I
all
don't
of that
see it.
delegation's hopes tethered to Fahreddin's performance here. Theologus, still the overall chip leader, putting 60K of his tokens into the pot, and Webster Lim, just what the doctor ordered. A couple of aces on the button.
Pretty good spot for him also because we're playing bounty. He's playing a 12 big blind stack. He's going to get called a lot lighter, especially from the chip leader who's opening with a very comfortable. He can just toss in 300K with really bad cards trying to get that Webster bounty. So jam as expected.
350, right? Can I get a count actually just so...
I kind of think Alex is going to gamble here. Go for that bounty.
Yeah.
350 or
Yeah, I call.
500.
No, I call. No, I know.
Go anyway.
No, I call. I just want to make sure there's no like hidden something somewhere.
So call we go.
Only aces.
But my club is live.
Yeah, no.
Bounty hunting is Theologus.
No, his spade is.
The spade is live? Okay, sure.
The guy who opens 5-4 off on the button is like, I don't know.
Webster
No, I just
predictably
wanted to
jammed.
make...
I know, I'm just calling.
Just want to make sure there's no like hidden...
Things looking safe enough in this 775K pot for the aces.
Nobody ever calls with a POR.
Club coverage. Now all of a sudden, king on the
But now you're
turn.
gonna get the club because
Yeah, because I said I have the club, but then...
Theologus drawing live to a king or 9. That would spoil the party for Webster. Instead, a red 10 will leave him doubling.
2, 3...
Yeah, little sweat.
That's why you like having
Like
a
the
target
4-5
on your
hand
back
never happens.
sometimes. You get paid off by king 9 off.
I mean, 80K bounty envelope EV, just 350 total.
No wrong plays. No slight at all.
You're right, though. Webster doesn't get that action without the 80K pork chop tied around his neck there.
It's an expensive pork chop. What is this, Iberico or?
Iberico? Is that what you said? Look at you.
Mr. Black or not?
Randy coming with
change, I think.
Break.
luxury pork cuts.
Do we stay here?
Well, players are on their feet. Schedule break. is upon us.
Are
Crept
we
up
staying on the
a bit.
stream table?
$20 big blind separation in spite of the L hung on Theologus by Webster moments ago. Gets himself off of the short stack here at this featured table. Final chip counts there brought to you by GTO Wizard, blinds of 20 and 40,000 as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy with you. And one thing we didn't touch on yet, Randy, is when the envelopes are going to be opened.
Not today.
Nope.
Tomorrow, right?
Yep.
That's your duty.
After everything's all done, I get to live out my childhood fantasy of being a game show host, and it's always a fun experience. You know what I mean? I know the players like to get on with it and whatnot, but there's some real sweats. There have been people who have bought envelopes from other people. They bring up wives, girlfriends, buddies to, you know, crack them open, and of course, it's always so exciting.
Loosen them up, all right, buddy?
Yeah, you know, I like to do that. It's always so exciting, though, when that 400K, somebody's got like one envelope and they just rip it. Then everybody else groans and gets upset. Good times will be coming our way tomorrow. But we still have the matter of crowning a champ here in this 40K. I'm going to be stepping aside. Henry Kilbane is going to continue to take you through here from the booth. We'll be back in just a matter of minutes. Randy staying put. You want me to grab you another lemon wedge?
No, I'm actually really upset about that.
You're retired?
Yeah. The reason we have a break is so I can regather myself.
All right, you guys gather yourselves. We'll gather ourselves, and we'll come back with more 40K Mystery Bounty coverage from here in Monte-Carlo after this.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Plus up, and he won a three-way all-in, nines versus ace-king versus ace-jack. The nines held.
Always nice when the other players are blocking one another. Lord Vogel going into ninja mode generally suggests that he's going to hop in.
Okay. 8-7. 8-7. 7. Closer to 7 than ace deuce off?
Yes, ace deuce off is disaster. I don't want to play ace deuce off.
Min raising, and Amadi, as he's known in the online streets, decides to jam.
Ace deuce off again.
With the ace queen suited, Morton wakes up with Cowboys.
Big pot incoming.
Oh, good
Hi,
luck, guys.
Jam and re-jam.
Go! Big
Oh,
pot.
Wow! Dominicus loving this spot with just 235K. Of course, Vogel muscled out of here.
No?
I'm good, I think.
Bulk of the chips are in the side. You
Oh,
see
for sure, ace
Mateos
For
wincing.
Okay, you are in my team then.
Obviously, tense
Always
moments
coming in this situation.
for Michaelitis.
No, I just say always coming, you know.
It's always coming.
It's a king. It's a king on flop.
If you're not king in the flop, you have big problem.
It will be.
Mustafov looking into his crystal ball. We're going to see 3. It's queen 8-6 all hearts. Klein has coverage in terms of the flushes. Nobody else with that draw. Michaelitis can't hit the jack of hearts as a result. Adrian looking for a third queen or an ace.
A little something for everybody.
Michaelitis picking up the gutter for 3 extra outs. Drum roll, please. And that
King's hold.
was about as bland a river as Pocket Kings could have hoped for. Collecting the bounty envelope and eliminating Dominicus Michaelitis and putting a huge dent into the Spaniard in the process.
Yeah, the Spaniard's only got 215K remaining too, so huge target on him, and he's got position on him. This is a great spot for Morton Klein to be in.
Oh, new target.
Showers
Cooler.
for the Lithuania.
No, it's just ace queen suited.
Couldn't have asked for her. Ace on the button. The dragon clicks it. Are those skull and crossbones on his tracksuit? I think they are.
It is.
What do you think? Is that McQueen?
All I know is that a new skull and crossbone shows up with each elimination.
He's keeping track of his bounties. He's just going to circle them each time.
All right, this is Makita. This is,
This is
Joe
300,000 out of Joe Chuen is what it is, and that's almost all of his chips here. He understands that these guys are going to be wanting to enter pots covering him without hands that can necessarily call, including ace-3. Bad's asking for a count.
360.
Yeah, notice that Bad's even called the small blind against the button raise of queen 6, having the covering stack. Very different strategy in bounty. Now he's just doing the math. He surely has calculated the value of one of these envelopes before coming into day 2. And you kind of try to convert that into chips to kind of increase your pot odds and decide, is it worth it for me to kind of go for it now?
Right. It's not like suddenly he's having an aneurysm that's left him thinking queen 6 off is a hand that he wants to play for 300K versus range, but number crunching is the Belarusian.
And obviously he also wants to determine how often are my 2 cards live, which, you know, in this spot is fortunate, which would be 37% equity if he does find a call.
He'd almost rather not have a queen in his hand, right?
Prefer, yeah, I think. Oh, it's interesting, right? I think he actually prefers, like, yeah, Jack 6 or something, where you're less likely to be dominated from a reshove range. Queen is definitely more likely to be in that squeeze shove. But I hear you. Because it's nice to have a 1 over to the 9. If he had 2 little cards to the 9, then his equity would be reduced a decent amount.
I don't know. It's gonna be.
Gamble time. Look at this.
Well, Zhou Chuan's going to have to sweat it out. It's not as though he doesn't understand that the bounty is what's influenced his decision.
Mikita's gotten very loose. Yeah, I understand. Yes, it's the bounty. You can see him smirking as everyone realizes disaster could happen.
So the flop they go. Queen 9-8. Top pair for Bads against second pair. And now Zhou Chuan is behind, hunting an ace or 9 for his tournament life. Doesn't find it on the turn. 5 outs one time if he's going to clutch his envelope. And it's not there on the river. So with that, Zhou Chuan politely saying good luck, understanding that that was poker influenced by a wrinkle. And yeah, rolls reverse.
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Continuing coverage of the 40K Mystery Bounty. Randy, day 4? Is it? You know how it gets. We get a bit lost with the amount of days that go by. This is day 4, right?
Yep, day 4.
Day 4. We've got mystery bounties to collect, and I just saw the pre-show reel there. Looks like some loose jams, and I got a funny feeling that's what we're going to be expecting going forward with those bounties on the line.
Of course, like the envelope is worth expected value $80,000 a piece. So players have been going ham for them. They've been calling shoves loosely. Some people getting there. I've seen Mikita call like Queen 6 offsuit, busted Zhou Chuan. Other players calling loosely and not getting there. So just the nature of the game, you need to make this adjustment so that you have the opportunity to get that portion of the prize pool.
I'm looking now at the bottom end of the leaderboard over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Only 3 sub-15 big blind stacks out of the remaining field of 20. But, I mean, you look at Vogelsang, just 6 bigs. Sleeping Dragon, Juliang with 9 bigs. I mean, those guys really have a target on their back.
And that's at the red table, and that's really a dream scenario because you have 2 of the shortest stacks at that table with sub-10 big blinds. It's even if you're not a top 5 stack, you can just collect their bounties. I mean, it's just a great spot. You want to be with the short stacks, get that prize pool. And on the other hand, the other table, the big stack, Theologist at the top, current tournament chip leader with Hrabich at his table. It's a tough one because sure, you have him covered, but it's also very hard to stack him when he's sitting on 67 big blinds.
100%. Just taking a look at that table too, actually, as you correctly pointed out, we do have Alex again making a deep run here in Monaco after that 3rd place finish in the 25K opening event. He's got 3.5 million. Annoyingly, perhaps for him, to his direct left, he has a very tough competitor in Roman Kravitz with 67 bigs. So maybe Filo just doesn't get to wreak as much havoc as he would wish he could, especially with the likes of Mustafov on his table as well, as we get ready to throw it down to the floor. I mean, 20 players left, a big couple of levels coming up. This is really where people get to separate themselves from the rest of the pack and, set it up for a final table run. Especially given that we're 7-handed as well. Things are a bit looser. That's how things stand. Chip counts across all 3 tables. Red feature table, Martirosyan out in front, and as Randy pointed out, the presence of those 2 short stacks, Juliang and Christoph Vogelsang, is going to lead to some potential carnage over there. As we kick things off with the blue feature table on the main stage, Ensign, Mustafov, Charlotte, Theologist, Hrabets, Lim and Greenwood. Oh, both the Greenwood brothers still in this one, by the way.
You're right about that. Lucas Greenwood, currently sitting in second place, started the day with 39 players remaining at the bottom with just 5 big blinds.
Did he really?
He's had a huge spin up, and he's been collecting bounties on the way.
Good hand.
Oh, here we go. Christoph's going to be more than happy to get all of this in. 225 of his 235,000, making its way to the middle up front.
You're going to get looser calls because of how much the bounty is worth. And look at Queen 5 offsuit in the hijack calling 225,000 in chips.
Honestly, Randy, I don't know. It seems so loose, but he's made the call.
I mean, they're already in the money, and pay jumps are very small relative to this bounty envelope, so it makes sense. And the nice thing about bounty tournaments is players have different approaches on how hard should you go for bounties, and it's really nice for Archer here because he's gotten it heads up.
Gimme.
Almost inconsequential are those pay jumps as we see the ace-9 4 board roll off, and Arthur is drawing to runner.
Nice 7-8.
Needs a deuce 3 run out, or a queen 5, or a 5-5, some miracle.
Because I know he's calling.
Queen of 5.
I was right.
Well, you need a lot of help.
Too tough.
Very tough.
Going to be dead on so many turns, and that's one of them. Vogelsang with the double, up to 570,000. And yeah, that's right, Randy. I mean, I'm looking now, 20th place, going to receive 37,000. But with the EV of those envelopes being around 80k, you would have to ladder all the way up to 6th place for it to make a difference between getting that bounty there or laddering up some spots.
So it makes sense why you would go hard for it when you have the covering stack, especially if you're shorter. I kind of feel like, you know, if you cover the guy short and you're like playing a 20 big blind stack, it's kind of like you moving up to, you know, what, 6th, 8th place or something along the lines.
100%. I believe my understanding from Paulie V and Ponakov this morning is that the bounty is worth 400k chips, and supposedly, feel free to open a dialogue in the YouTube, the value doesn't change in terms of chips. So the bounty is worth 400k chips, and it doesn't change because we don't pull the bounties until after the event. So throughout the tournament, it stays worth 400k. So in that case, where he jams 220,
Is he allowed to play every hand?
plus the bounty is up for grabs, you're getting an insane price on a call.
Yeah.
With the Queen 5.
I always find bounty tournaments very interesting, especially in the early goings before there wasn't as many. Different regs had very different opinions on how to calculate it, how to play it relative to the prize pool remaining. So I think it's a really nice wrinkle in seeing contrasting styles. See King 3 offsuit opening under the gun. And this is only because Vogelsang is in the big blind with a short stack. If it's a bigger stack, he probably wouldn't open this anymore.
Well, fortunately for Artur, Vogel is completely whiffed. And one would assume that he hasn't opened the King 3 in the hopes that he flops quads or a boat. And he's going to continue here.
And the nice thing is, against short stacks in bounty tournaments, you can see that relentlessly, and they rarely just purely check raise bluff you, given their stack off ranges are so much wider.
Some GTO opens there from Artur, going for the bounties.
Yeah.
King 3-0.
The opens might not match GTO Wizard open ranges, you know?
I mean, only one way to find out, my man. That's right. The #1 training app for poker players You want to play your best, just like the Triton competitors you're watching now? GTO Wizard offers clear and accurate solutions to every poker scenario you'll face, including the 40k mystery bounty at the Triton Super High Roller Series. You can start analyzing hands today with the industry's most advanced solver. You can check it out at gtowizard.com. And you can also win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. All you need to do is follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. I mean, there's going to be so many spots from this tournament that need to get reviewed on GTO Wiz.
Yeah.
Button's good.
That's the most I've ever seen you move, Randy. What's going on? A little night fever, the old one arm up and down.
Look, before you came on, I was fed a raw lemon by Ali Najad. It's a rough day for me. Vogel, ace-3 offsuit, 11 big blinds, likely going to just rip this in.
Are you guys still keeping track of hands? Oh, so you are? Because I feel like we're playing really fast.
Oh, he just pitches it. That's
Every time I think
pretty
that,
interesting.
more
With ace-3 off.
They caught up now, but
I was going to say, because our last 3 hands were all like full.
that's why you caught up.
Yeah.
How about it?
Do they do that the rest of the tournament?
Those of you that haven't already seen this stunning venue that we're playing in, it feels like we say it every day, but it's worth saying every day. They've pulled the curtains back now.
Oh man!
You just have this stunning backdrop of Monte-Carlo in the back of the venue as Morton just mashes with Queen 9.
That was crazy. It was limp, jam, 35 big blinds, Queen 9 off.
I know there's a lot of fans out there that enjoy ASMR after yesterday's fantastic dialed in crackening of a can from me. Round 2. Oh.
You got a YouTube channel I can subscribe to?
You're subscribed
TikTok?
for life, bro.
What is it? I mean,
that was beautiful. Enjoy. Not as many car crashes as I kind of expected coming back into today.
I mean, we did just have Morton climb.
That's true.
Queen 9 off,
yeah, that is
35. True. So maybe we'll see something.
18.
Look, Archer's opening Jack 5 off on the button, attacking the Shuliang short stack in the big.
Oh wow, so grim for the Sleeping Dragon. 280k back. 7 big blinds. Oh, he's dominated and gonna make the call. Note the size of the pot. 220 out there. 240 back for Liang. Jack 9 deuce. This is all Artur as he's going to continue to chip up at this feature table.
Yeah, Archer obviously going to bet this. Hope his opponent has a 9x that can just stack off.
So strange seeing the Sleeping Dragon with a short stack. Maybe that's exactly where he wants them right now.
There was this funny hand that happened where Archer raised the button into Shuliang, and he defended the big blind with like 5 big blinds. And then came King Queen, and then Archer had Ace Queen, and he bet, call. Archer bet, jammed the turn. Shuliang called, and he had Ace King. And he just started cracking up because he was just trying to like slow roll him somehow. You know, he had 5 big blinds. It's not like Archer's ever going to fold to a shove pre.
Ah, that's why they said ace king against ace queen now. I think that was Jesse that was referring to the hand you're talking about from earlier.
So it's kind of like she'll not have anything in the big blind with 5 big blinds or whatever.
That's brilliant.
And then Archer just was, you know, stunned. He just couldn't believe it.
I was just about to ask whether we ever see Jesse limp this one up front, and he's done precisely that.
Seen actually a lot of limping here today from these like middling stacks that cover some of the players at the table. Kind of saves them some chips too when they get re-raised, but opportunity to play with the short stacks. Vogelsang in a great spot of ace-jack.
Well, here we go. Artur's not going anywhere. Covers both players, covers everyone behind. Bounty on the line.
Yeah, I could see him just reshoving, try to isolate this one. I'm sure part of him is wondering, is he ever getting trapped by Jesse? Deems that's not the case, and reshove.
Morton's got business to attend to. Oh my word.
This is actually a little tough.
How insane is this for Lee?
Because ace-10 performs pretty good against Artur's range.
It really does, right?
Maybe not as good against Vogelsang's range. It's a good laydown.
What's going on, bro? Fucking around? Gambling?
I love Jesse. Does get out of there.
I got him smoked.
Vogelsang flipping to get up to $1 million, by the way. Don't forget when we jumped in, he only had 235,000.
That's 50-50 against him.
If he can get there and convert this 46%, which is looking likely on the A7-4.
See it?
From 2 to 6 ounce. 6 or a 5 needed. Doesn't find it. And Lee would have doubled up against Artur in a side pot.
Right about that.
I really wonder what you're meant to do in Lee's shoes.
I don't think he would fold ace-jack.
Yeah.
I think he would go with it. But good news for
I would have rivered
Vogelsang.
you. I queen 10 suited. I would have rivered you, but
shortest stack.
He would have beat me. So when I got a bounty, I would have made a little bit of chips though out of there. 430 would have went to him. I would have made a little bit.
I'm honestly surprised to not see
But then Christoph has triple.
a multi-way all in
Have a
there.
little, yeah. I don't know.
Like I said,
It'd be way different.
people just have different approaches in the bounty. Who's right is still a little bit unclear, you know, and there's a lot of potential EV to be captured in this if you think someone else is playing incorrectly in some spots. And there's a lot of interesting scenarios that come up in this format.
Christoph on quite the spin up. What's Morton going to do here? 40 big blinds. Yeah, just going to rip it. He knows how valuable that bounty is. This is a huge spot for Artur. I mean, if he calls and is wrong, all of a sudden he's the man with a target on his back. As he'd be down to 650,000.
This seems like too many chips to call off ace 9.
Selling cards.
suited.
Let's it go. Klein cruising along. Couple of jams getting through for him.
Mark?
Players who may now start moving to your new tables once again. Main TV table is table number 1.
So it looks like
Table is table number 2.
Webster Lim just doubled up
Players, please move on to the next
against Roman Hrabets. His pocket nines holding against Roman's king 10. Cut off V button. This is a really fun table. We've got a nice mix here. A couple of the online guys, a couple of the OGs like Ensign and Greenwood. Got Mustafov, who's like a bull in a china shop. Ensign just jams. Oh, he's going to pick up the dead money out there. And Lucas Greenwood has taken the chip lead. Just half a big blind more than Alex Theologius. In third place, it's one of Fedor's crew. Samuel Muller making it out here for his second Triton event, or Triton Series rather. Final table bubbled that 30k, by the way, came 10th, 184,000, as Roman's going to kick us off with a mystery hand.
Nice hand here in position for Ensan. Queen 10 suited.
Doesn't cover though.
So if you're not covering, you're going to play it as a flat rather than 3-bet.
Does cover the big blind though. Charlotte with the ace-3 of diamonds. Flicking in the call. Jack 10-4, middle pair. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush for Hussein. Swing and a miss for the Frenchman. Based on the mystery hands from yesterday that we saw, my read is just always bluff now. I'm just going with just the most absurd bluff.
It has to be value at some point. Can't always come black, right?
I don't think the guys backstage are balanced enough with their with their bluff to value ratio, Randy.
So they see 5 blacks, they're like, all right, we bet on black again. I hear you. C-bet, 150k, quickly called by Ensan, middle pair, decent backdoors.
Sizable bet, by the way, into 2 opponents, half pot, inflating it to 600,000 now. Guess we just go Geo. We're looking to set it up, which would make sense, right, because of the bounties.
You always want to try, and set up bets where you can get your opponent all in if you've got a value hand, especially. Does check though, which is a sign of weakness. But Ensan's hand is not really looking to get check jammed on, which could happen given he's covered.
Oh boy. That feels like a B200 kind of river. Everything bricking, spades, every straight draw combo possible. Hrabets retains all of the ace-4s, and some overpairs as well.
But not at 100% frequency. I imagine the overpair bets the turn sometimes.
We know Roman doesn't mind playing big pot poker.
So 10 is very likely to be in Ensan's range given the action. He has to also ask what kind of jacks would check back. I would imagine like ace-jack is usually betting Ensan's spot on the turn. Maybe like a queen-jack would check back. So, of course it depends on his hand.
Oh,
he did just say all in, didn't he?
He did indeed. Real recognize real, Randy. I see this spot. I know I'm all in.
All right, so what has he got?
I'm going with... I was about to say king, queen, but that's kind of bad, right? Like, you want Hussein to have king, queen. Although king, queen's nice. Blocking... I don't know, man, actually. I was going to say king, queen, but now I'm against king, queen.
So you think he's bluffing, though?
I think he's bluffing.
If he was playing a jack in a different manner, once he sees check through in the turn, he can kind of throw some of the like ace jack in there in value now, right?
No, I'm joking. I think he's got it. I think he was trapping on the turn, and there's so many draws. Hussein flicks in the one chip call.
King jack, look at that.
Wow.
Nice value. Still got the bounty. What a play.
That's such a sick jam from Hrabets. Well played, sir. And a disastrous run out for Hussein. Everything bricking as we discussed. Ultimately opting to make the call, put on the cape against a very competent and aggressive Hrabets.
Yes,
Has shown the bad news.
45 with 107.
So it's not always a bluff, the mystery hand.
They've learned to be balanced.
Just
back
like
there,
that.
Man. They're learning. That was a great mystery hand, actually. Great board texture for it. What was your read on the situation?
I was basically saying that he can now value bet some of the jacks now, the way the turn kind of check through, which...
And is the plan to like check jam those jacks as well on the turn because of how many draws are out there?
Pretty sure he would have check jam his hand based on the action.
Sick. Sick hand played from Roman Hrabets there. Vaulting back up into pole position. He's going to activate once again. Mustafov just got a call with the ace-queen.
Yeah, there's not that much of a point to 3-bet the chip leader off of this very healthy stack. It's not like you can collect his bounty, so you're just inflating the pot, maybe just dealing yourself out of the tournament on accident when you have the covering stack of a lot of other players at your table.
Yeah, Faradin Mustafov comfortably 6th in chips with 19 left. As Randy alluded to, does not want to get in some awkward entanglement with the chip leader. That then puts him in a vulnerable position. I don't want to say the payouts are insignificant because the current payout is 5 figures.
Just c-bet 300 into 260.
That's gangster. Just immediately making it uncomfortable for all of Mustafov's floats.
Look at this. Not shaking. Roman might expect that like ace high would just fold, but look at that turn card for him. Gets there.
Spikes the 6 outer. Very disguised top pair here.
Could be a little bit of concern though. The pot is very inflated. Clearly, when he does the overbet c-bet, that should narrow the calling range of your opponent.
Is this the bottom of Mustafov's calling range here?
I suppose so.
Out of the pairless holdings.
I mean, of course, he'd call like ace-5 suited with backdoor flush draw. Check is great for Hrabets because it's very unlikely he's up against the set as played. He might even be able to go for thin value now against 8x, pocket pair, smaller. Likely would have heard from 10s plus pre-flop. or the turn.
This man just has one gear, it feels like. 600k into 860. And this is the exact entanglement we were talking about that Faradine wanted to avoid. And as a byproduct of taking the passive line pre-flop, is now potentially going to cost himself 900,000 if he clicks the call button here. The 600 plus the 300 he put in on the flop.
This is it's annoying because he thought his hand was good on the flop, which he was, but now his opponent is firing. He just saw Roman take some peculiar line with the king jack, right, and just stacking son 2x pot. So there's a lot going on at this table. Perhaps he's thinking, if my opponent had a bluff, would he turn barrel with like jack 10, queen jack? Does that pick up a gut shot?
I was thinking that.
So he's out. This is a tough chip leader.
Mate, it's tough on my eardrums, whoever keeps coughing directly into their damn mic. I'm going to have to go up there, mate. Go and have a word, Randy. Go on. Go sort them out.
Not sure if you've seen my physique. I don't think that's a good prospect.
You don't need to be, you know, threatening in a physical. You just be like, hey, guys.
Why don't you go then, buddy?
Give him the look.
No, you give him the look.
Give him the stare down.
And no. I don't mind a cough. I think it's quite lovely. Ace King ripping it in. 11 bigs.
I'm going to send you voice notes of me coughing into the mic.
Just the Coca-Cola opening cans is good enough for me.
Rabbit snap calls with the king jack as he goes bounty hunting. Greenwood in great shape. Looking likely to move his way up the leaderboard. Chasing his brother, Lucas Greenwood, who's currently second in chips. How dope would a heads-up match between the Greenwood brothers be?
It would be dope, but I don't think Roman's going to let that happen. He's going to try to knock out one with a jack in the window.
Are you clairvoyant, Randy?
No.
Just
what I saw.
predicting the 3 outer before it rolled off. Greenwood.
I'm going to keep this for myself, okay?
1 card away
Take you with me.
from elimination. And it's confirmed on the 6 of diamonds river as Rabbits continues to climb up to 5.3 million now. 3 huge pots going his way. And 2 bounties in the space of 3 hands.
How many bounties now? 11?
117 to 107. 107.
117 is going to 107.
Wonder how many bounties he's got.
Quite a few, because he actually collected 2 bounties earlier in the day in one hand alone. He's living the life.
So the EV of his 4 bounties is 320,000, and he might have more.
He might his bounties might be worth more than second place.
That's pretty
at
wild.
some point. He could just knock out the rest of the field at the rate he's going.
This would be a good tournament to do it in.
Yeah, you get rewarded not only with the trophy and the top prize, but obviously all of the bounties as well. Jack 6 suited, eyeballing that stack to see if he can just pounce.
140.
Webster's a little bit too deep to just open jam, as Webster's sitting on 31 bigs to start this hand.
I mean, how do these players respond? So brutal when you're up against someone like Roman. Sleeping Dragon just doubled up, by the way, over on table 1.
Webster defends, king 3 off.
Both players completely whiffing. Webster in front with the king high, but getting this one to showdown is going to be tough, especially with that man.
Well, if a c-bet drops in, he's going to just win this quickly on the flop.
I think with a jack, where you can pick up equity on a 9 or a 10.
I think more importantly
7 or a 5.
is also you kind of block some of the continues, you know, the gut shots. Jack 9, Jack 10, which helps.
It's so tough to play against this guy. Is that 4 hands in a row?
He's been the winner every single time.
Oh, Juliang fresh off that double. Now I'm going to defend against the open of Jesse Lonis. That's a fun flop. Gut shot for both. Juliang in front with the ace high. Jesse did open from the hijack. Covered by everyone behind, bar the Sleeping Dragon.
85. 85.
Honestly, it's the glasses for me.
For Juliang?
Yeah. It's just that the glasses make the Sleeping Dragon, you know? No diamond in sight.
Likely going for check call, especially with no diamond. Try to hit the 7 or ace, maybe the best hand already.
It's going to be tough for Liang to continue in any fashion now. Should he face a double barrel? Well, having said that, double barreling isn't an easy thing to do here against the big blind on this board.
Right, because when you see a check call on the flop, they often have a pair straight draw or pair of a heart, and they often won't be folding both players with high card.
410k out there to fight for, a crucial pot for both.
Shu Liang might be tempted to bluff himself, actually. Ace 9 is hard to show down as a winner. But then the king is supposed to improve the pre-flop raiser.
Literally feels like this is the only hand you're beating, right? The Queen Jack O, maybe a weaker Ace X.
There's more King X's in Jesse Lonis's range, although I'm not convinced all of those King X combos would c-bet this type of flop. You know, like a King Queen. Yeah, check back makes sense. What a lovely result for Shu Liang. He's on a roller coaster. 915k now, it's not too shabby.
Those ones are so painful to lose.
I feel like if I just threw in any more chips, that pot is mine.
Yeah.
So if I bet the turn or river, could have got that, but it's hard to do.
So painful.
No.
He's not clairvoyant like you, Randy.
Yes, I'm clairvoyant apparently.
Yeah, that one's gonna sting. And they always do. I guess you beat some hands like Jack 9, Jack 7, but not many.
It's okay.
Wow.
I change.
Have the ties turned in Jesse's favour. Didn't bluff at the previous spot, but now has a great opportunity to double up, as we know. He's going to get called pretty lightly here.
How much?
This is more than enough of a hand for Artur.
You see him instantly asking how much. Saw him perk up like, all right, did someone say all in? It's a short stack. Let me do some math. 18 remaining.
All in?
Interested.
There's one of his fours dead. Julien going to get out of that. That's Will Lee. Jesse in fantastic shape. After losing that hand to the Sleeping Dragon to bounce right back in this thing. 1.4 million chip pot. All in brought to you by Bet ACR. Oh, hello. Never easy, is it? Artur picking up 4 additional outs in the form of a wheel draw. Backdoor diamonds working for him as well. Oh my word.
Clean.
Does have the redraw. Doesn't find it. So he makes
You have to bow.
a wheel on the turn.
Do I hold on now, or
1.4 million chip pot plus a bounty. We're down to 17. And Jesse, just like that, 2 hands not going his way, out of the tournament in 18th. It's one of those shoulda, coulda, woulda kind of situations, perhaps. Had he just found the bet there with the Queen Jack, would have been a different story.
You can't be mad busting in the bounty format, though, because you just have to expect players are just going to go after it, and it just happens. GG. Good game. Jesse Lonis.
GG's indeed. If I was a betting man, my money would be on Artur. He's bossing it around, and you can put your money where your mouth is over on Bet ACR. You can check out the all-new Bet ACR Sportsbook, your exclusive live betting destination to wager on players in Triton events. Receive a 15% free play, up to $250 on your first deposit. I want to know the odds. I mean, Artur, 3 million. Alex Silogis, 3 million. Lucas Greenwood, 3.3. Roman Krabas, 5.4. Head on over to ACR and take a look yourselves.
Maybe not. We have 17 players. So
665.
665. Yeah, so maybe not. Yeah.
Maybe not. How they decide? Random or? Okay. No random.
So on the outer table, we do have 3 tables. We've got RC Katola, Ruller, Maslak, Lin. Renlin, who we saw lose with the aces against Ona's King High Flush, he managed to re-enter and spin up a stack. He's playing 1.2 million over there. Greenwood with 3.3 million, bossing it about. This is shaping up to be a fun one. Real characters left in this one. Number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list, Punat Punsri, who covers the Frenchman, by the way.
But he is covered in suit.
Note how Shallow opted to min open. Happy to try and induce with a hand as strong as Ace King, but it has allowed Punsri to vault into the lead on the Queen 6-3. Middle pair backdoor hearts against ace high.
Yeah, this is one of the issues of not outright ripping it pre, is players are going to go after your bounty if they cover you. Please start with the C-bet on this type of texture, though.
There it is. Less than quarter pot. So many gut shots and straight draws out there. I say straight draws. The 4-5 plus the gut shots.
135.
Punsri opting to check raise.
That's a very interesting play.
With this middle pair. Perhaps a board texture that he feels like is just being overstabbed by the Frenchman.
He must not think that Salle would bluff him in this spot just because he's covered. Going to take this price in position. It's going to get very dicey for Punat, though.
There's 490 out there. Jack of Hearts finding its way to the turn. Giving Charlotte the nut flush draw to go along with his 2 overs and Broadway draw. And yeah.
He might just jam.
It makes sense, right? Like you check raise flop, you now pick up a flush draw on the turn. Yeah, there it is. All you can eat. The money has found its way into the middle. Punsri in the lead. 2-1 favorite, sorry. 2-3 favorite. Jesus. What's happening to me today, Randy?
425.
Charlotte needs a heart, ace, king, or a 10 to stay alive. And he finds it.
Wow.
Little flush over flush situation. See, all the money went in on the turn.
That feels good. Not so much for Puna, who's down to what? 3 big blinds or so?
Yeah, down to 130k.
Time for a comeback.
Yeah.
Very easy to quadruple up in this one.
Really gonna need a spin here.
I'll say the rest of the table is salivating.
110 behind that.
Thank you.
Those Punat bucks.
They're not easy bucks to get, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, when there are 3 big blinds, they're gonna try.
You know, one of the chip leaders is certainly going to be interested. Does have Roman Krabets on his direct left to worry about. Roman's got an ace.
It's going to at least limp in the spot.
Yeah, there's the over limp. Puna actually has a hand. That's hilarious.
This is great for him.
They were just talking about how he could potentially quadruple up because of how short he is, and I mean, that's going to be a real opportunity for him to at least triple up here. That's if we're assuming that Alex hasn't limped in to then fold.
Outplayed. Hard to get.
Yeah, but good for him to raise, of course. Hoping someone re-ISOs it. Maybe he can get it heads up.
Oh, lovely game.
Also kick out that big blind.
Yeah, there we go. Shakes the Jack 8.
Now, Fiola just has to be very careful because Roman covers.
They're so deep, though, I mean.
But there's all sorts of weird things that could happen. Maybe he calls and then Roman ISOs. You know, it's just a little bit tricky. He's hoping for a call, of course.
What does Roman do? I mean, 70 big blinds effective against Alex. It's not like he can just mash here. Yeah, it just makes the call. Here we go. I mean, Punat's got 41% equity. 3 ways. Jack, 10, 8. Mustafov would have flopped top and bottom.
Feels like Roman's got the worst piece, despite having the best hand currently.
Yeah, how does he even win this? He just needs to hold with ace high, right?
Yeah.
A 7 or an ace would give someone else a straight, as would the 9. This is absurd. This is a 40k mystery bounty for those of you watching thinking, what on earth is going on? King of diamonds on the turn. Giving Punat top pair and an open-ender. Does give Alex a flush draw to go along with his open-ender, although we can see the queen would actually give Roman Broadway.
I think we just throw in the last 5k now. I mean, you have top pair. Might as well get that little extra value from your opponents.
What an absurd hand. He's going to get 2 calls.
Yeah, because they still have to beat Punat's hand, so there's no point in isolating into a dry side pot.
Roman needs a non-diamond queen. Alex needs a queen. Oh, sorry, a diamond or a 7. Queen wouldn't work for him. $470 out there. And Punat's going to hold. Punat with a triple up and then some. Ace on the river. Giving Hrabets top pair, but no good.
Oh, sure.
I thought it could be.
Damn, look,
I didn't want to see a diamond.
Look at the third.
Look at the third. Wow.
So many outs.
The guy's just enjoying
had my outs
a little
too,
post-mortem there. After that action driving turn card.
He was so like confident about the turn and actually.
Yeah, I saw the turn. I'm like, yeah.
There's a big pot growing here.
So this went Sleeping Dragon raised to 80k from the cutoff. Artur made the call. On the flop of King Jack 3, Artur check called a bet of 80,000. On the turn he check called a bet of 160,000. And he's now facing a triple barrel. Juliang betting half pot once more. You can see he has the goods.
Yeah, Shu can safely value bet the river because he didn't get check raise on the turn off of that stack.
It's the Sleeping Dragon as well, Randy.
He's the guy that can triple barrel bluff
Right?
with anything. It could just be like 5-4 offsuit.
Artur with the side call when he's going to get the bad news. And just like that, when we were moaning earlier on how we're surprised that Juliang doesn't have a stack, never really get to see him when he was down to 280,000. He's like, hold on, boys. I got you. Back up to 1.6.
His image is really paying off. 3 barrel get paid off by Jack, 6 middle pair. Really only he can get that done.
Love to see so many people tuning in for this one. Do let us know, as always, whereabouts in the world you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. And of course, if you haven't already, just taking a couple of seconds out of your day to just click that like button, drop us a follow or a subscribe.
I thought I raced actually.
Really means a lot to the team.
That's what it looked like to me.
I thought
Helps
that I
us
raced and
continue
then I
to
was
grow
like, oh, I actually limped. Okay.
this
How
epic
good
production
does
product
this
that
guy
we're
run?
putting out
Even
year
though
round.
He didn't even lose at a big line.
Yeah, even on
For
the
free,
misclick.
Randy. And it's not only the live stops that we're doing now. They've got you working overtime, bro.
So maybe if I would have if I raised,
those
then
cash
maybe I would have
games.
called, you know, better price.
Yeah,
Sure. Right. This one big blind is what dictated it.
Lovely for Punat. 10 big blinds, queens, and everyone wants your bounty.
400.
This is absurd.
Oh, and Ace-Jack is a monster against this range.
This is actually absurd. The amount of spin-up stories we've had. Mustafov going to look to put an end to it. Buzz Jam obviously going to get snapped off. So we've got number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list. Punat Punsri
Bad juju there.
on a real spin here.
Queen on the floor, come on.
Was down to 3 bigs. Got a triple up just moments ago. Could now double
Probably
up
better
to
for you
20
for us
bigs.
to both have even stats.
If he can just
one person
hold
have
with
a
the
lot,
queens. Bulgarian Mustafov looking for an ace. And now running diamonds or running straight cards. All in brought to you by WPT Global. None of those presenting themselves on the turn, so now it's an ace and an ace only.
And he's back.
Needed for Mustafov. Doesn't find it. How about that for a spin up?
From 135k to 1.1 million.
Fun format.
Punat's pretty happy about that.
Do you know who else are happy, Randy? All of the Thai viewers in the chat going crazy. Pum mi kwam suk makrap.
I don't know what that means. Translate, please.
That means I'm very happy in Thai.
There we go.
Which I'm sure they are after that double up. Mate, this is like playing at Nou Camp or Wembley or Santiago Bernabeu. This is the poker equivalent.
Nicest venue.
It
By
really
far.
is, man. What a spin up. 17 left. Only lost 3 players since we returned from break. Working our way down to the final table. We'll be at 8-handed final table.
Theologists trying to limp into chip leader. Roman, queen deuce offsuit.
Now, both these guys have a ton of experience playing different types of bounty tournaments online. Can guarantee you that they've studied a ton.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Alex actually has, I want to say, a course or at least some training videos.
Yeah, I believe you're right about that. He's a bounty specialist, all different formats. I would trust his judgment.
It looks like he's sprinkled out a little tickle.
A min bet?
Yeah. Graphics just lagging a little bit. There we go. Roman's already pitched it. Not as chatty today as it has been over the previous 3 days.
We did have some chat earlier in the day, but always when we get to the final 2-3 tables, it's business time. And there's a lot going on in terms of thinking how to change my ranges based on where the short stack is and big stacks, so you do want to be concentrating. No distractions. 10-7 of hearts for Monte-Carlo, who had a very swingy day. Shu Liang has got a pretty nice hand. King Queen suited on the button. 32 bigs.
It's so funny because now I know that he call trapped the ace king earlier on. Artur must be a little bit scared of this flat.
I mean, that's a little different because he had 5 big blinds, but in general, yeah, you do need to be concerned, and that is pretty good for Shu Liang. Not too shabby, though, for Monte-Carlo, right? He's got the gut shot, 1 over to the 8.
3-2-5 out there. Wants to start trying to get hands like ace high, king high, broadways to fold. He comes out firing half pot. There's a turn card in this deck, Randy.
9 of spades.
Yes, sir. That is going to get Zhu Liang the full double. He's currently ahead with just king high. Let's see how both players continue if they remain unimproved, which they do on the deuce of clubs. I mean, advantage Artur, right, in terms of overpairs, has all of the sets, has very decent 8x in his opening range. You know how wide he's been opening up until now.
360.
He's not going to slow down.
Yeah, the way the hand's playing out, Shu Liang's got to be a little bit careful that he is up against an overpair. Got position, great draw. King or queen is usually good if you manage to hit that. Call and see what's up.
This guy is so sick, man.
He must be thinking, can I jam and get folds? A little bit less likely when you are the covered stack.
Rather than playing a guessing game on rivers where he bricks. But I have to agree, yeah.
I think most players play this as a flat.
It does make the call. 1.4 million out there. It does brick out, Randy. I'm kind of glad it did. I mean, let's see. Let's see what Artur does here.
This is a bad card, though, for Artur, because he shouldn't have many 5x's. So how thin would he be able to go for value when a 4-liner shows up? Of course, he's still jamming all of the sets. He's still jamming like 9s plus.
9s feels a bit thin, man.
I mean, it's almost the same thing as all overpairs, I think, is the same as played as this run out. I don't think Shu Liang is flatting like 10s plus.
Fair.
Wow, he's so sick.
That's so gangster.
Obviously, it's great that he doesn't have spades in his hand, which is what Shu Liang had, as he can bluff those hands out. Amazing play.
Well done, Artur. Love to see the commitment to just running a big, bold bluff when needed.
He's so good.
Just fearless, man. Absolutely fearless. He's like, well, we're on TV. If I don't do it, I'm going to get roasted by the boys later on.
Come on, we know Arthur. He would have did it anyways, TV or not.
That's true.
He's a tough player.
That is true. 17 remain.
What a hand. Really, that was amazing.
Roman Habits leads the pack. 5.4 million. Overwhelming chip leader, by the way. Has 2 million more than Lucas Greenwood, who's currently second in chips.
What do we have over here?
So it looks like our man Maslak put on the cape. Was a blind v blind confrontation against Samuel Muller. So Sam 3x out of the small with King 4-0. Maslak called with 10-7 offsuit. Came King 10-6 rainbow. Went bet 1-3-5 call. Turn 5 of spades rainbow. Check check. 620k in the middle. River 3 of clubs. Muller overbet jammed. 2.6 million. Asking Maslak for all of his 910,000. He put on the cape with 10-7 and got shown the bad news. So with that, the Austrian faults up into second. We're down to 16. So we have a little mystery hand over here. Button versus big blind.
So Kiat started his hand with about 13 big blinds. Min raised the button. You see bet the flop min. 10 of clubs looking pretty good on this board run out.
3-7-5 out there. Only losing to 3 cards. Does check back.
Maybe more because boats show up.
Board pairing river, and I wonder what Artur does here now.
Well, if he's got a decent club, he would just jam this for value.
That would make sense, as you'd want to get that bounty.
All in.
There is the jam. I think if the board doesn't pair, we just snap call.
I still think we call, though. Our first question, of course, is which club does Arthur still jam for value? So, is he still jamming Jack of clubs? If so, you know, it changes how you perceive things. Is he still jamming 9 of clubs? Hard to say. Bluffs do exist, right? There's open some straight draws, right? 5-6 red. They would check call min bet on the flop. Bluff the river in this spot. It just feels like the 10 of clubs is a little bit too strong, but if he can make a really nice read.
He's made the call. Oh
What?
my.
That hurts. Boats.
Artur with a full house. Running 8s.
Turn on the river.
Sit open on 1.
After that insane bluff just moments ago. Now gets fortunate with the run out.
I thought he was nervous.
As we all do it
He's
sometimes.
not calling.
Claims another bounty. Kiat Lee departing in 16th.
Oh my god.
Saw a bit of a smirk on Kiat's face. Understandably so.
That's a rough way to lose. You're hoping to see. Oh, you're just expecting if I lose, I'm probably up against a bigger club, and he shows you King 8, full house, for running 8s. That hurts.
Oh, nothing good can happen at the cost. Yeah, either more than me or good.
So I do believe we're down to 15. Just waiting for the app to update. Yeah, Catley out in 16th. So Vogelsang is now the shortest stack in the field with 13 bigs. Everyone guaranteed $52,000. Sorry, I do apologize. $47,000 for their efforts.
Notice that Vogelsang folded Queen 10 offsuit on the button with 13 bigs. Mainly because it's a bounty format and players are just going to go after it.
175.
Right, 125.
Archer. 3.5x Queen 4 offsuit into Morton Klein. Klein's got A6. He can hang in there.
That does surprise me to see the Queen 10 folded.
Look at that. Morton just knows what's up. 3-bet rip. 1.375 million.
Bad timing.
That's the third time Morton's jammed on Artois. Just like, sit down, pal. Leave me alone.
Thank you for the chips.
Absolutely bossing it. As are the owners of our official timekeeper, Jacob and Co. I mean, it's been a couple of years now that we've partnered with Jacob and Co. They continue to create these incredible timepieces. And they're not just about the diamonds, the sapphires, or the rubies. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, it's just the one brand to check out. They've been embedding playful spirit in some of their timepieces, Randy, that we've seen on the wrists of some players that frequent the Triton Series. I'm talking about a functioning roulette wheel inside their Astronomia Casino timepiece. We saw KT brandishing in Cyprus. He was taking bets, bro.
I've heard.
Absolute boss.
Slight pause in the action. I'm going to assume rebalancing.
And then the clock is now updated for 15 remaining, okay?
Either rebalancing or
do we
waiting.
have a break after this level?
For catch up?
Yeah.
It was after this, then it was changed for one more level. Okay, but we will have short break when
it's a redraw. Yeah, it takes a long time. Every level takes a long time.
Arthur wants to go and stretch his legs. Maybe he's hungry. Hungry for chips. It looks like Alex Theologius is going to be brought over to that table.
40. It's 555. 555.
There we go. So we've got 3 tables of 5. Alex perhaps going to be happy to get away from the main stage, as that's where he had the chip leader, Roman Krabets, on his direct left.
I think more importantly, he's getting moved to the table with Vogelsang, who's sitting on 13 bigs. Shu Liang with 20 bigs. Stacks he can cover and collect that bounty.
Mate, good luck getting Sleeping Dragon's bounty, okay?
He just shows up with Ace King with 5 bigs in a raise pot.
Good luck getting that man's bounty. And that gold table 3, the total on 23 bigs. Rendlin on 23 bigs. Alexander Yard on 38 big blinds. Lucas Greenwood on 67 big blinds. And second in chips, Samuel Moller on 83 bigs. Now our attention over here. About 15 minutes left with big blind 50k.
Joinable.
One more elimination needed before that 2-table rebalance. It's gotten a lot deeper now. I mean, with the quick-paced eliminations that we've had over the last couple of orbits. Average stack is now 41 big blinds. As Alex activates immediately. Welcomes himself to the table. Note the ace-9 fold, by the way.
A bit less, but yeah, almost.
Christoph is definitely someone that I would be taking note from. We saw the Queen-10 fold, now we just get to see the ace-9 fold.
Yeah, it just feels like some players have very different ideas of how to approach some of these hands. And we saw Kiat open Queen-10 offsuit, same stack on the button. So it's interesting to see.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. The exact same hand. The exact same kind of stack depth. Sleeping Dragons defended the big and flopped best on the Queen-9 deuce.
$70.
He won't be going anywhere to this c-bet. Just 25% pot.
Should be happy to check call. Taking his time.
Yeah, he does like to ponder over every spot. Doesn't force it, doesn't rush it. Just a thinking player.
Strategic, of course.
7 of hearts does complete the obvious draw, being the front door flush draw. Both players without a heart in hand.
Would be helpful to have a heart for Alex to multi-barrel this one for backup.
Checks through. Liang with the check mark. How does he want to proceed? What do you think, Randy? I mean, this feels like a hand you just want to try and get to showdown, right?
Yeah, it's hard to get called by worse. It's a pretty bad river card still.
9.
Happy to show it down.
9 is good.
I was hoping you would say deuce.
Alex, who was up to 3.7 million, and then that pesky Roman Kravets on his left took the chip lead away from him. He's still got a very healthy 2.5 million. How about that? Artur Martirosyan with perhaps the bluff of the tournament so far earlier on. If you didn't watch that, you can scroll back through. That 10-7 of hearts. Epic bluff against the Sleeping Dragon.
Archer opening 10-8 offsuit in the cutoff. Blinds are not too shallow, actually.
There's probably some people watching this who've only just joined over the last couple of minutes or so, Randy, thinking, what is this whale doing? You're seeing some of the opens that we've seen. This is a bounty tournament, a mystery bounty at that. So there's so much value to be had in playing wider when you cover the players behind, try and flop a piece, enough of a piece to stack them. As we see, Artur does flop best on the Jack-10 deuce, but the LO just with those two overs, open-ender and dominating diamond.
90.
Doesn't unfaze Artur.
Yeah, Artur also isn't really expecting check raises from Alex due to the stack depth. Playing about 50 big blinds.
I mean, 9 of diamonds rolls off on the turn, bro. You're gonna see some fireworks. Well, it's not the 9 of diamonds, but it is the 4 of diamonds. Giving both players a diamond draw. Still advantage Artur with that pair of 10s.
Should see Artur check this one back and realize his equity, try to show down cheaply. His kicker also is not so great. No need to inflate the pot. Brilliant river card for a Theologist.
Do we ever extend rope to Artur here, expecting him to bluff on this river?
We certainly can, as long as Artur is also value betting weak aces, you know, like ace-5, ace-6, things like this. If those hands are checking back and playing cautious, then there's more merit to betting ourselves. Otherwise, checking is nice if we can depend on Artur to value bet the ace and try and rep it. But he's just going to shoot out 550k.
No overbet.
It's a bit greedy.
I love it. Why not go greedy? His range is going to be polar from the big. Retains all of the flushes. And just really putting those hands that you mentioned, you know, the ace-x that have rivered a pair, perhaps with a diamond blocker, in a world of pain.
In terms of bluffs that Alex is representing, it's basically 8-9 and Queen-9 and King-9. Suppose Queen-8 as well. Especially if a diamond. Even without a diamond, you could see him bluffing this spot, given the turn check through. Blocking flushes isn't as relevant.
This isn't posturing from Artur. He's genuinely considering calling this one off, but does ultimately land on the correct decision and folds. Had me thinking he was going to try and be a bit of a hero there for a second.
Be a tough hero call to make with his hand.
That's the thing about doing the commentary though, isn't it? You know, with these guys, they're so good. It's just impossible to get a read on exactly what they're going to do at all times.
Right, I mean, that's why they're the best in the world, you know. They're very good at balancing their ranges, so it's just like only value. They try their best to find bluffs in every spot. And it's also fun to watch because sometimes they deviate at certain moments, and you know, that's where the poker comes in. Is he getting out of line a little bit more now? Is he overfolding in some spots? It's always fun to watch.
That's where they make it really tough for us.
We're here for the entertainment.
Now we've seen a couple of tight laydowns from Christoph so far. This one, a different proposition. It's the chip leader opening, and he's in the big blind with ace-9.
Yeah, this is a little bit better because you said the chip leader's opening. Before it was Alex Theologist, and Alex is covered by Artur and out of position, so his value range should be more narrow in terms of opening. So you can see the difference is he's willing to jam on Artur, who has even more air in his opening range.
Yeah, it definitely has more fold equity here.
Also helps that there's no players to act behind him as he's in the big. There's the call.
Here we go. To get us down to the final two tables, Artur needs to find a king or a 5 or some clubs. Christoph, on so many occasions that I've called the action on over the last 2 years, in these final two table kind of situations has
fair fight.
Run really bad.
You're right about that.
And well,
story continuing.
Perhaps with 2 cards to come, it's looking likely. As Vogelsang now finds himself drawing to 6 outs. 6 outs once. He will be out in 15th unless he can find an ace or a 9. Brutal.
Good game.
GG's. He knows it's one of those tournaments where the variance is really going to be through the roof. A couple of spinny spots. But the biggest spin.
We are redrawing now,
get
right?
back up to 1.3 million.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
Dodging the
unable
big
to
lines
hold as we lose the Triton champion. In 15th, we'll be
Just
seeing
need to stay away
more
from
of him.
Arabic tables.
For sure.
Do the same.
Yeah, Vogelsang, he just runs so bad. Definitely under EV at Triton events.
Yeah, of course.
Does feel that way. So there is going to be a final 2-table redraw with that elimination. I think we're just going to wait for hands on the outer tables to conclude.
Here we are.
So jumping into the action here, we've got a 4-bet pot. It went Renlin open from the cutoff 100k. Lucas Greenwood 3-bet to 250k on the button. Alexandre Riard 4-bet for half of his stack to 775 out of the small blind, leaving himself 765k back. Greenwood called. There's 1.8 million out there, and it came 653 rainbow. Action is still on the Frenchman.
He's very taking his time. Given how much is in there, how much is remaining, you would think he would be jamming most of his range on this board.
I mean, this is a really intricate part of the game tree, right? Oh.
Jam and call.
I believe, did he just open jam?
He did open jam and he snap called it off.
So, cards on their backs.
GG.
GG's to Alexandre Riard, who jammed with the ace-queen. Ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds. Lucas Greenwood had pocket jacks, snap called, and held across turn and river. He's now up to 5 million and tied at the top with Roman Trabets. And here we got Julien checking back top pair.
Ooh, what a turn card for Arthur. Arthur is running great.
This is disgusting. Not only has he turned the second nuts, Liang's got a disguised top pair, and to go along with it, Randy, he's got an open ender of his own.
Yeah, he's definitely going nowhere. And Arthur, the way he's been betting, has allowed him to collect bounties over and over again. He's already collected 6 bounties. And with a 350k bet, over bet, he's seeking the 7th right now.
That's insane. I mean, if he gets the 7th, the EV of those bounties alone is worth 560k. And I just don't see a world in which Liang gets away from this on the turn.
Definitely at least calling in this spot. There's the call. 725k back, 950 in the middle.
Come on, Liang. Find the chop, bro. Queen of diamonds.
It's a pretty scary card, isn't it? Front door flush gets there. Jack 10, which is double gutter, gets there.
Yeah.
And if you're already beat by 2 pair plus.
Maybe this river card is going to save the sleeping dragon. Maybe.
maybe. But Archer is definitely still going to value jam in this spot.
Oh, for sure.
That's no questions asked. There we go.
So don't forget, we're going to be down to 2 tables. This is the final hand being played on this feature before the rebalancing happens. If Liang can just fold, get away from it, regroup, let the rebalancing happen, he's going to still have 15 big blinds to try and spin back up. If he calls, he's out.
Feels like the main bluff he would be up against is 8x, and he's holding that. So I feel like he can weight it towards value a little bit more. Because with an overbet on the turn.
Does he want to get sticky? So many cards that beat him. As you mentioned, those 2 pairs would still jam. Jack 10, which would have been a double gut shot on the turn, gets there on the river. Front door diamonds, holding an 8. It's bad for him. All the reasons to fold, but perhaps the main reason to call is that this is Artur, the chip leader. We've seen him run massive bluffs. We know he's capable of digging deep and finding them. I thought he was about to throw in the 1 chip there.
He knows. Nicely done.
That's a great fold. That's a great fold. You know, the check back on the flop as well. Yeah, I feel like had he fired out a c-bet there, I think we're losing the Sleeping Dragon. He's just finding ways to stay alive.
Here you go.
Artur up to 85 bigs, and you said 6 bounties already for him? The EV of those bounties alone worth 480,000, and on top of that, he finds himself 4th in chips as we come back to the break desk. Final 2 table redraw. Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, Randy, I mean, yeah, we've got a show on our hands.
It's a tough final 13, especially the top 5. Roman, chip leader, 5.2 million, 100 big blinds. Lucas, I mean, this is very deep, isn't it? Average stack is 48 big blinds, and there's 4 players with 85 plus.
All guaranteed 52,000. Not that we've been focused on the payouts that much, because they just seem to be caring about the bounties that have an EV worth 80k. But those pay jumps do make a difference as we work our way down to the final table, of course. But yeah, I think we're going to see the likes of Rabets, Artur, and those big stacks go bounty hunting when we return. Final 2 tables. Don't go too far. A quick 10-minute break here before continuing coverage of the 40k mystery bounty. We'll see you very shortly.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Attention MTT players. We're excited to announce the most significant advancement in ICM solving history. Now, with GTO Wizard AI, you can study post-flop ICM strategies with unparalleled speed and precision. Whether you're competing in classic MTTs, satellites, PKOs, or mystery bounties, this upgrade lets you simulate any payout structure, bounty format, and stack sizes. Get ready to dominate with GTO Wizard AI.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Gives Martirosian duck soup. Bottom set, 165 in the middle.
This is pretty big trouble for Juan. One of the better flops for 5-4 off. And he expects a c-bet very, very often on this board texture. Maybe he's contemplating check raise from time to time, and it looks like he is going to go for just that as he grabs 135,000. Music to your ears. You're holding a set. Extremely dry texture. You're hoping your opponent's fast playing a 10x. But there isn't any reason to re-raise, because if your opponent has a bluff, you don't want them to go away when you're this strong. So call we go.
Martirosian laying rope. The turn is problematic, potentially for Artur. For the time being, though, it's delightful because it could give Juan Pardo an excuse to continue to barrel.
This is a pretty good turn card for Juan. Yeah. You know, like an open-ended straight draw. He check-raised small on the flop, so it's not unreasonable that he might still have the best hand. It doesn't necessarily need to be 10x plus. Juan could be up against just 2 overs with backdoor flush draw. Maintaining control with 140k. Obviously, Artur loves this. It might make him lean towards Juan more likely having a 10x that check raise the flop, given there's still another barrel on the turn. It shouldn't be like pure air for Juan.
140k into 435. Now Martirosian's looking across the way, seeing that Pardo just has 435 back, so he doesn't feel compelled to apply the pressure here, as the SPR is such that you could see Pardo come across 3 streets. Now this is a weird one on the river for Pardo. He makes the 5s and 4s to improve, but all the ace-x gets there. Not sure how much 6x he's worried about.
Yeah, it's an interesting card because now you overtake 10x in overpairs, but like you mentioned, you lose to like a wheel ace, and whether it be paired or just like ace-king or something like this. Still, though, I think it's time to just check and hope for the best, and for the deuces, pretty terrible run out. Good news for him, though, it did get checked to him, so won't be losing this pot. Artur might think that Juan would keep betting if he was beat, so there could be some merit for him to jam to try to collect the bounty against the 10x. If Artur is bluffing somehow, it's some kind of 5x that feels it needs to turn itself into a bluff.
All in.
This is pretty impressive given the board run out with the set.
I mean, he just expects that Pardo would have been heard from if he had an ace or a 6 here. So a set of deuces just happy to jam. And by the way, note that on those rare occasions in which, let's say, Pardo has a set of 5s, you might clear that hand.
Yes, you're right. You might. To be honest, I think you would. I don't really see him calling with 5-4. Oh, he did call.
Yikes.
What a value bet from Arthur. Collects the bounty. That's world class.
Give the wrong number. You give the wrong.
Ah, okay.
Well, if he's willing to call with 5s and 4s, Randy, he obviously would have hung in there with a set of 5s. You see,
Triton event, or Triton Series rather. Final table bubbled that 30k, by the way. Came 10th, 184,000, as Roman's going to kick us off with a mystery hand.
Nice hand here in position for Insan. Queen 10 suited.
Doesn't cover though.
So if you're not covering, you're going to play it as a flat rather than 3-bet.
Does cover the big blind though. Charlotte with the ace-3 of diamonds. Flicking in the call. Jack 10-4, middle pair. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush for Hussein. Swing and a miss for the Frenchman. Based on the mystery hands from yesterday that we saw, my read is just always bluff now. I'm just going with just the most absurd bluff.
It has to be value at some point. Can't always come black, right?
I don't think the guys backstage are balanced enough with their with their bluff to value ratio, Randy.
So they see 5 blacks, they're like, all right, bet on black again. I hear you. C-bet, 150k, quickly called by Insan, middle pair, decent backdoors.
Sizable bet, by the way, into 2 opponents, half pot, inflating it to 600,000 now. Guess we just go Geo. We're looking to set it up, which would make sense, right, because of the bounties.
You always want to try, and set up bets where you can get your opponent all in if you've got a value hand, especially. Does check though, which is a sign of weakness. But Insan's hand is not really looking to get check jammed on, which could happen given he's covered.
Oh boy. That feels like a B200 kind of river. Everything bricking, spades, every straight draw combo possible. Rabets retains all of the ace-4s, and some overpairs as well.
But not at 100% frequency. I imagine the overpair bets the turn sometimes.
We know Roman doesn't mind playing big pot poker.
So 10 is very likely to be in Insan's range given the action. He has to also ask what kind of jacks would check back. I would imagine like ace jack is usually betting Insan's spot on the turn. Maybe like a queen jack would check back. So, of course it depends on his hand. Oh, he did just say all in, didn't he?
He did indeed. Real recognized real, Randy. I see this spot. I know I'm all in.
All right, so what has he got?
I'm going with... I was about to say king, queen, but that's kind of bad, right? Like, you want Hussein to have king, queen. Although king, queen's nice. Blocking... I don't know, man, actually. I was going to say king, queen, but now I'm against king, queen.
So you think he's bluffing, though?
I think he's bluffing.
If he was playing a jack in a different manner, once he sees check through in the turn, he can kind of throw some of the like ace jack in there in value now, right?
No, I'm joking. I think he's got it. I think he was trapping on the turn, and there's so many draws. Hussein flicks in the 1-chip call.
King Jack, look at that.
Wow.
Nice value. Still got the bounty. What a play.
That's such a sick jam from Hrabets. Well played, sir. And a disastrous run out. Threatening in a physical. You just be like, hey, guys.
Why don't you go then, buddy?
Give him the look.
No, you give him the look.
Give him the stare down.
And I don't mind a cough. I think it's quite lovely. Ace King ripping it in. 11 bigs.
I'm going to send you voice notes of me coughing into the mic.
Just the Coca-Cola opening cans is good enough for me.
Rabbit snap calls with the King Jack as he goes bounty hunting. Greenwood in great shape. Looking likely to move his way up the leaderboard. Chasing his brother, Lucas Greenwood, who's currently second in chips. How dope would a heads-up match between the Greenwood brothers be?
Could be dope, but I don't think Roman's going to let that happen. He's going to try to knock out one with a jack in the window.
Are you clairvoyant, Randy?
No.
Just
what I saw.
predicting the 3 outer before it rolled off. Greenwood.
I'm going to keep this for myself, okay?
1 card away
Take you with me.
from elimination. And it's confirmed on the 6 of diamonds river as Hrabets continues to climb up to 5.3 million now. 3 huge pots going his way. And 2 bounties in the space of 3 hands.
How many bounties now? 11?
117 to 107. 107.
Well, have the ties turned in Jesse's favour. Didn't bluff at the previous spot, but now has a great opportunity to double up, as we know. He's going to get called pretty lightly here.
How much?
This is more than enough of a hand for Artur.
You see him instantly asking how much. Saw him perk up like, all right, did someone say all in? It's a short stack. Let me do some math. 18 remaining.
All in?
Interested.
There's one of his 4s dead. Julian going to get out of that. That's Will Lee. Jesse in fantastic shape. After losing that hand to the Sleeping Dragon to bounce right back in this thing. 1.4 million chip pot. All in brought to you by Bet ACR. Oh, hello. Never easy, is it? Artur picking up 4 additional outs in the form of a wheel draw. Backdoor diamonds working for him as well. Oh my word.
Clean.
Does have the redraw. Doesn't find it. So he makes
You have to bow.
a wheel on the turn.
Do I hold on now? Or
1.4 million chip pot plus a bounty. We're down to 17. And Jesse, just like that, 2 hands not going his way, out of the tournament in 18th. And it's one of those shoulda, coulda, woulda kind of. Welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo for continuing coverage of the $40,000 buy-in mystery bounty. It's event number 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, we were alluding to it pre-break that it's getting to that stage of the tournament now with these runaway chip leaders. It feels like we're about to just see car crash after car crash, big stack clash against big stack clash as they go for those short bounties. Talking of the short bounties, Ren Lin on 14, Juliang on 15, Mustafa on 19. What are we about to see here, my friend?
I mean, we're going to see the big stacks try to get all those bounties below them under the average stack. Because of the format, you know, the ranges tend to widen on what you're willing to stack off with, especially post-flop and pre as well. You've seen Arthur kind of making some loose calls, but that's because we got that bounty envelope. It's worth, what, $80,000 a piece in EV. So, yeah, it makes sense.
Can we talk about the Punat Punsri spin-up, by the way? He's currently in 6th with a very healthy 32 big blinds. He was down to 135,000 chips at big blind 40K. Managed to get that triple up, and then went on to double with the queens against Mustafov's ace-jack, and then from there he's managed to chip up nicely. He's healthy, not out of the woods yet. He needs to be cautious of those bigger stacks. And then looking at the other players in the middle of the stack, Morten Klein, 32 bigs, he can go bounty hunting, but again, needs to be mindful of people at his table that have him covered, the likes of Hrabets, Martirosyan on his left. But let's look at that red feature table, because that's where I feel like most of the damage is going to get done. Artur, you could argue, at least has position on Hrabets, which is good, but the fact that he has the chip leader on his direct right is perhaps going to interfere with his plans to go bounty hunting on, you know, Mustafov or Kasola.
Sure, but he probably will counter in a way with a lot of flats in position, and there's not too much Hrabets can do about that because he'll be playing out of position against a player with a very deep stack, so he can still get in there due to his seat draw.
Now let's talk about payouts, of course. It's not all about the bounties, but, you know, people haven't really been caring too much about the ladders as things stand. That top prize of 686,000, unfortunately the app is lagging for me right now, but top 10 will be receiving at least 59k, and I've got a funny feeling people aren't here looking to just ladder 1 or 2 spots. They're looking to get the bounties, and they're looking to come into that final table of 8 with a healthy stack where they can look to close it out and get the golden coveted Triton trophy. Here we go. 40k mystery bounty brought to you by WPT Global, live from the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo. Final 2 tables, 13 players left.
Look at those big stacks on both tables. Even split. Lucas Greenwood, Samuel Muller on one. Robic and Martirosyan on the other.
Here we go then. Lucas Greenwood and Samuel Muller, overwhelming chip leaders on their table. Same conversation on the red with Hrabets and Martirosyan. You got to feel for the likes of Alex Theologius, who has a very healthy 54 big blinds. He's going to want to look to claim some bounties of his own, but does have 2 massive stacks to compete with.
Yeah, we're playing the previous level.
Seat draw, however,
because of the redraw.
you could argue is very fortunate for Alex on the direct left of Greenwood. A couple of spots left of Muller as well. So just 6 minutes left of big blind 50k before the blinds go up.
Gonna see more limping in knockout tournaments.
Is Muller's bounty token number 69? Is that why he's got that?
Oh, is it? I didn't realize they were numbered.
Perfect.
Yeah. Here we go. Alex kind of just joking that he gets to tangle with the chip leader. 665. This, I don't know if I'm getting overly excited, Randy. Could be a bit of a fun one. You know, the Queen 7 wrapped around that 6-5 with the 6 of diamonds. Muller with the nut club in hand on a 2-club board. Checks through.
A7 still good. Wouldn't really expect him to start firing on this turn card. But Alex has got a kind of an interesting decision because Queen High might be able to show down, but maybe he tries to fold out a better Queen High or some King Highs. His opponent's shown weakness twice. Find out where he sees himself. Seems like he thinks Queen High is good enough to show down.
It makes sense, right? Against the 100% range from the big, as they both pair the 7.
A way to lose chips.
See what Muller comes with. Again, limped pot, very unorthodox, due to the fact that there are 2 short stacks to Alex's left. Checked all the way down to the river. It's a pot-sized river probe. It is a 3 straight completing river.
I mean, it's just so hard to fold, especially with your kicker potentially playing. Nicely done.
Yeah, the old shake of the head. Knows that river card cost him 175k, unavoidable one.
Can I put less? No?
Really interesting to see someone like Pundidi play in this format. He was getting a lot of praise in the YouTube chat earlier on for his course that we were discussing. Apparently one of the best courses out there, Randy, when it comes to this bounty format. That's what they're playing for. And that's the backdrop we were talking about earlier on, by the way. How about this for a venue? Look at that. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Overlooking Monte-Carlo Bay.
First to act, Lucas Greenwood, who spun it up from 5 big blinds to start the day with 39 remaining. Sitting in third.
Fold to final table.
There it is.
That's his line. That and Lady Gaga. Fold to final table.
I want to sign Ren's shirt, by the way. It's got a lot of signatures on there. Oh, wow, look at this.
Oh, Shu Leon's got ace king.
He's going to squeeze.
See one card call.
He's just seen one card. He was going to squeeze it, and then he was like, well, actually, I'm never folding anyway, so...
Deuce. Queen. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I hope. Yeah, don't mind.
I'm telling you, Randy, the sleeping dragon awakened out of the big with the ace king. He is the all-in player at risk, and there's a queen in the window.
Not bad.
Not bad. He might be going to sleep, though.
So many
permanently.
Yes.
A 2-1 favorite. Make that close to an 8-2. Juliang needs an ace, king, or a 10. Can't find it.
GG.
Muller up to 5.7. We're down to 12 players. Another deep run for the Sleeping Dragon, but again, final 2 table elimination for him. Knocking on the door of a final table, but it's going to have to come in a future event. Muller extending his lead now, on top of the chip counts, up to 5.7 million. Claiming a bounty in the process. GG, sir. Always a pleasure to see a Sleeping Dragon in the mix. How about this for a fun turn card? This went Roman Open cutoff. Aussie called from the small, covering Faradin Mustafov in the big. He's backdoored into the second nuts. Unfortunately for him, I mean, Roman does have a piece. It's a rivered third pair. 550 out there.
He could represent some clubs that missed, but this type of run out really favors the pre-flop raiser. Look at that check. But 10-9 rivered a piece, so couldn't really get any value against that.
I didn't see that he had a flush.
Yeah, Roman just tabling his hand, thinking he had a winner. Didn't realize Aussie had got there through the back door. Nice to see Aussie turn up to play these, by the way. I know he loves Hold'em, enjoys playing some high stakes, no limit heads up.
Started the day as the chip leader, right? I believe. Or
did he really?
Yeah. I mean, thanks to him
25-50 or
playing the
60?
7-3 offsuit. Jamming into jacks. But, you know, he started the day as the chip leader.
7-3 just jammed
Oh, you didn't
into
hear?
jacks.
Yeah, he opened under the gun and 4-bet ripped into Ian Bradley for 50-something bigs with no bounty in play.
What, last night?
Yeah.
Was this the day one bubble? There's like 40 left or something? 41
I mean,
left?
it wasn't the last hand, but he just went for it, and that's how he started the day as a chip leader.
Wow.
These tables show
Couple levels from the end of the day.
That's brutal. That's tilt.
Tilt for who?
For Ian Bradley.
What? No small blind? Only one big blind. Right?
Means there's less blinds to steal for Ren Lin with this queen 10 off. Is it still good enough for him? 11 big blinds.
All in.
It is.
No snap call, please. Tank and the call.
Well, he's going to get snapped or rejammed on by pocket eights.
Is Muller going to follow in the footsteps of his good friend and mystery bounty
Okay, 5.
winner from last
Okay,
year?
okay, Lady Gaga.
There we go. Eights in the lead, flipping against Ren Lin.
How do you always need a Lady Gaga? Like, how does this always happen?
Ren
There she
vaulting
comes.
into the lead.
There she is.
Lady Gaga
7
coming
down.
to his assistance.
8 of them for the sweat. Ah. No sweat here.
Let's see. You're always a sweat.
8 needed. Doesn't find it.
Baby.
A dent in Sam Muller's
You were
stack.
suited and folded that quickly? No.
Even after losing
Okay,
that
you're
pot,
so rich.
he still holds the chip lead.
So rich.
So rich. So rich.
But if he's to follow in the footsteps
Okay,
of
you're
his
poor,
friend
right?
Mario
Yeah,
Mosbach,
poor,
as
very
I was
poor.
alluding to earlier on, he's going to need to hold in those spots. Ren Lin lost with aces, as we saw yesterday. Against the flop flush, had to re-enter. He's bounced back nicely.
This is a sight we always see. Arthur stacking more chips. Looks like he collected a little pot against Morton Klein just now. Archer on 3 million. Aussie Katola, ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff. In for a raise.
Here we go. Covers a couple of stacks. Hence the activation. That's the man he wants to target. Part of the ever competitive Malaysian contingent. Three-time champ Chinwei Lim. Not even interested in defending his big.
It does kind of make sense with that kind of 20 big blind stack to defend maybe a little bit less, because players are more willing to stack off against you, multi-barrel you more, just because you're covered. So it's harder for him to get to realize more equity.
Well, as if Arthur needed an excuse to get involved. He's got a legit holding off of his 50 big blinds. Does have to be mindful of the chip leader in the big. Chip leader at this table, I should say. And from the Czech Republic, Roman Hravec, who's woken up with ace-king. This is a fun spot because Roman knows that Artur knows that Roman's meant to go after him quite a lot here.
550.
It's a sizable 3-bet as well.
Yes, 3-bet sizes tend to go up the deeper they are. They're playing about 50 bigs effective, given Archer's stack. Ace-9 suited is not really the greatest hand to call in this spot, especially against the larger sizing. He is still going to come along expecting the playback, as you alluded to.
Well, as we were talking about on the break there, Scrandy, we're expecting to see some collisions between big stacks at some point, given just the dynamic of this tournament. And how about that for a flop for Artur? 8-7-7, 2 clubs. Somehow an equity favorite.
Yeah, that is quite an amazing flop here. Could see Roman just c-bet this one though. Try to clear out hands that didn't connect.
And how does Artur proceed? Am I right in saying against the chip leader, especially given the squeeze, or sorry, the raise rather from the big blind, you don't really get to do much raising here?
He should always call here in position, I would think. Roman's got the advantage of having all of the overpairs. He's got position. He makes his hand. He doesn't have to let this one check through. Plus, sometimes Roman barrels on cards where he hits the nut flush. 5 is quite nice. Picks up additional outs. And you also don't want to, you know, get it in if you can help it, because sometimes you can just check it down and not lose your stack, still stay in the tournament. Ace-King should play this as a check, I would think, but maybe not check fold to a turn bet if it comes.
1.6 million out there to fight for. And I have to agree with you, Randy. There's still hands that Roman's ahead of. 10-9 of clubs, Jack-10 of clubs.
It could be much wider than that because Roman only c-bet 200k on the flop, so he's going to have some backdoor heart hands that would float due to sizing. You can also throw in like Jack-10, you can see that for sure. Even doesn't have flush draw or backdoor flush draw to go with it. Check through. Big river.
And a big river it is, Randy. 6 of clubs. Giving Artur the nut flush. Does put a 4-liner on board. So Roman now losing to hands like 10-9. It's already behind. Full houses, pocket nines.
It just seems like Roman loses to everything but like ace queen.
Yeah, ace queen or jack 10, right?
Yeah.
That's really it.
And Archer can easily just... You could have the flush, you could have the straight. You could have just flopped full house. That's possible too. I mean, hands like 8-9, pocket nines, they would check back the turn. With Archer holding the 9, it's
1.2.
can't really target the straight so well. It's going to try and bet huge and just hope for the best.
75% pot on the river. No wince from Travis, but ultimately no nonsense from the man from the Czech Republic. It's always kind of tempting to convince yourself that someone like Artur is just floated and then got that run out and decided to bluff, but yeah, Roman with the discipline, just letting it go. He's going to find much better spots to be a hero.
Definitely better hands that he can call with than ace king. He's pretty much at the bottom of his range there. Didn't even block any flushes that could value bet in that spot. Aussie Katola limping ace-6 offsuit under the gun.
I've got a feeling Aussie really wants some bounties, my man.
He's trying. He's only got the big stacks that cover him remaining in the blinds, so he's gonna have to fight. Should be seeing a flop here 3 ways.
Artur had me worried for a second there.
Thought I was gonna pump it up with
I
king
thought
goes
he's
off.
just never giving Aussie credit for a legit hand. And once the smaller stacks kind of get out of the way, Aussie's less incentivized to continue. It's still in front with 9-7-5 rainbow.
Could stab, could check. Looks like he's gonna go for a stab. Limp pots obviously wider ranges from the blinds. They've got more things to fold.
This tournament really has everything. Got people getting loose, people limping in, people playing big pots with marginal hold-ins. Had our fair share of callers. Really has everything. Day 4 of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Tell you what it doesn't have is 10% off your next purchase, at least for those guys. But for you viewers at home, you can use the promo code Triton10. Get ready to elevate your game with the Triton Poker Series merch. Our exclusive collection features high quality items, perfect for any poker enthusiast. For a limited time, you get to enjoy a 10% discount using that promo code Triton10. So head on over to our store now. Honestly, forget the 10%. I mean, I know that that's what they think the USP about that banner is. It should just say, strike fear into your opponent's hearts by wearing Triton merchandise. That should be the call to action. And we're just going to sell out. Everything's going to sell out.
Well, you can also sell out with 10% off, so I would do that.
That's true. You can do both. You can do both.
do have a big size up from Martin Klein. Pocket eights, hijack. This is an interesting strategy as it kind of dissuades the big stacks from wanting to get involved and try to isolate yourself with the shorter stacks out there.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. I guess with a hand like eights, you're kind of indifferent.
Sure. But just as a general strategy, I think it's an interesting take, actually. Definitely works nicer in knockout. Because you min raise or you limp, all the big stacks limp along to short stack. You know, he's still going to go up the same range as normal. You want to get a heads up with them if possible. Morton Klein's is really just tripped up with not much resistance. 3.2 million now.
I don't even really recall how he got all of his chips. I know he got like 3 jams through against Artur, but post-flop, I'm struggling to think of like a sizable pot.
He just kept winning like medium-sized pots against big stacks as they try to help play him a little bit or try to raise his big blind, and you just re-jam and scoop like 3 blinds, 5 blinds. It adds up.
Note the flat call from Aussie. Out of the small, given that Mustafov on just 12 bigs was in the big blind.
Aussie also knows that Roman is just opening so much garbage because of that big blind who's shorter.
I thought Aussie was thinking of leading there for a second.
It's crossing his mind.
Has now checked on over.
As good as it gets for 10-3 suited. Top pair. Checks it back, deception. Plus pot control in case you're up against a better 10. And that turn card really just nails it for Roman as he picks up the flush draw. Aussie picks up a pair that can pay off a little bit.
Aussie's in trouble. He's in trouble, Randy. This 4 on the turn, giving him enough of a piece to feel confident that maybe Roman's just trying to push him off the pot, bully him, do chip leader things.
Roman can go for some pretty good value and not worry about his kicker anymore due to 2 checks by Aussie.
Aussie really needs to be careful. As a byproduct of going after these shorter stacks, getting involved with marginal holdings, he's now at risk of becoming one of those short stacks. $760 in the middle. Front door spades get there. On the deuces, spades river.
It feels like Roman can still go for value despite the flush coming in due to the passive play that Aussie has taken. If Aussie had spades, he probably bets turn at a decent frequency, especially if it's not like a high card spade, ace of spades. He does check it back. Good for Aussie. Doesn't have to worry about putting in more chips.
Chip leader doing chip leader things at this table. And now Aussie really does need to be careful. He's down to 23 big blinds, 15 minutes left on the clock at this level. Still covers Webster Lim and Mustafov.
120.
Well, that's 7-3 jam from RC Catola, where he cracked the jacks of Ian Bradley. It's got him down to the final 12.
This is interesting. Webster opens off of 20 bigs, which is should be a tightish range run the gun. Faradine Mustafa flats off of 10 big blinds and is small. And I believe the reason he's flatting is he thinks he's got no fold equity because he's the covered stack off of 10. So now he can kind of play some post flop, you know, maybe find a way to win the pot in that way. Same hand versus same hand, they both flop. Open-ended straight draw.
Wow, Roman's trying to eat a bone, bro. I mean, look at him. He's devouring that. This guy's gone caveman mode.
Leave no meat behind. Just like his value bets.
Obviously easy for us to be sat here seeing the cards. Feels like an all-in is inevitable.
All-in.
And a call is going to be coming. And the boys are going to be chopping it up. Unless Webster finds running hearts.
You get free roll.
It does indeed. He sees it. We see it. Will we see it on the turn, though? No. Chop it up, boys. Interesting decision from Morton, by the way. Didn't really touch on that fold.
I mean, his hand was pretty weak.
$12 remain.
Roman now, ace deuce suited. Of course, he's going to get involved in the form of a raise. 120K. Pocket fives for Aussie. He's been kind of defending against Robic. Let's see if he wants to reshove.
All in.
There it is. The real interesting decision. It's going to land back on Rabbits. What is this? 23 big blinds. It's going to ask for a count. This feels close, Randy.
It's only close because of the bounty aspect. Obviously, the deuce is not so good. But he's never crushing. Beats king queen. That's about it.
1,400,000.
Deuce also gets counterfeited quite a bit too, which reduces your equity a little bit.
Yeah, ahead of the suited Broadway type holdings, but crushed, as Randy said.
I don't think
most of the range.
Aussie is also reshoving all suited Broadways.
I
in the
agree.
spot.
Yeah, I agree. I'll see a nice little pickup.
He'll take it.
Service.
Is this go time? Isn't 2 4s in the muck in the cutoff?
That's really interesting.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
That's really interesting to see that. Take note. I'm surprised by that one.
2 3s on the button in the muck for Morton. Doesn't want to play with the chip leader, which I can get behind that. Is Webster going to limp, or is he just going to outright fold? King Jack. That one should be juicing it up. You want to play inflated pot in position. You want to collect the bounty.
Feels like all the options are on the table.
He'd have to really think he's getting trapped to not raise in this spot.
Well, 3.3x, no nonsense from Webster. Snap folds. Bit of a gridlock here as we work our way down to the final table of 8. Kind of expected. So much to calculate here. What happened to the good old days of poker, Andy, where you reach the final 2 tables? There was none of this ICM or bounty EV or trying to calculate all of these things. Just you stare the guy down. You just be like, I'm all in.
It's like you got it or not.
You got it or not, pal. If you call, it's all over, baby.
I like these formats. They really just keep it fresh. I'm sure there's going to be even more craziness to come in the future. King deuce for Roman. Big blind is Martirosian. Got the best of Roman not too long ago with that ace nine of clubs versus ace king.
$240.
Archer attacking
$240.
Jack 3 offsuit.
There's a tone of surprise coming from you, Randy.
Because he's... normally you would see this in a regular tournament. In a bounty, when you're covered, it's a little dangerous. I believe Archer is doing this because he's so deep.
Because he's a gangster?
No, because he's so deep that Roman can't mess around too much. But I would expect if Archer was playing like 25 bigs or so, he wouldn't do this in a mystery bounty, because Roman has incentive to kind of just limp jam a little bit more.
All I'm hearing coming from that side of the desk is Artur's a boss.
Well, yeah, that's the quickest way to say it.
Look at that mountain of chips in front of Samuel Miller.
Yeah, what a run. He's actually the tournament chip leader now.
Joined us for the first time in Jeju. Had a very rough series over there. Only cashed one event for 49k. Bricked everything else. Final table bubble the 30k here for 84,000. And now in event number 3 finds himself chip leader with 686,000 for first plus bounties as Punat Punsri activates with the Django's and might find himself a customer here.
Imagine Theologist is going to come along, because Puna is raising into the short stack of Ren Lin.
Oh, I thought that was coming.
Wow.
Wow, Benjamin Shallow
Oh, man.
With ace jack.
I think Shallow is more concerned about Punat Puntri's raise than Alex Theologis's 3-bet rip. How grim is this for King 10 suited?
And not only is it grim for King 10 suited, Alex was up to 3.7, was one of the tournament chip leaders for such a long time, then had to deal with Roman Kravitz as chip leader on his left, and now if he loses this, he's going to be a short stack.
Okay, this has potential, right?
I mean, yeah.
Jack 7,
9
4.
of diamonds. Queen of diamonds.
1 diamond. Does have some potential.
Ah.
No more. Dead on the turn. And Punat Puntri goes from 135,000 chips at Big Blind 40K to 2.8 million at Big Blind 60K. What a spin up for him.
Pushes him up to 6th place, above average.
3, 4.
Spin up indeed, and downward spiral for Theologists.
Yeah, now he's got a target on his back. I mean, covered by 4 of the 6 players. Sorry, 4 of the remaining 5 players at the table. He's going to need to proceed with caution.
Now playing 21 big blinds, 9 of 12 remaining.
Seconds.
6-4 suited for Klein.
5 seconds.
120.
I was about to say Klein's been chilling. And then he goes and does this.
It's just the worst timing, too, because Queens for Webster is a dream come true.
This is a byproduct of Mustafov in the big blind with 12 bigs. That's why Klein wants to get involved.
All in.
Wow, we see the ace-8 hit the mark.
How much is it?
Which is interesting because had Klein not opened, Webster would have been spinning the wheel against Roman Kravitz's ace-8.
Right. But because Klein opened, Roman can't really go for it because Klein is sitting on 3.1 million, and if he makes a misstep and run into the goods, that'd be very damaging to Robert's stack.
Morton's been so patient throughout this tournament. Needs to continue to do that.
Like to see him fold here. 850,000's becoming very valuable with 12 remaining.
Crucial pickup for Webster. Wouldn't have hated the action.
You had 5,000 too much.
5,000 too much?
120. Raise 120,000.
Good start for Roman. Definitely would be raising worse.
Mystery hand time. Brought to you by WPT Global. Morton Klein. Gonna defend out of the big. Against the very aggressive and competent Kravitz. Comes ace, king, deuce.
Service, please.
2 overs to the 10s.
Roman's type of board, but also holding the type of hand that doesn't really want to c-bet too often. If he does, he'll go very small.
He's going to knuckle it back. .330 in the middle. Heart flush draw does present itself. Klein still uninterested.
Could see it go either way of the two tens. Likely checking, betting maybe to protect against a little bit of a counterfeit and gut shots. Flush draws, of course. Go small.
Yeah, less than third pot. No snap fold from Morton, by the way. Nice. Did he just? He's raised Randy to 325. Checking twice as a trap, or is this more a 3-5 of hearts that's picked up a flush draw to go along with a gut shot?
It's hard to say, but Roman, if he had a big hand or an ace, he probably bets the flop at a very high frequency.
Too much.
Maybe Morton's picking up on that and attacking. And he had 7-3 of clubs.
No bluff? Never show bluff. I never bluff.
That's fantastic.
Strategy never bluff.
Yeah.
This is
It's a good strategy.
The zero equity check raise, Randy.
Still can lose a lot of hands.
From Morton Klein. Against Roman as well. The guy that, you know, doesn't fold easily.
Morton uses image well. Nicely done.
Probably just called.
Keep the story up. It's working.
That's fantastic. The Bulgarian Mustafov snap asking, by the way, if he was bluffing.
Yeah, ace, king, deuce, ace. Like, that's a hard one to find value that's raising.
Be careful, Morton.
Cashback.
Be careful. He's done some crazy stuff against Artur.
Save yourself.
Wow. What a hero.
Good timing.
What a hero.
What's worse is that fold from Morton with King Jack just now invites Webster to take this one heads up. Poor fashion. 18% equity of just 8-7 offsuit against the two aces and flopping. Bottom pair, but no heart in hand. You know, Arthur's thinking with this aces is, I'm going to get all the chips in there.
Arthur's hating his life, bro. He's raised first in, and no, sorry, from the hijack, with ace of diamonds, ace of spades, and somehow the dealer's fanned off the king 9-8 all hearts board.
I mean, I think he still likes it a lot. It's just, if the hand is willing to get it in with them, it has decent equity, or he's behind. But the thing is, Webster's only playing 1 million chips back, so he wants to get the chips in there with aces.
Never bluff.
Mustafa just thinks everyone's bluffing.
You too?
I do.
250. Like a Roman, 300k, Jack 9, hit the 9. Yeah?
Is it still, it's 48. 48. Last hand was 48.
No, already?
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was 30 minutes. Never mind. Who did you fold there? Bear?
No.
I didn't look at.
Ace queen.
Sounds like the stream's caught up. Another mystery hand. This time with Artur.
But Easter is thinking if you not come 9, what happened?
Then you need to call 3 streets?
Yes. You buffing 3 streets?
No.
Tomorrow.
Maybe not.
So Artur, mystery hand. I always say his range is still pretty wide from under the gun, just because Faradine has 7 big blinds behind him. Already folded, but if there's a really small stack out there, ranges expand from big stacks. Queen 10 for Webster. These two are going to tango again.
Why do they keep giving us the most difficult players to do these mystery hands on, bro? Give me like a nit. Give me a nit so I can just like snap put him on top of range. Someone like Artur, who has chips, has an aggressive image. And it's always boards like this as well, Randy, where it's so difficult to try and figure it out. Under the gun open, big blind defend. Roman under-repped with the pair of 9s, red 9s.
Well, this board gives a lot of the ace X's that would open under gun a decent piece, but it doesn't hit hard. Brings in 110,000. They're so deep, I would expect Roman to just check call 2 9s despite it being quite vulnerable in this board texture. Check call, hope for the best. Ideally a 9. Another little card that doesn't bring a straight would be nice.
There is the check call.
Just timing for us is better.
Playing a bit of a guessing game with these 9s, especially on a turn card like that. With 2 flush draws present. As Randy said, ace-X with that will draw. Could be getting after it, getting out of line.
Probably coming from Cyprus to was there on the European Cup. Yeah.
So uncomfortable for red 9s if it faces a double barrel.
480.
And it's going to face a double barrel, Randy.
It's a pretty big bet too.
Close to 75% pot.
This is a tough laydown to make, especially against this opponent. Your hand feels very under-repped as well. You have a lot of ace-X check calls that just check fold turn. You kind of want to defend that range.
Call.
He is going to call. Man, look at this pot. 1.62 million.
Everyone else watching from the sidelines as second and third in chips go after each other. Well, sorry, actually, in this case, it's third in chips going after second in chips. Wow. Had Artur been barreling with some ace-X of clubs, ace-X of spades, or just ace-X in general, it's now rivered top pair.
I believe if Artur did have ace-X, he would check this back, because Roman should have a decent amount of 5x in his range to check call flop and turn. 4-5, 3-5.
Where do the bluffs come from, Randy, by the way? I mean, I'm thinking, you know, King, Jack, Jack 10, you know, these backdoor spade draws, maybe?
Those hands would prefer not to bluff if they're holding club. Because you wouldn't mind maybe if like Queen Jack of clubs, check calls
450.
flop, check calls turn, and can't really handle this. 450 is a pretty small bet. It appears milky. You can't love this if you got 2 nines. 2 overs, a wheel got there.
I'm really struggling to think of the bluffs. It just feels like offsuit broadways. Although having said that, Artur covered everyone behind bar Kravitz. So gonna be wider than he normally would. Mustafov on 7 bigs, Lim on 12.
I feel like this ace is a little bit better for Roman. Because the big bound of turn, I wouldn't imagine Archer barrels the turn with like ace 4, ace 3, ace deuce. Even like ace jack and ace 10, these hands, they have a lot of reason to just check the turn. So the fact that he's still getting bet into when the ace arrives is confusing. You know what I mean?
I know exactly where you're at. So even though this bet's small, it's actually quite polarizing.
Yeah. It'll be amazing if Archer can show a bluff. And we know he's capable.
I'm going... Oh, I was going to say...
Wow, king 9 of clubs. That's nasty. How many bluffs is he getting away with this tournament alone?
What a boss. He's given Roman such a sick price on a call as well.
And he's bluffing with the clubs. Hands that might, you know, check call, and the things you want to bluff out are clubs. That was... Archer's tough to play against.
Telling you now, man, he is bossing it around. Came into this table concerned of having Kravitz on his right with the chip lead. That's no longer the case. He separated himself by a comfortable margin. 20 big blind gap between the two. Morton can now do some serious damage to Roman. Then a big drop off to the Finnish streamer, RC Katola. Webster Lim in 5th with 12 bigs. Mustafov with 7 bigs and in dire need of a spin.
And good run. Good table, good run.
Ferdinand is running out of time. King 8 suited, blinds higher. He's playing 7 bigs. You've just gotta close your eyes and hope for the best. Big blind's coming around soon, so he does practically shove 550,000 with 10K back. This is a spot where maybe Webster can go for it. King 10 suited. It's the only player he covers.
Yeah,
EV of the envelope's what, 80K?
Exactly. Yeah, I was about to say, let's remind the viewers that the EV of each bounty envelope is $80,000.
I think I'm in there with King 10 suited.
Just for context, that's worth more than the gap between now, 12th place money, and laddering up to 7th. Yeah, Webster does say run it. Let's see if any of the big stacks... I mean, Roman's got an ace.
He also has Archer right behind him who covers, which is dangerous. So he lays down the ace.
950, 960.
Good news for Webster and Faraday. Now Archer doing some math because he can do a double KO with Queen 3 off.
I mean, I think if he could see these two hands, he calls
in
there. Yeah.
But if he's dominated, obviously disaster. He could have been very bad shape. Imagine someone's got like a pocket pair hard into the 3 and then the other guy's got ace queen.
For sure. Yeah, he could just be cooked. Could be cooked.
And what, Archer's got like 6 bounties. He's like, I can make it 8?
I think he goes for this, you know, just based on what we've seen.
Call.
Yeah, there it is. This might seem absurd to the viewers. You see, Mustafov never folding. It doesn't make a difference if he tanks or not, as we do it hand for hand. So, Artur's going to get the very good news and see that he has 27% and both of his cards are live. All in brought to you by WPT Global.
A red flop.
Mustafov asking for a
Diamond.
red flop.
One diamond.
Asking for diamonds.
This is no good.
King
This
10
is so
still
good.
in front.
7.
Jack 9-6. Jack on the turn. Mustafov can now chop a 6 or a 9. Webster just needs to hold.
Just needs to hold King 10 high.
Just needs to fade the 3. A 3 or an 8. Oh my word.
Ouch.
8 of spades on the river as Mustafov gives credit to the 3 outer for taking the mic off and standing up out of his chair and throwing his time banks in the middle. I mean, these guys, they believe in some of this voodoo magic, Randy.
Yeah,
And Webster misses out on the bounty, but
if he stands 2, he wins.
doubles against
know?
Artur. So he doesn't lose that many chips. Only lost about 2 big blinds.
Yeah, started the hand with 960. He's still got 790, but he would have much preferred to have just held with the King 10, claimed the bounty, and
2.5 million chips
yeah.
back.
So good shape, this queen 3 off.
$52,000 guarantee.
For the bounty. It was a bounty call. Yes. Good.
Glad I
It's actually
folded
good
my
value.
ace-king offsuit. Very tight. Very tight. We've lost.
Yeah, Roman's pleased with his tight fold of ace-3. Would have got rivered.
What did she say? What did she say when she came?
13 stack.
She said something.
Looking good. 1.8 million. Got that triple up. Now he can just raise like a normal player.
Yeah,
Webster's got ace-10. Vengeance?
Revenge. My favorite thing in life. For those wondering, my birthday is November 17th, so story checks out.
How much is this? 8.
Aussie asking for a count.
He's just watching players get bounties. Is like, let me get in on that action.
Aussie's got some gamble in him, man. I've spent time with Aussie outside of the Triton Series. This guy's a boss. Not afraid to play big pots.
He's in there. Calls. Now what does Faradine do? Because it's actually not a reshove. There's still 640k back.
He covers Aussie as well, by the way.
I feel like you call here and see what happens.
Yeah, he needs to put 800. Yeah.
Yeah, so Aussie's just going to put 800 in. And I guess, I mean, does Mustafov jam or does he just call? And I mean, the problem with calling.
I don't think you jam.
No?
No, because 640 is going in anyways from Aussie. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think you jam in this spot.
What if Aussie blows you off your equity though? Like, say it comes like ace, king, 3, and then you.
I mean, Aussie's probably got it right for him to jam. He's not going to jam like same hand or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And plus, they have to beat Webster to get the bounty.
That's true. That is true. Here we go. So Webster, the all-in player at risk. This is exactly what we were anticipating when I jumped in with 20 players left, is this kind of madness. There's a player all in, and you see these other guys just play big pots against each other as they go bounty hunting.
It makes sense the short stacks are really going for it, because this is where they can actually get that bounty prize pool. Here we go to a flop. 3 ways.
Well, so far so good for Webster, who's holding with the ace high. A clubless flop, by the way.
Neither player should be betting here because of the dry side pot and having to beat Webster's all in. Webster's not just messing around, and you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be hard for them to beat with queen high and jack high.
Between them, 8 outs twice.
Check is good.
Check is good.
Oh, word. Got a feel for Webster. That's awful.
More importantly, it pairs both of them up on the turn, and now potential double up spot for Aussie through Mustafov.
I kind of feel like Aussie should jam to protect and get that bounty. He's going to check.
All in?
Yeah, I don't blame Faradine for jamming it.
There's the one chip flick in. Aussie's going to see the good news. He's in great shape to double up through the Bulgarian. You see a laugh on Mustafov's face. I mean,
terrible turn card for him.
He just spiked the 3-outer in the previous hand. He needs to do the same here. Could chop on a 3 or a 5. No dice. So Webster Lim getting sucked out on the turn. Aussie up to 3.8 million and finally gets that bounty he was so eager to chase.
What a time to gamble there with the queen 9 suited, and Mustafov was looking great to chip up, and he's back to crumbs. He's got less than when he had 570k and jammed the king 8 suited. He's got.
Do you see me? I open pre-flop. You see me my race? You see my race? Pre-flop? No?
How did the action go exactly?
You not remember?
Oh yeah, I saw it. You went like 150 or something.
Yeah.
I played it like a retard though.
Oh my god. Oh, this is the purest moment in poker TV history.
I'm gonna win this shit.
Oh.
It's only funny when you talk this way.
No, because maybe he not see me, you know. I know he plays strange, but this is too strange to call here, yeah?
Oh man. Aussie's just chipping up 3.8 million in chips.
It's going to take him a while to stack those chips.
And if you hit jump, I fold. Maybe not.
Probably not.
I don't even know how to count the fucking chips.
I mean,
you don't need it.
Fair play to Aussie. He's taking it
Stay
well.
Stay like this, it's okay.
I knew it was a bad hand, so.
Stay like this.
Roman's gonna have a
160.
Roman's gonna have a heart attack. Having to contain himself.
He's still stacking those chips. And Faraday is just like fuming.
Yeah. For those that didn't hear, Mustafov just asking Aussie if he saw the fact that Mustafov had opened from under the gun,
Oh.
which is another way of kind of needling Aussie for even being involved in the hand with the Queen 9. And Aussie just replied something that I can't repeat as much as I would love to, but something along the lines of,
You saw the
no,
cards? No?
I'm dumb, I played the hand like a moron. And
I don't remember.
oh man. So, Mustafov getting a great price on a call with his 2.5 big blinds. He's going to go for a stop and go. We got a mystery hand, by the way. And I don't think it's a mystery hand.
Card reader, maybe? Because all the chips were in the way?
Yeah, I think that's the case.
He's still stacking, so yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not a mystery hand. It is a mystery, though, because we don't know his cards.
Well, Mustafov is going to be all in with this bottom pair, even against 3 players. He's going to have enough equity. Artur's got middle pair. We don't know what Aussie's got. We know he's got 3.6 million, though.
Seems like a tricky spot for Artur. And likely gets to him. He's got middle pair. Kind of wants clearance against Faradine. He doesn't really want to inflate the pot.
240.
It seems okay that he's betting because of how deep the other two are. They rarely will check raise him off of his hand, so he can kind of realize his equity in position.
Oh, it is a mystery hand. There we go.
It just, the graphic came up a little later.
Sweating this one with Aussie. He's going to make the call. What does Mustafov do here? I mean, there's
too much in the middle.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it?
And the 6 and 5 is usually good.
Wow. He's going to live to
down.
fight another day. That's an impressive fold from the Bulgarian, just having the discipline to say, damn the pot odds. What's Roman thinking with this ace of diamonds?
Bust. One blind.
Can't imagine him continuing. Bet and call in front of him. Deep stacks. 11 remaining. Pitch it.
All of a sudden, Katoda's become a real threat here. 1.2 out there, 3.4 million back. 4th in chips at the start of this hand.
What are we doing, Lady Gaga?
The guys from the other table waiting for this hand to finish. The reason being is that Luca Vivaldi and his team came up with the concept to make things as fair as possible. Play an equal amount of hands on both. Faradine Mustafov would have rivered trips.
He's kicking the table right now.
He's absolutely seething, especially against, especially after
turn check through
the hand that happened against Aussie just moments ago.
$1 million.
Aussie's run out of time banks, by the way, which could be huge further down the line. As we saw him almost be forced to check that. He's come out firing 1 million into 1.2.
A lot of things Kind of got there.
There's so not only is there a lot of things that got there around it, there's just so much going on at this table, bro. Look at him; he's still stacking the chips from the previous hand.
He's got no time banks.
That's not even a million. That's 2 million.
Dealers got it. Good thing he announced his bet. I mean, Aussie could even just have a random 6 himself from Archer's point of view. Jack 10. Big question here is, does Aussie bet $1 million into 1.2 with some queens? All queens? You choose a different sizing. He's going to fold in King Jack. Faraday definitely does not want to see this on replay.
Aussie just bossing the table around now at this point. I mean, getting Arthur to fold the best hand. Mustafov down to just 100K.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted announced. You know, he said he doesn't even know what chips they are. He's just announcing his bets, man.
Infinite.
This guy, he's up to second in chips, Randy.
He went for it.
He did. He wanted to as well.
Deserves it.
It's 80K big blind. 160.
Raised to 160,000.
It's been so long.
Luke is still on a pretty big stack here. Benjamin Chalot is short. Good luck, all in. 4.5 BBs.
He's in trouble because he's not going to shed Greenwood. Now action on Muller. He won't be going anywhere with the King 10. Has to proceed with caution, of course, as he does have the under the gun open and stack of 3.6 million behind to worry about. So it just comes with call.
How much is the all-in for?
The all-in is for 355,000.
355.
Greenwood wondering if he can reopen to action. Because Samuel Muller's range should be pretty capped to call and not reshove in this spot. Wow, I like this play from Lucas. Get that overlay. Dominating position.
And Benjamin could potentially triple up here. Going to be tough, of course, but still. Nice
Triple
little
up.
overlay.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be tough to chop on that board. Deuce or a 4 for a sweat. 3 or a 5 for a sweat. There's some hope.
Deuce could come.
Deuce for a chop, 8 for the win. 6 of clubs completes the run out. And we're going to lose the Frenchman in 11th place. Just couldn't spin it at the most important time. Picks up his second cash of the series in his third event. Came 18th in the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam for 51,000. Didn't cash the 30K. Now picks up some change here. 59,000 for his efforts. So with that departure, 10 left. We have an 11K ladder between 10th and 9th.
Time banks.
Oi oi. WPT Global. You love to see it. If you haven't already heard, this is our new title sponsor, ladies and gentlemen. The Triton Poker Series is WPT Global, and it is the best and only place to qualify for Triton events. You could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in
online. You can download WPT Global with the code Triton for 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Get involved, chat.
Sneaky, sneaky.
We'll see you at the next stop. I've heard, and I'm not one to leak information, but maybe I'm about to, that the next stops for next year are going to be announced during this series, Randy. Now, if I was a betting man, what was that country we didn't know existed?
It started with a V, and
I
it's in the
reckon
bottom right.
Yeah, I reckon we're going there, bro.
Yeah.
What about Triton, Peru?
Maybe. Who knows?
Guess we'll find out. Go on, Greenwood.
Ponce's been playing a pretty solid game today. Queen Jack. Can't really see him fold. Blind versus blind after limping. Nine, 3 deuce. Not much for either player, but Greenwood does have the betting initiative. Deuce and 3 doesn't tend to
160.
interact with the small blind limp call. Very small bet, just 2 bigs. Seems like enough to get it done. No backdoor flush draw for Punat.
Greenwood's just been chilling at the top of the chip counts, collecting bounties as and when presented to him. He is still behind the young Austrian crusher, part of Fedor's crew, Samuel Muller. Still the chip leader, 5.6 million. Greenwood in second, Aussie in third. Short stack duties belonging to Mustafov, obviously, with just 1 big. Imagine if Mustafov goes on a similar spin up.
It's a hard spin up, but he's gonna try. Lucas Greenwood, ace-6 offsuit. Blind versus blind.
275.
Oh, that's a good big blind.
Yeah, finally something going Alex's way. It's been a rough couple of hours. I mean, really just getting the worst of it on almost every occasion.
$750.
Trying to induce.
750.
Just felt like Jax is a little bit too strong to outright 3-bet ship.
But nothing further is happening in this hand, right?
Yeah, this hand should be over. I think Theologius is playing a little bit too much in a6. I just think the 3-bet bluffs that do happen in this spot don't happen that much in a mystery bounty when that player is covered.
Greenwood came with the 3.5x. Alex is 3-bet to 750k. Less than 3x what the raise was. 1.5 back.
Fold.
What do you say, Lucas?
Yeah. Fuck me.
A rare IR fold.
You say 4. I heard you say 4 owing.
Yeah, I also heard 4, and I was trying to think what 4
million?
What?
Yeah, he needs to be careful actually.
Can you be professional?
Covering his mouth.
I mean,
Okay, change.
Arturo, you ready? Yes?
I'm ready.
You have to defend it, yes? You have to fight for this.
So it sounds like Mustafov's about to be all in.
Bounty hunter.
Not as him.
It's under the gun.
I want to give to Arthur.
Okay.
With my double up. And double up.
Ace is
You want
more
to
than
give me
enough.
knockout with my double up.
Yes.
So a lone big blind makes its way into the middle.
Everyone fold now, yeah?
Morton can't do anything about it. Roman with the snap call, obviously, as will Artur. It's gonna go around to Aussie, who has everyone covered, by the way.
Yeah, he's just like, let me just get this one for myself. King 9 offsuit. That's what they want.
Put this.
Mustafov taking his mic off. Does have the best hand. Okay, so a free little look in for Krabets and Martirosyan. Roman flops best. Artur with bottom pair. Backdoor clubs. Mustafov with a gut shot. And the ace of diamonds should have come running diamonds. He's in trouble. He's in trouble.
200.
Oh, look at this. Artur's coming out leading with no side pot.
Wow. Aussie Katola has King 9 high and calls a pot-sized bet on Queen 5-3 2 diamonds.
Half pot.
Well, half pot due to side pot, but still, it's ambitious.
Yeah, obviously Roman going nowhere. All of a sudden, very inflated pot. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Mustafov drawing very live. As is Aussie now. That inside straight draw. King or a 9 would do it for him as well.
I mean, clearly Artur is worried when he got called in multiple spots.
Right.
With a pair of 3s.
It surprised me because, like you said earlier on, in these spots, the pot was 400k. There was no side pot. His 6-3 still has to beat Mustafov at showdown. So yeah, I guess he just wanted to fold out some equity if he could.
Right, give himself the best chance against ace high, which is a pretty big part of Feradine's range.
Gonna check. Round on the turn. That means Mustafov's going to be out in 10th. Unless somehow
Aussie wins this spot.
Aussie gets everyone to fold, which would be absurd. There is a 600k side pot, so you never know.
It is possible because, yeah, it's worth fighting for that side pot. It's a decent amount of blinds in there.
And Mustafov was under the gun, so he was pretty much in an any 2 spot.
800.
Wow. What is going on?
Artur wants that side pot. And there's still a chance his 3 is good against the bounty.
This is insane.
And everyone's going to see this too.
Roman trying to get a read.
This would be a crazy call, albeit correct.
Once again, Artur bet halfway. He led for half pot, 200 into 400, got 2 calls, checked through on the 10 of diamonds flush completing turn, and now comes out firing 800 into 1 million. Just bottom pair.
I have nuts for zero.
Mustafov with just ace high sees the bad news. He did say he wanted his bounty to go Artur's way. Fair play to Artur because he earned it, forcing Roman Hrabec off the best hand. It's weird because it felt like that bounty could have gone anyone's way had Artur checked. There's a world in which our man Aussie just goes crazy.
Well, Aussie wouldn't win the bounty, but he might have won the side.
That's true, actually. Yeah, you're right. So Mustafa would still be in.
Yeah. That was a fun one. They really fought for that.
So, we find ourselves on the final table bubble. 9 players left. Everyone guaranteed $70,000 for their efforts. We will be going on break once we lose one more player to set the stage for the final table of the 40K mystery bounty. 9 players. That's all that's left. 9 players, Randy.
We're close.
We are indeed. Do have that 50K running. 100 and, oh my word. 101 runners in that one so far.
Basically, it's everyone that's been playing these events and more who's flown in.
There's still 3 levels of late reg, bro. What on earth is going on? 5 million in the prize pool in that one already.
Also, Archer's got 7 bounties.
Since we're 9-handed, 4-handed, and 5-handed table, at a random amount of hands, your table will be balanced. Okay, so it's not going to be 4-5 for a long time.
Thanks. We will have additional.
Okay, so Floor just coming over explaining how they're going to keep it balanced. I don't think the elimination is going to be coming from this table, although having said that, you know, you throw Roman in the mix, you throw Artur in the mix, throw Aussie in the mix. Certainly a possibility because these guys just have a tendency to play massive pots. They don't mind getting involved. They're not shy from pulling the trigger.
This is the action table. Robic, Martirosian, Katola. But let us go to our 5-handed table. The feature. Punat's got King Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I have 10 seconds. 180.
I mean, one of the biggest stories so far has to be the Punsri spin-up. Again, for those of you just joining us, at Big Blind 40K, he was down to 135,000. And he was involved in a 3-way all-in as well, which he won the next hand. So Alex comes firing. Fold to final tip. Oh my word. This would be disgusting. Samuel Muller with ace-queen. This is 5-handed. 5-handed, I mean.
This ace-queen's a monster.
I mean, this is disgusting. It's going in, Randy.
There we go.
Snap call from Alex. This is hand one of hand for hand. All been brought to you by WPT Global as we wait for this hand to conclude first. Roman has flopped best. He raised it up to 160. Aussie called out of the small with the sixes. So again, we're just waiting for this hand to finish. Then we're going to head over to the other table and sweat that massive all-in.
So I went check on the flop. Another check from Aussie.
It might go check on the turn, you know, Randy.
It should with the arrival of the king. Great. The 10-9. Sixes still have showdown value against some ace-5 type holdings, little pocket pairs I didn't see bet flop. Don't think you need to turn it into a bluff.
I mean, Randy.
I mean, I'm saying need, but will it is a different case. Whatever he bets, though, it's getting snapped off if he does.
Sim.
Time to seek value?
One would think so after it's checked all the way down to the river, facing the third check now from Katola.
Unlikely he can target the queen. You usually hear from that by now. Makes it 350K.
Bet of 350. Sized up here.
Trying to make it polar. Make it seem like a 10 or nothing.
Oh,
Wow.
he's flicked in the call. Get shown the straight. Roman chips up nicely. 4.2 million.
Nicely done.
Back over to one of the biggest pots of the tournament so far. Now that the hand's concluded, Ace King of Hearts for Alex Theologis, who's had a rough run of it the last couple of hours, managed to bounce back and now in great shape to become the chip leader once more. Samuel Muller looking for a queen, which he finds on the flop.
Heart?
Queen 10-9. Now more than a 2-to-1 favorite. Make that 4-to-1. Alex looking for a king or a jack. It would be a brutal way for him to bust after getting it in so good. 8 of spades completes the run out. That one's going to sting after coming oh so close in the 25K opening event. And getting it in great shape for a chip lead pot with 9 left on the final table bubble. Class as always, though, from the online OG Pundidi. I think that one's going to sting for quite some time. And with that departure, Randy, we're down to the final table of the 40K Mystery Bounty. It is Austria's Samuel Muller way out in front in pole position here in Monaco with 104 big blinds. Lucas Greenwood second in chips with 61 bigs as we welcome you back to the break desk. It's interesting, Randy, there was a lull in the action when we came back with 20 players. It took a while for people to bust. And then we had the final 2 tables. And just like that, from final 2 tables down to the final table, just as we predicted, car crash after car crash.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes it's just a certain makeup of players at one table that really just gets those car crashes going. You know, obviously Martirosian was the one doing a lot of damage to players. He had a lot of action players like Hrobic at his table. Who, I mean, Martirosian's been sick. He's been making bluff after bluff throughout this round, triple barrel bluffs. But that last hand right there, Muller versus Alex, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, we've all been there. We all know the pain that Alex feels. He'll be back. He'll bounce back. Talking of Artur, like you said, I mean, the guy just seems to be getting it done. He's not afraid to play big pots and run massive bluffs. He's coming into the FT 4th in chips. It's going to be the last of the 5-figure payouts. Everyone guaranteed 84,000.
But of course, all eyes on that top prize of 686k plus the coveted Triton trophy. And let's not forget, just because the ladders here are getting bigger, there's still 80k in EV up for grabs for every elimination.
Right, so that means that I think this final table will play a little bit differently because we still have to consider the bounty is very important. Maybe towards the last 3 players remaining, we need to really consider the prize pool portion because it starts to equate more with the bounty envelope. But it'll be fun. We have a very deep stack final table. Average stack is 48 big blinds. You've got a lot of action players. You're going to absolutely love this one.
I could see anyone running away with this in the first couple of levels, but at the same time, I could see this being a bit of a stalemate, bit of a gridlock, everyone aware of the ICM that they're under and just kind of waiting for someone to make a massive blunder. For me, this looks like one of the most exciting final tables of the series that we've had so far. Randy, it's been an absolute pleasure calling the action with you for the last couple of frames. You're going to be stepping out. Brian Rast is going to be stepping in for Randy for this final table. Don't go too far, about 20-25 minutes or so before the main stage here at the Sporting Monte-Carlo is set for the final table of the 3rd event of the series, the $40,000 mystery bounty. We'll see you all very shortly.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Covers Mikita Badziakuski, who has announced all in. A snap from Luke. Mikita immediately understands the situation. They're not going to get on their backs right away, of course, while they wait for action to complete elsewhere.
I'm a bubble gap.
This is a disaster in the making.
Yeah,
Jack's getting cold decked.
Badziakowski could be just a home cold bubble.
By the way, $1 million in chips, 37 bigs. He didn't rate to be the guy, as he tried to leverage that money bubble back upon the shoulders of the chip leader at that table. Greenwood flipping back over to another one in progress here that involves Lewis Spencer and Alex Theologus. Theologus with 7-6 jammed the button. Spencer decided with just 415,000 that he would call off with the ace-6 of hearts, I'm being told.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with today.
Yes, please.
So if there's an all-in here and the other table, if both players bust, I'm pretty sure they split the prize money.
That's correct. But we aren't going to play the hand until everybody is caught up to the same hand, so that other table in the room needs to complete their action, and then one by one we'll play these hands out. Bads. Torture with jacks against kings. Greenwood has already copped to the fact that he's got a big pair at the feature. So we're going to play that hand first. Sonny on hand to walk us through. Can Bads find a hook? Not on the flop. Queen 10 tray.
9.
Okay.
Top set for Greenwood, but he doesn't really want to see it because all of a sudden Bads goes from 2 outs to 8. Any 9, any ace. Keeps him in his seat and takes a chunk out of Greenwood. Is it there? No, as Bads finds a set of his own. And unfortunately, he's not going to find the money as the bubble does burst. And the man that burst it right there, collecting the remains of Makita. Vogel check the river, and then Mustafov jam. Now we have 5s and 3s for Samuel Muller here against the overpair of Benjamin Chalot. How did we arrive to this point? Courtesy of a Chalot open to 60K, of course, with the pocket pair. Both blinds flatting. Shuliang out of the way as Muller has led into the preflop raiser on this board texture. Of course, this is a little bit handcuffing for jacks that aren't looking necessarily to breathe life, right?
I like the lead from Moeller, and the main reason he led was because he doesn't let it check through, and maybe he can get Shu Liang to just put in the last 200K or so and try to collect that bounty. Now, Chalot doesn't think it's that strong because oftentimes Moeller is just trying to bet and get Shu Liang's bounty, so that's why he's raising the 240K. I think it's a little tricky to play 5-3 suit in the spot as play just because you're very deep. I think you could go either way though in re-raising or calling. Although if you re-raise again, it's hard to get your opponent to put it in very poorly. Although if you just call, you do kind of risk bad turn cards and rivers to come.
I mean, do you expect that ace-4 or a set, which are the hands that you're worried about with 5s and 3s, would do this? And mind you, you block pocket 5s and pocket 3s, and you really don't expect Chalot to open raise those things. There's
off.
your answer, as Muller does end up jamming. And note that he played the hand in a manner that allowed him to get all of the chips in on the flop.
That's true, and it also allowed him the best chance to get the short stacks, who did fold. So really nicely played from Muller. Great spot, 68% favorite.
Chalot covers handily, but this 2.5 million is huge. Turn is the 8, so now an 8 or a deuce to counterfeit the 2 pair, a jack to make a set. That's what Chalot needs to ruin Sam Muller's day. And instead, the river delivers a 6. And the poker gods deliver a generous double to Sam Muller.
They fly very fast in these bounty tournaments.
Previous level.
Oh.
Seat draw,
we
however,
break because of the redraw.
you could argue is very fortunate for Alex on the direct left of Greenwood. A couple of spots left of Muller as well. So just 6 minutes left of Big Blind 50K before the blinds go up.
Gonna see more limping in knockout tournaments.
Is Muller's bounty token number 69? Is that why he's got that?
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't realize they were numbered.
Perfect.
Yeah. Here we go. Alex kind of just joking that he gets to tangle with the chip leader. 6-6-5. This, I don't know if I'm getting overly excited, Randy. Could be a bit of a fun one. You know, the Queen 7 wrapped around that 6-5 with the 6 of diamonds. Muller with the nut club in hand. On a 2 club board. Checks through.
A7 still good. Wouldn't really expect them to start firing on this turn card. But Alex has got a kind of an interesting decision because Queen High might be able to show down, but maybe he tries to fold out a better Queen High or some King Highs. His opponent's shown weakness twice. Find out where he sees himself. Seems like he thinks Queen High is good enough to show down.
It makes sense, right? Against the 100% range from the big, as they both pair the 7.
A way to lose chips.
See what Muller comes with. Again, limped pot, very unorthodox, due to the fact that there are 2 short stacks to Alex's left. Checked all the way down to the river. It's a pot-sized river probe. It is a 3 straight completing river.
I mean, it's just so hard to fold, especially with your kicker potentially playing. Nicely done.
Yeah, the old shake of the head. Knows that river card cost him 175k, unavoidable one.
Can I put less? No?
Really interesting to see someone like Pundidi play in this format. He was getting a lot of praise in the YouTube chat earlier on for his course that we were discussing. Apparently one of the best courses out there, Randy, when it comes to this bounty format. That's what they're playing for, and that's the backdrop we were talking about earlier on. By the way, how about this for a venue? Look at that. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Overlooking Monte-Carlo Bay.
First to act, Lucas Greenwood, who spun it up from 5 big blinds to start the day with 39 remaining. Sitting in 3rd.
Fold to final table.
There it is.
That's his line. That and Lady Gaga. Fold to final table.
I want to sign Ren's shirt, by the way. It's got a lot of signatures on there. Oh, wow, look at this.
Oh, Shu Leon's got Ace King.
He's going to squeeze.
See 1 card call.
He's just seen 1 card. He was going to squeeze it, and then he was like, well, actually, I'm never folding anyway, so...
Deuce. Queen. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, don't mind.
I'm telling you, Randy, the sleeping dragon awakened out of the big with the ace-king. He is the all-in player at risk, and there's a queen in the window.
Not bad. Not bad. He might be going to sleep, though.
So many
permanently.
Yes. Well, a 2-1 favorite. Make that close to an 8-2. Juliang needs an ace, king, or a 10. Can't find it.
GG.
Muller up to 5.7. We're down to 12 players. Another deep run for the Sleeping Dragon, but again, final 2-table elimination for him. Knocking on the door of a final table, but it's going to have to come in a future event.
What? No small blind? Only one big blind, right?
Means there's less blinds to steal for Ren Lin with this queen 10 off. Is it still good enough for him? 11 big blinds.
All-in.
It is.
No snap call, please. Tank and the call.
Well, he's going to get snapped or rejammed on by pocket eights.
Is Muller going to follow in the footsteps of his good friend and mystery bounty winner from last year?
Okay, Lady Gaga.
Good luck,
There we go. Eights in the lead, flipping against Ren Lin.
How do you always need a Lady Gaga? Like, how does this always happen?
Ren vaulting into the lead.
There she is.
Lady Gaga coming to his assistance.
8 of them for the sweat. Ah. No sweat here.
Okay. Go with the sweat.
8 needed. Doesn't find it.
Baby.
A dent in Sam Muller's
You were
stack.
suited and folded that quickly? No.
Even after losing that pot, he still holds the chip lead.
So rich. So rich. So rich.
But if he's to follow in the footsteps of his friend Mario Mos,
What did she say when she came?
13 stack.
She said something.
Looking good. 1.8 million. Got that triple up. Now he can just raise like a normal player.
Yeah,
Webster's got ace 10. Vengeance?
revenge. My favorite thing in life. For those wondering, my birthday is November 17th, so story checks out.
How much is it? 8.
Aussie asking for a count.
Aussie's just watching players get bounties is like, let me get in on that action.
Aussie's got some gamble in him, man. I've spent time with Aussie outside of the Triton Series. This guy's a boss. Not afraid to play big pots.
He's in there. Calls. Now what does Faradine do? Because it's actually not a reshove. There's still 640k back.
He covers Aussie as well, by the way.
I feel like you call here and see what happens.
Yeah. He needs to put 800. Yeah.
Yeah, so Aussie's just going to put 800 in. And I guess I mean, does Mustafov jam or does he just call? And I mean, the problem with calling.
I don't think you jam.
No?
No, because 640 is going in anyways from Aussie. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think you jam in this spot.
What if Aussie blows you off your equity though? Like, say it comes like ace, king, 3, and then you.
I mean, Aussie's probably got it right for him to jam. He's not going to jam like same hand or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And plus, they have to beat Webster to get the bounty.
That's true. That is true. Here we go. So Webster, the all-in player at risk. This is exactly what we were anticipating when I jumped in with 20 players left, is this kind of madness. There's a player all in, and you see these other guys just play big pots against each other as they go bounty hunting.
It makes sense the short stacks are really going for it because this is where they can actually get that bounty prize pool. Here we go to a flop. 3 ways.
Well, so far so good for Webster, who's holding with the ace high. A clubless flop, by the way.
Neither player should be betting here because of the dry side pot and having to beat Webster's all in. Webster's not just messing around and, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be hard for them to beat with queen high and jack high.
Between them, 8 outs twice.
Check is good.
Check is good. Oh, word.
Got a feel for Webster. That's awful.
More importantly, it pairs both of them up on the turn, and now potential double up spot for Aussie through Mustafov.
I kind of feel like Aussie should jam to protect and get that bounty. He's going to check.
All in?
Yeah, I don't blame Faradine for jamming it.
There's the one chip flick in. Aussie's going to see the good news. He's in great shape to double up through the Bulgarian. You see a laugh on Mustafov's face. I mean,
terrible turn card for him.
He just spiked the 3 outer in the previous hand. He needs to do the same here. Could chop on a 3 or a 5. No dice. So Webster Lim getting sucked out on the turn. Aussie up to 3.8 million and finally gets that bounty. He was so...
It's 80K big blind. 160.
Raised to 160,000.
It's been so long.
Luke is still on a pretty big stack here. Benjamin Chalot is short. Good luck, all in. 4.5 BBs.
He's in trouble because he's not going to shed Greenwood. Now action on Muller. He won't be going anywhere with the King 10. Has to proceed with caution, of course, as he does have the under the gun open and stack of 3.6 million behind to worry about. So it just comes with call.
How much would be all in for?
The all in is for 355,000.
355.
Greenwood wondering if he can reopen the action. Because Samuel Muller's range should be pretty capped to call and not reshove in this spot. Wow, I like this play from Lucas. Get that overlay. Dominating position.
And Benjamin could potentially triple up here. Going to be tough, of course, but still. Nice
Triple
little
up.
overlay.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be tough to chop on that board. Deuce or a 4 for a sweat. 3 or a 5 for a sweat. There's some hope.
Deuce could come.
Deuce for a chop, 8 for the win. 6 of clubs completes the run out. And we're going to lose the Frenchman in 11th place. Just couldn't spin it at the most important time.
Pardon?
Picks up his second. Well, the stage has been set for what is likely to be one of the most entertaining final tables of the series here at the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. Brian Rass stepping in for Randy Liu. Brian, you weren't here for it, but from 20 down to 8 was just action-packed as expected, with each envelope being worth around $80,000 in EV. And as you can expect, some people, the likes of Artur Martirosyan, were getting it in loosey-goosey, bounty hunting and claiming several scalps on the way to get down to this FT. And I have to ask you, now that the pay jumps are getting bigger and more significant, is that still going to be the case? People are going to be as liberal to get it in and go for a bounty?
No, Henry, I think definitely not. I mean, what happens is, you know, the bounties are worth sort of a fixed amount, right? I think you said 80K?
80K, yeah.
Okay. Obviously, as the tournament goes on and the pay jumps increase, the 80K is worth, you know, relatively less than it is in the earlier stages of the tournament, like once the bounty part activates. So I think moving forward, you'll see it matter less and less with the decisions, even though it still will matter for sure.
Well, we know who's going to go bounty hunting. The chip leader, Samuel Muller, coming in with 104 bigs after busting Alex on the bubble, ace-queen against ace-king. Let's throw it down to Luca Vivaldi, who is going to be introing the final table. And like I said, I think this one's going to be thick and fast action as people go bounty hunting in the third event of the series here in Monaco.
Tomorrow in the mystery bounty event, we're gonna find out who's gonna open the envelope of 400,000 and the envelope with absolute 0. But for now, we are at the final table of 8, and we're gonna find out who's gonna win 686,000, the title, and this beautiful trophy. It's my pleasure to introduce you to them, to your final 8. Seed number 1 from Russia with 3.8 million. Please welcome Artur Martirosyan.
The man that bulldozed his way to the FT with some incredible bluffs, coming in 4th in chips.
In seed number 2, we have our chip leader from Austria with 8.4 million. Please put your hand together for Samuel Muller.
Looking to repeat what his good friend Marion Mosbok did here last year to take down the 40K mystery bounty as our chip leader.
Our seed number 3 from China, 1.1 million. Please welcome Tony Ren Lin.
He's always promising to fold his way down to the final table, and he's delivered here.
In seed number 5 from Thailand with 2.1 million. Please welcome Punat Punsri.
He was down to 3 big blinds at big blind 40K and has managed to spin it back up to 2.1 million.
In seed number 6 from Canada with 4.9 million. Please put your hand together for Lucas Greenwood.
Second in chips, healthy 61 bigs. One of the Greenwood brothers looking for another title.
From Czech Republic with 4.2 million. Please put your hand together for Roman Rabets.
Triton champion, 6 million in earnings, looking for title number 2 here.
In seed number 8 with 3.7 million from Finland, please welcome Ossi Ketola.
The bounty hunter, the man that was going crazy for those bounties, coming in with 47 bigs, is the Finnish superstar.
And last but not least, closing our final table in seed number 9 from Norway, please welcome Morten Klein.
There aren't many people from the VIP side of the bracket that love the game more than this man. Another Norwegian making a big FT, Morten Klein.
The button has been drawn on Samuel. We still have 2 minutes remaining on level number 20. 40, 80, 80. I wish you all the very best of luck. Pavel, shuffle up and deal, please.
So And there we have it, the final table of event number 3, the 40K mystery bounty has been set. It is the Austrian Samuel Müller way out in front in pole position here in Monaco. Other end of the chip counts, Ren Lin on just 14 bigs, and he is the immediate short stack. Everyone else relatively healthy. Average stack at this final table is 48 big blinds, so I've got a funny feeling.
Wow, it's so much deeper than the last one I did. And also I just noticed that every single one of those flags was from a different country.
Very diverse FT, similar to the 25K where we had 9 different flags, 9 different people, just showcasing how diverse this Triton Poker Super High Roller Series has become. Last of the 5-figure payouts in 8th be $84,000, and then the 6-figure paydays start getting dished out all the way up to that top prize of $686,000. And I don't know, Brian, I think it might be a bit of a stalemate here for quite some time. I mean, other than Ren Lin, everyone else is relatively comfortable.
160.
160,000. Yeah, actually, I was looking at the bust outs, and you don't get a repeat flag until 13. So that means with 12 people left, we had 12 individuals from different countries.
Let's go,
seems
bro.
Pretty,
love that.
Pretty unlikely, actually, but pretty sweet.
I think it was the same in the 25K as well, you know, which is insane to think. Rabbits under the gun +1.
Love to see it, though, how the game is growing all around the world, right? I mean, not just Americans or Chinese or, you know, some of the other biggest countries. Maybe, I mean, there's not even almost any Brazilians here at this stop, but normally Brazil and...
Yeah, that's interesting, actually. Haven't seen any of them. They do tend to travel together. Perhaps Monaco just too much of a hassle to get to, as Roman flops best on the ace-7-4.
Yeah, brilliant flop. Also a flop that he, as a early position raiser, will have an equity advantage, so he'll be betting frequently, which is also what this small bet size implies. And versus frequent bet, we have to see if Punit wants to continue. He does have backdoor straight draws along with his pair. But the problem is I think you would see him continue for sure with like 4-5 or 7-5. But the problem with fives is that you only have 2 outs to improve when you're beat. So
he seems to agree with you on that one as he lets it go. So first blood going Rabbits' way.
Oh, game ball.
I think this is going to be a long one, you know. Unless Müller can like claim a couple of big KOs early on and just be the runaway chip leader, but other than that, I think we're going to be here for a while.
I think so. I mean, this is just too deep.
48 big blinds is the average stack. I say that just as the blinds go up to 50K, 100K, so that's going to drop down to 39 bigs, but still, we have, what, 4 stacks with more than average, and then even Ossi Kettler on 5th place has 37.
I mean, at the last FT that I did, I think was yesterday, it was very short. I mean, 40 was basically the chip leader.
Yeah.
Or less. So starkly different.
Which is interesting because same structure, 35-minute clock. So I don't know why this one plays a lot slower than the 30K.
Well, no, what I think happened is they got here faster because of the bounties.
Okay, that
so
would
it
make sense.
Incentivized people to play aggressively and try to bust other people. So they just got to the final table, you know, sooner than they did in the other tournament, which played slower up till the FT. I mean, that would be my guess.
Which is insane, by the way, because this time yesterday was when I was coming in after the final table had finished. So the final table had finished by this time yesterday. We've only just started.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long night, mate. Gonna be a long night.
I mean, it's possible that the structure is somehow different as well, other than just the level times, but I'm not sure. But it is interesting. Also, I think the field is still 9, even though it says...
It's 8.
Oh, it is 8-handed. Okay. Oh, there's no 4-seat. Yes, I see.
The reason being that...
Yes,
you know,
it's
we know.
Unlucky number in Chinese culture.
If you go out to... Well, I was about to say if you go out to Macau, but it's not just Macau, just Asia in general. It's unlucky.
Is it more than just Chinese culture? Is it Asian culture and or multiple Asian countries?
That's actually a good question. Maybe I've just been rolling around with Soizer and Punat Punsri and Danny Tang and those guys, and I've just heard it through them. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I do know I've been put in room 444 on the 4th floor, and I'm assuming it's because I'm the whitest guy here, and they're like, okay, Henry's not going to, you know, be concerned about being put in that room. I'm just getting my run bad out of the way with early. As comes ace high. Greenwood in second at the start of this hand, facing the open from the chip leader, who is going to be really looking to just run over the table here. Gets to fire out a c-bet with king high.
Don't really think Queen Jack gets to fight back on this board. So, yeah, folding seems like the best option. And we'll move on to the next hand.
Keep running there all day.
We thought it was going to take us a while to get to the FT. Because then the first hand of hand for hand, that Muller 3-outed Alex. You could do the same, by the way, over on Club WPT Gold. 3-outering people, that is, of course. WPT Gold is bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the US and Canada. And to celebrate, they are hosting a $5 million invitational in Las Vegas this December. It's free to enter, and the winner's going to get $1 million cash money. You can sign up today at clubwptgold.com with the promo code Triton to win your seat. No purchase necessary. Good luck to all of you trying to qualify into that one. $5 million free roll is unheard of. It's actually insane.
So do you know how it works?
I believe they've got tons of like satellites. They've got random seat drops as well, and like the different sit and goes and cash games and stuff where they just throw in a ticket. And then on top of that, I've seen people like Lynn and Rampage doing giveaways on their socials just by people signing up. So I think it's just completely random.
And everyone that gets in with this eventually will play in some kind of tournament where they're giving away $5 million in prize money.
So it's $5 million capped at 2,000 runners, and the prize, the payouts are different. There's like 188 random mystery bounties with like a top bounty of 200K. There's tons of seats into their 10K WPT. It's insane, man. Like it's going to be a big one. Aussie opening up front 2.5x. With ace 4-0, the man that has been getting out of line throughout the day on his path to the final table.
It's still out of line. I mean, ace 4-0 under the gun 8. He's 5th in chips. He's a below average stack. So...
Bro, when you see a man with a hat like that,
I don't look at them.
Are you surprised to see this ace 4-0 open? I'm not, for one.
What?
There we go, look at that. How'd you like me now? The 4-4-3 flop just drilled by Aussie. 900k out there, unfortunately for him.
No one has anything.
Yeah. After raising up front. Looks like a meaty c-bet as well. Half
yeah, he's
pot.
going half pot. Ooh. Just don't think either of these hands are going to be able to continue for that.
100%. Spadeless. But that's going to get out of there.
You know, he also has the ace of hearts in his hand. Just blocking some continues.
Well, with this pickup, he's going to move up to third in chips. That's how close it is out there. Flash the ace of hearts, bro, bro. The casino owner moving up to third in chips.
Oh, he's a casino owner?
Yes, sir. You would think with the Finnish flag and the hoodie that he's perhaps a professional poker player.
And his age?
Yeah.
But no, I mean, he looks pretty young. Okay. Wow.
I doubt. Actually, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that live on stream. I'll tell you afterwards. But yeah, I know Aussie loves high stakes poker as a pastime. Enjoys gambling, but more importantly, I think he just enjoys putting pain on poker players. Like that's his MO.
Yeah.
Well, as if the chip leader needed an invitation to open.
Like he's playing to smash. He wants...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to do some damage.
I'll show you some videos afterwards, bro. Don't worry. You'll see what I'm talking about. Guy's a legend. Case in point. Flicking it in with the 7 deuce. It's interesting because when you throw someone like Aussie in the mix, who just really doesn't care about ICM, like he 600k is not going to change his life, and he starts defending things like 7 deuce, it's going to be really fun from an ICM point of view. How people adapt when he's willing to get involved and play big pots.
I mean, I guess it makes some of the other like mid or even short stacks just more likely to wait, because this guy who's a mid stack could just go out in any hand. That would be my like level 1. You know, what's the first order of what happens?
He needs to be careful with these time banks, by the way. He's just used the time bank before even making a decision with action on him. I think he's maybe pondering a lead.
I hope this time bank use doesn't make him feel compelled to do something. I also wonder I mean, Muller is the chip lead. It's a pretty decent flop for his actual hand, and it's not the worst flop for him. I mean, Aussie definitely has more 8x than Muller, especially if he's going to defend every hand. But Aussie should have like a bunch of garbage as well if he's defending essentially 100% of range here.
Aussie also loves internet memes and internet culture, and I got a funny feeling that he might try and do something here with the 7 deuce just for the memes.
Well, I wonder if he's also feeling a little bit more compelled because he burned a time bank. Like it's like he already made an investment.
Oh, strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Aussie's come with a check call with 7 deuce. This is a $40,000 buy-in tournament with 680k up top.
I mean, this card is much better for Muller's range. I have to think that he's probably going to bet again. If he doesn't, though, Aussie could win this hand on the river. I mean, I would suppose if he bets, Aussie you'd have to think he's probably folding the turn. You know, it sounds like you can never say for sure with him based on how this hand has gone and what you're saying. But, I mean, theoretically, Muller should be betting a lot, and Jack 10 off is a type of hand that really would like to take the pot down.
550?
Sometimes it's scary playing hands this way against a complete maniac, but it just feels like compulsory. So I like that Muller followed through. Now let's see how sick.
He folded. Yeah. It's going to show the 7 deuce as well. That's interesting, actually.
Next
opting to show it to the rest of the crowd.
I was hoping he would show it after check, check, turn, Aussie bluff, river, guy folds, then he shows. That was what we were hoping for, but Muller didn't comply with that.
People get to see that. All of a sudden, you're like, hang on a minute. I need to adjust massively against this guy. It's about.
So does he have a lot of bounties? You were saying he was like playing to get a bunch of bounties.
He has one that we saw on stream. He was playing to get a bunch of bounties unsuccessfully, and then there was one key pot where he was involved in a 3-way all-in situation. His queen 9 against jack 9 against ace 10. He spiked a 9 on the turn and held. And that was kind of it. He then just jumped up to like 3 million, and then he got a bluff through against Artur. Oh, hello. Aces.
Oh, wow. He's the short stack too, right? I mean, how awesome. Aussie is still left to play as well. He's in the small blind.
It's true.
I mean, 7-4 off. Let's just see how bad he wants to get bounties. Yeah, maybe not.
Well, I don't know if you heard.
Playing total 1 million?
He cold 4-bet jammed 7-3 offsuit against Ian Bradley, 50 big blinds apiece. Got there and cracked Ian's jacks.
Holy man.
Open under the gun. Ian Bradley 3-bets cut off. Aussie just 4-bet rips 7-3. And just gets there. This was like late day 2 as well. Sorry, late day 1, sorry.
Oh, so the bounties weren't...
They weren't even in play, no.
Okay.
It's like 44 left, 39 make day 2. Oh, wow. Boy. Morton's in trouble.
I mean...
550 out there.
I mean, bet. Probably. I mean, does he just put Ren all in? I mean, I think normally in these spots you play extra aggressive versus someone... their bounty. You said they're worth 80K?
That's what I've heard from some of the boys, yeah, who I trust.
Dude, I mean,
much
80K
more than myself.
Is,
oh, no.
Yeah, is just massive here compared to the pay jumps. I mean, 8th place is 80K.
There's a jam from Morton Klein.
Always basically.
Yes.
As Brian was alluding to, the bounty alone is worth more than 2 ladders. Ren with an 81% lock on the hand. Get back in this fight.
Oh my.
That's disgusting, man. On the final table, now needs to find an ace, 4, 3 or a deuce. Can't find it. Got it in good. That's all one can hope for.
No, never said sorry.
Ren knows that it's all part of the game. A real class act.
Where are you going?
Go home.
Humble in victory, gracious in defeat.
I really like that Ren said that. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
I guess Morton must have said sorry. And
Morton
Ren's
did
like,
say sorry.
No, never say sorry. Which is, I mean,
it's true.
It's true, but the thing is, it's strong for him to say it having just gotten the bad beat. But yeah, you should. I mean, like, you want to win a pot. You know, it's nice to get lucky. You're not, you know, You could say I feel bad, but sorry's not exactly accurate. You know?
I agree.
So-
Ren, always a class act, win or lose. I've seen him take so many bad beats, and he just takes it in his stride. Always takes it on the chin.
Great presence of mind.
He is, yeah. Great guy to have at the table, and another deep run for him.
We're going to miss you, Ren.
First elimination of the 40K Mystery Bounty final table, and with that, the last of the 5-figure payouts. Everyone now guaranteed a 6-figure payday is the #1 Thai player, Punat Punsri, who now earns the right to call himself the shortest stack. But we know that he is more than capable of turning things around as he looks down at a couple of Django's. From +1, 16 bigs. See if he picks up any customers. Autumn perhaps interested from the small. No, he's going to get out of that. Action on Artur, 10-8 suited. Let's see 3.
Yeah, Artur covers as well. Punat's pretty short.
Artur does not want to see an... I was about to say an 8-high flop as the 8-7-4 rolls off.
I mean, this is going to go like the same as the last pot. I think probably check, bet, check raise.
550 in the middle.
Artur has the type of hand that kind of likes fast playing to deny clearance to overcard hands that might c-bet fold. And I guess like kind of good enough to get it all in. This is going to be my guess for how this plays. And we got kings, we're not checking.
Yeah, note the sizing from Punsri.
It's large.
Sizing up, which is kind of inviting the check jam almost. If Artur thinks that Punat has fold equity, there's 875,000 out there.
It might scare Artur into just calling. Let's see. I mean, going after... It's a large enough sizing that Punat's kind of saying that, like, with his good hands, Artur's behind, right? Versus a UTG range, like 9s plus, ace-8 suited.
Artur's been like a bull in a china shop on his way to this final table, just steamrolling people left and right, getting them to fold big hands. He's been bluffing in huge spots.
Really? Wow.
1.2 million out there.
Must have been some fun pots.
Oh, it's been insane, man. It's been one of the funnest tournaments so far. Punsri with diamondless kings.
Yeah, Artur will have more flushes than Punat here, but Punat still likely has the best hand. I mean, Artur doesn't have many queen X, so you know, maybe he makes queens up sometimes. Probably a hand like queen 5 or queen 6 probably folds flop to like well over half pot. So, you know, just stuff like queen 8, queen 7, queen 4 that defended. So probably mostly suited combos. Yeah. And so we could see Punat bet, but wasn't that much value to get there because one of the weaker hands that Artur had just snap folded. Now, if Artur had had like 8-10 with the 10 of diamonds, that would have been different. But probably doesn't snap fold, probably doesn't fold.
Yeah, unfortunate turn for Punat.
Yeah. But I mean, he's happy to take down the pot and still be alive.
For sure.
The levels get reduced by 5 minutes.
And Artur really dodged one there. In a spot he could have easily check raised flop and just like gone for it. He kind of probably looked at the large bet size and got a little suspicious and only ended up losing another 325K. So, I mean, Artur, you know, man, I watch him. he seems to make a lot of really good decisions when you watch him play poker. Like he's a boss.
Has a lot of respect as well from the mutual competitors at this series. The likes of Ponakovs and Espen, Nikita all speak highly of him. And based on what we saw today as well, man, I mean, damn. He had the pants down with a few of these guys.
It's versus the chip leader, OOP. And he wants all the smoke.
It's the biggest IDGAF energy I've seen in a while.
I mean, Queen 5 suited, probably just call. I think you find your 3-bets here come from more offsuit combos that maybe look a lot like Queen 5 off, but in position we see 3. And wow, great flop for Artur.
Oh boy. The chip leader in trouble in this already inflated pot. Blind v blind, modern day cooler. Top pair v top pair, but kicker problems for the chip leader.
Yeah, and Artur starts out playing it slow. Since he has a queen but with kind of a bad kicker. Maybe likes checking some queen 8 off with the 8 of diamonds. Combos a bit more than without a diamond, perhaps. But after check, check, flop on a lot of runouts, you can get 2 streets of value, unless the runouts are particularly ridiculous.
That turn card potentially saving Muller from losing a big pot, especially as played. Flop went check, check. This ace does find its way to the turn.
Yeah, it might have gone from 2 streets to 1 street now, because not only is it an ace, it's also a flush completing card. So,
different ways to run good in poker, Brian.
Of course.
It's so sick.
It's one of the things I think people really underestimate, because it's really easy to look at just like all-in EV and make that like your metric of how you or like someone else is running, but there's just so many other ways that you can run good or bad. I mean, like, you could have aces and get it all in with kings, right?
Yeah.
And you win. And it's like, you know, whatever from all-in EV standpoint. But obviously, that's like a pretty sick way to run good.
Yeah, of course.
Just to get that set up, you know? And so here we are. There's going to be a bet on the river. I mean, I'm going to guess it's going to be Artur. And I'm curious to see his sizing. I guess after just check, 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 I doubt he goes small here with Queen 8. Like, he's not. I don't think he's doing like quarter pot or something like that. Maybe like 600.
Yeah, you're pretty dialed in, Brian Rast. 550.
And I mean, it's kind of sick from Muller's standpoint in that it's kind of hard to come up with value that we're beating, you know. But having checked a queen 2 streets, I just don't. I mean, this would be a pretty sick fold. I'm assuming he's going to call here. He's already gone to a time bank, which is pretty strong.
The fact, yeah, I agree.
Like,
I agree, bro. It's you know, Fedor's crew, they're sharp.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue for him is he realizes he's not beating value, but also his hand is just super under-repped. Like, is Artur doing this with a 6? Could he have queen 3? But yeah, so he's going to see the bad news.
Little smirk there from Samuel, maybe perhaps. I'm just laughing at the fact that maybe he should have lost more in that hand. Losing the min. That's the chip leader, dropping down to 8.2 million. Artur with that pot, moving up to third in chips on the tail of Lucas Greenwood. We've got ourselves a pretty tight final table here. I mean, Lucas in second with 46 bigs, Morten Klein in sixth with 39. There's just 7 big blinds between second and sixth.
Yeah, it's a massive cluster of 4 million-ish stacks with one short, that's Punzri, and one chip leader.
Yeah, and even Punat, you know, on the short stack, still 22 big blinds, 35-minute levels. He's not too worried.
Yeah, and this is the type of situation that's a little bit of a Rorschach test for like how all these mid stacks want to play. Like they're just clustered in there, and you're going to see probably some people playing very solid and who really view these ICM situations as a chance to ladder up and like let me maximize those chances. And other people, knowing that that's the MO, will sometimes get out of line and just make some moves. So
like
that's always one of
defending 7 deuce and opening ace-4.
Yeah, well, I think we already know where he stands on that. Some of the other players, I'm not certain. So here's Hrabets coming after Greenwood.
Yeah, let's it go. Even if you think Roman's up to no good, ace-6 of hearts, not really much you can do about it.
I mean, you could make it like a million.
You're a sicko. Right.
I'm just saying you can. Doesn't mean you have to or should, you know, but you can. Make it 1.1. Just be like, what do you think about that, buddy? What are you going to do now? Here he is, Aussie. Wow, passes the 10-6 of diamonds from early position. Could feel his pain.
Got to be selective in these spots, Ryan. Morton's thinking about it. Morton's been pretty snug.
What if he showed the 7 deuce offsuit so it would incentivize him to not play like a stone maniac for the next like 30 minutes? He's
just
like,
to get out of his system.
He's like, oh, I showed them the 7 deuce. Can't play 10-6 suited here. No low jack. I'm gonna fold it.
Just
they think I'm a maniac now. I got to just find something, you know, queen jack or like something that's not like a obvious fold.
Morton with the raise and take.
Like he doesn't show the 7 deuce. Maybe he's just playing that 10-6 suited. You see?
I'm not sure, man.
Oh, neither am I. I'm just spitballing here.
I think we're going to see Aussie go for the 1-2 bang. Like, he's either doubling up or, you know, just going out in a ball of flames by running some massive multi-barrel bluff in an insane spot. There's no in-between. There's no small pots, bro. There's not going to be, like, a single raise pot with him that just goes check, 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 check. Showdown river. The entire stack's on the line at all times. Well, opening from the cutoff with 10-5. It's a bit out of line as he's flopped best against Roman on the Jack-10 deuce. Sammy boy. Getting a bit OOL. I'm loving this. I mean, chip leader doing chip leader things. He knows it's so difficult for people to play back against him at the moment. Let's not forget his good friend Mario Mosbach took down this very event at this very table in this very venue last year.
I have a feeling this next hand, he's not going to be opening 10-5 suited. Or like Jack deuce suited.
You think it's just going to be the goods?
Or I mean, just like not stone, like chip leader at a final table steel trash hands. And do you know why?
Why?
Because it's Aussie's big blind.
There we go.
It's like, let's not show up in a pot where the guy's like defending 100%, maybe going to 3-bet random stuff with, you know, Jack deuce. Right? Like,
how do we feel about 4-3 suited?
I personally probably just fold this here. I'm just not going to take 4-3 against Aussie, but, you know, he's got a different theory. I mean, it's not even just him. You also have to get it through 3 other people, like not showing up with a hand as well. It's part of it. But I mean, does Aussie 3-bet a lot pre-flop? If not, then I like this play a little bit more.
Haven't seen him 3-bet much now that you
that
you say this.
So
yeah.
I like that a little bit more because it's kind of a nice hand to play post-flop, you know?
Well, I'll tell you what.
If he 3-bets this, though, then okay, see? Yeah, so I'm not, so it's like sort of okay then.
These two hands could collide on certain board textures.
Oh, they definitely could.
3 in the window, the Jack and the 8 behind. This is all Muller.
So I'm curious how Muller's going to play this. Obviously, the hand, you know, bottom pair benefits a lot from clearance here, but for playing against the Maniac, it's also nice to get to showdown. So do we bet or do we check? I'm assuming, of course, Aussie checks this flop.
Be careful with your assumptions, Brian.
Yeah.
Muller seems dialed in, by the way. Like his whole aura / presence at the moment. I mean, it just feels like it's his. He's feeling it. That ace-queen against Alex Theologis's ace-king on the bubble as well. Sometimes it's just your tournament to win.
He's going for the value / clearance route. And Aussie hasn't folded this, and I guess he's just getting value. This is a very speculative call with ace-deuce off and no ace of spades.
I mean, the guy check called 7-deuce on a 9-8-8 board. This is a slight upgrade. Turns bottom pair as well. Now beating hands like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-x of spades. It's perhaps stabbing on the flop.
The eternal question. Bet turn and check back river, or check turn and see what happens?
Time does go check, check.
Checking is definitely safer against the stone Maniac.
Both flush draws brick. That 10 of hearts does complete some things from the flop. Queen 10, 10-9, Queen 9, 9-7.
This probably goes check, check. I mean, both players are beating things and probably pretty happy to just show down their hand. And I don't think there's value for either one really in betting. Yeah.
Checks through. Muller up to 8.9 million. People are going to pick up on that. I mean, I think most people were already aware that Muller's going to be wreaking havoc. Some wide opens. That may frustrate Aussie a little bit when he sees that. Let's see. Let's find out.
Aussie's probably like suited connector, fair game, bro. I mean,
what a surprise me, actually, yeah. He's just like, you know what, I respect it, bro. That's a bit of me, that is. Love to see it. So, to explain the madness here as the blinds go up to 50k, 125k, the only person with more than average is the chip leader, Samuel Muller. As the blinds go up, the average stack goes down to 35 bigs. You can see 6 of the 7 players with less than average. Look how close it is there, that cluster between 2nd and 6th. Absolutely insane. Pretty quiet feature table. Makes sense. Business end of the tournament.
Oh, wow. 2 queens. What a pickup. I mean, Roberts is going to be fortunate that he's just stone stealing with a terrible hand here and going to be able to get out of the way.
Don't do it, Morton. The reason I say that is because we've seen Morton do it today on a couple of occasions.
Just cold 4?
Just 35 bigs, ace 6-0
yeah.
Against Artur. Some weird spots. Roman's like, wow, you found a 3-bet, did you, bro? This is going to be a fun one. I'm rooting for Aussie to stay at this table for as long as possible. If he starts picking up cards, legit holdings, like he just did, it could be a really fun one.
All right, Muller has a real hand. The ace-4 suited. But he's now opening through the entire field. Everybody has been seeing him open a lot, including getting to see the 4-3 suited.
Pun 3 can't do much from +1.
Yeah. He wants to, though.
He always wants to. ICM is for poor people.
All right, Artur with a very defendable hand in the big blind.
Love to see it. Always high morale to see a flop. These tight final tables. Unfortunately, it's going to be over and done with very quickly as Artur is completely whiffed. At 50k, by the way, event number 5, up to 123 entries.
Oh, wow.
Insane. 6.15 million in the prize pool. Expect to see
75.
Top prize of maybe 1.5, 1.6 million in that one. Muller just chipping away, extending his lead atop of the chip counts.
And it looks like Foxen is the chip leader. Then second, Paulie V, and third, the Sleeping Dragon.
Let's go.
Yang. Some names that have just been coming up. I mean, Foxen was like the chip leader for a while in the first tournament, I think, even though he kind of fell off and didn't.
That's true.
I don't know if maybe he cashed, but he didn't make a deep run.
I think he min cashed, but yeah,
Okay.
Julian came 13th in this. So he max late reg this, and he's now third in chips.
Oh, he did? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He got pretty unlucky too. Lost with Ace King against Queen Deuce.
Oh, wow.
All in pre for like 16 bigs.
Damn, would have loved. It's always fun to watch him too. Would have loved to still see him in this.
Sleeping Dragon, just true Triton legend as Greenwood activates from +1 with the 10s.
Was he wearing his yellow glasses?
You know he was.
Yeah, okay. Reverses a tight range that didn't min. It's 25,000 more than min, but we are the chip leader. Are we going to be able to over-realize here? Willer decides no and thinks better of it.
So for those of you just joining us, firstly, where on earth have you been? An action-packed day here. Day 4 of the Triton Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. This is the final table of the $40,000 Mystery Bounty. Event number 3, top bounty prize of $400K. There's 3 $200K bounties. Min bounty of $40,000. That bounty draw is going to be later on in the series, but for now our attention focused on the payouts at hand. 116,000 locked up, with 686 going to the champion. Let us know as always whereabouts in the world you're joining us from, and if you haven't already, do click that like and subscribe button. Really helps grow and support the channel as Triton continue to put out world-class content for free. As we have ourselves a little collision here. Note the positions though, Brian. Perhaps an exit for Greenwood.
Yeah.
725.
Definitely. Greenwood's opening from under the gun 8, so these ranges are getting pretty narrow at this point.
And this is the second time Roman's 3-bet him from EP, right? Like last time it was the Ace-6.
And the King-Queen.
Yeah. It was like an orbit ago. Don't level yourself, Greenwood.
Greenwood looks a little more serious this time.
Yeah, he's like, have I got the word knit written on my forehead? And he just sends it in. It's like, this kid just picking on me? You know the feeling, Brian. Sometimes you just think these young kids are up to no good.
Well, he was up to no good last time, but not this time.
Call. Call.
Whoa. That was ropey. I thought he said all in there for a minute.
I thought I heard call.
$1.75 out there.
Oh, that's a dangerous flop right there.
How has the dealer fanned that one off? The King 3-3, 2-club board, top for Roman, nut flush draw for Greenwood in a 3-bet pot. Roman's not been having much luck with Ace King today. See if that changes here. As he continues small and wide.
About
as
quarter
expected.
pot. Yeah, which, I mean, this flop is a flop he probably bets at quite a high frequency. Especially, I mean, Lucas is probably folding king-queen off to the 3-bet. So he doesn't really have any offsuit KX. And probably 4-bets ace-king. So it's not like Lucas has some king advantage. With ace-king, we're blocking aces, which is a hand Lucas might play this way. So, I mean, Roman's looking at a very strong hand and probably good enough to just go like bet, bet, shove, river on most runouts. The 7 is also nice and low. It's possible Lucas doesn't open 7s under the gun 8. And if he does, he might not call it out of position to a 3-bet.
So value to be extracted perhaps from 8s, 9s, 10s, maybe even jacks.
How you get this number? How you get this number?
I don't know, very lucky number.
I mean, maybe even
Just
queens
luck
too.
or, you
It's
skip the
possible he
default?
doesn't 4-bet
No, I
queens
didn't.
pre.
No?
Once I saw it, I had to.
I would not be sure.
They made the announcement.
But yeah, I think like 8s through jacks don't get 4-bet.
What's your number?
All in. Table 1.
Oh, wow.
Really?
He's just 2-streeting this.
Oh, now, yeah.
That was not what I expected.
I thought in the beginning of the tournament.
On the 2-tone turn texture, just opting to mash.
Lucas has to be thinking, okay, I mean, the hands I'm behind, I'm definitely not getting the right price, but how many hands can I be ahead of, right? I feel like this is a slightly different decision also with like ace-10 of clubs versus ace-queen of clubs, right? Because it's like, can Roman have ace-jack or ace-queen of spades himself as draws? I mean, potentially. You know, we would be ahead of hands like queen-jack of clubs. It's not that easy to find club combos because the 10 blocks many of them. But there's some spade combos, certainly. Like queen and jack and potentially even like 10-9 of spades. But I don't know if all that ends up becoming enough.
This isn't posturing here from Greenwood. He's genuinely considering a call here. Taking his time.
Yeah.
Does ultimately make the correct fold. Let's go with the ace-10. Roman Krabets bouncing back up to second in chips. Healthy little gap between him and the rest of the pack now.
Yeah, Roman just decides on the double flush draw board. He's not going to go geometric and play potential river guessing games when flush cards hit.
Which makes sense when you have someone like Punat on 14 bigs and just want to take it down.
I mean, he's probably getting called by like king queen or king jack suited that called the 3-bet. And potentially even like queens or jacks or 10s. Those are the hands I'm really curious to see what Lucas would have done. And then also just like ace-queen suited with a flush draw. Might call those too. In a way, I'd rather have like ace-queen of clubs than like 10s.
Why so?
Because if we're behind, we have a lot more outs. And if he has a draw where just ahead of every draw with like the nut, like the ace-queen.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
Makes a ton of sense.
like you could see he had, what, 20% right there. So that means, you know, when you're behind, you probably have about 20%. And when you're ahead, I mean, every draw we're ahead of, it's probably sort of flipped, like 70% plus.
Yeah,
Now, you're behind more often than not. But yeah, I think ace queen of clubs is a decent hand to call there if you're looking to find calls. I mean, the ICM of this also throws everything off by quite a bit, which makes the spot even crazier.
And there's bounty EV as well.
Yeah.
Which Greenwood had Kravets covered when he jammed all in.
Yeah, I mean, that bounty EV probably makes up for some of the ICM in that spot. 80K is like not a small amount.
That's almost the difference between 7th and 5th.
Yeah.
Good couple of ladders. Checks through on the 10-3 deuce as Muller peeled one off in position with the 10-9 of spades, which were dominated. He's managed to outflop Morton Klein. Still has the best hand on the Queen of Diamonds turn. They all have the same check, don't they? Fedor, Mario, Samuel.
They do.
They got the hoodie wrapped around as a scarf. I'm going to start doing that, bro.
It must be discussed. That's not a coincidence.
No, definitely not.
$625.
There we go. It's been checked 2-3 times. Knows he's got the best hand. Try and get a crying call from a ace king, ace jack. Maybe a hand like 4s, 5s, 6s. Morton throwing out a time bank. He's also got calling chips in his right hand now, Brian. If you want to put on the cape against the chip leader, yeah, wrong time to do it.
He has to ask himself what hand's worse than ace-jack, got to the river, never betting in position. And he decides it's not enough to call.
Chip leader doing chip leader things. Oh, Sammy boy. Up to 9.7 million now. It's more than 2 times average. I think Muller, for me, is just a prime example of how important it is to surround yourself by a really solid crew. People that lead by example. He's put in a ton of work over the last few years, really just dedicated to the game. You know, they say obsession beats talent every time.
Yeah.
They really do. And I mean, I've seen some of the YouTube videos from the Poker Code house and stuff, and it's always really nice, just as a fan of poker, to see these guys emerge to the top of the game when you've watched YouTube videos from, say, 2, 3, 4 years ago where they were like shot-taking stuff online, and you now see them at like Triton events, for example. You're like, fair play, bro. Like, I know you've put in the work to get here.
Yeah, there's some pretty interesting videos that Poker Code has done. I've seen a few of them too from the gang.
I like the grindhouse stuff. It's interesting as well because my understanding of the selection process for Fedor and Matthias isn't necessarily down to like database results. So say, you know, he had 2 databases and one's results are, you know, much better than the other. That's not always going to be the person Fedor chooses. He definitely goes for people that he think have the right character, the right mindset to just keep on chipping away and be willing to improve and just be open-minded. I think that speaks a lot about Fedor as well in terms of the types of people he's looking for.
I mean, I think it means Fedor's kind of wise. Like, if you think that you have good information, then you probably care a lot less about your students' prior results and a lot more about their willingness to grind and study your new information to improve, as well as their humility to do so.
For sure.
With an open mind, right? Which makes a bunch of sense. I mean, he's mostly taking, like, small stakes players. It's like, good for you, you're crushing, like, 25, 50 cent no limit. Okay, but you know, there's another set of attributes that we're looking for to take you to be a high stakes player. So I just think that's smart on Fedor's part.
Especially if it's people you're going to be around a lot of the time, sharing the same house, right?
Yeah, as well in terms of, you know, their honor and all, and also doing business with.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah.
Little ISO here from Roman. Greenwood tried limping in from the small. Roman made it 400k to go. Middle over 3x. Greenwood called. Rabbits with the best of it on the ace, queen, jack, 6. See if this is a hand he wants to go 2 streets with or 1. Does come for the delayed c-bet. Not a big one, just 225.
Strikes me as very curious sizing to come with. I mean, we can see that Roman is definitely sizing this to his hand, but not necessarily, you know, now I'm not as familiar with ICM, but definitely not from a chip EV, from a chip standpoint, sizing this to how you would normally play. Normally you would choose a bigger sizing than that. Perhaps it's ICM influenced, perhaps it's influenced by his hand.
One would assume things are going to go check.
I think so.
This river, and a disastrous start to this final table for Greenwood, who came in second in chips, and it's just been downhill since the start. Couple of crucial pots not going his way, including that ace-10 of clubs against Roman's ace-king. Now once more losing the blind v blind battle. Roman's been the beneficiary of those entanglements. You know, if Ali or myself are in that spot there with the jack-10 and this kid shows us the queen-deuce, we're putting a hit out on him. Like, oh, okay, bro. But we see how it is. Me and Ali are petty like that, Brian.
I see. I'll have to remember that for some time in the future when we play poker.
the spite 3.5x with the queen deuce, yeah.
Normally I never show hands, but just maybe I want to get a hit put out on me.
Oh, against the Halif, for sure, bro. Oh, man. You're not a steamer? You don't steam?
I think that almost everybody, you know, have I ever steamed in 20 years of playing poker?
Course.
Sure, but I think not steaming is one of my strong points, I would say. Like, I think just honed from years of playing cash, usually one of my stronger points, like going into playing Bobby's Room and some of these other games, where I think like Bobby's Room can be a game that, you know, it's like whoever's losing that day, sometimes in some lineups it's just whoever's not on form, right, who's not playing their best. I think usually one of my positive attributes was I was very rarely off of, I don't want to say I always played my A game, but how about like not sub B game? B game kind of being like, I'm not, like A game is like fully focused, dialed, watching every hand, picking up reads, like not being distracted by anything else, like very high level, like watching Steven Chindwick half the time when he's like playing poker or something like that, right? But I think B game is just not tilting, playing fine, like, but you're maybe not like watching every hand super closely and picking up reads, but you know, you're playing good and there, and you know, to me that's B game poker.
For sure.
So
I can imagine as well, when you're playing at that level against that type of competition, these are guys that are going to hone in on you steaming even the slightest, and if they pick up on that, then I feel like the needles come out, some, you know, banter that perhaps you don't want thrown your way. Yeah, the mind game wars almost. I'm sure you've seen some of that as well.
No, it definitely happens. But I think that, I mean, that can be a little bit of a war of attrition in cash games. It's like you want to be the person who's not steaming.
Yeah, I can
or
imagine.
like steaming the least.
For sure. Here we go. How about a little four-way affair? Artur not getting any respect. Opening things up from +1. Rabbet's flatting on the button. Ossie didn't need a second invitation to peel one off with the King-Jack from the small, and that opened the door for our man Morton to defend. And how about this? A royal flush draw for Ossie. Ace, Queen, Jack, all spades.
Yeah, we can see that two people have King-Jack off, but this is just such a better flop for Ossie. And the only other person who really flopped anything of note is Artur, and unless the flop gets checked, it's probably just going to be those two going to the turn.
Could you see it getting checked round here? I mean,
yeah, Artur might not bet this. Four ways.
Feels uncomfortable.
A little bit. See what he decides.
And see him using the tournament clock to randomize. So clearly a mixed spot in his mind.
Now let's see what Ossie does here. I mean, this is a spot where he could obviously call. He's getting a great price, but he could raise, and if we have him identified as a wild card, he definitely might raise. I mean,
just sends it in with 80% of a royal.
It's 1.4 out there. Let's try to take it down right here.
Just calls with the royal flush draw. And how about turning it? A royal flush on the 40K mystery bounty final table.
Some face twitching going on right after it happened.
And the fact that Artur is still drawing live to a full house would be a disaster if he sees an ace or a 10 on the river. He's up, you know, he's now beating hands like Queen Jack.
Yeah, he's losing to any spade though.
Oh
my
word. What? The 10-10 run out, 10 of spades on the turn, giving Ossie a royal flush. 10 of diamonds on the river, giving Artur a full house. Ossie's gonna check it on over once more. Just praying that Artur has the goods. We can see he does.
It makes sense that you would think Artur makes a full house here quite a bit, since he bet the flop four ways, checked the flush getting there on the turn. You know, we think aces, queens, jacks, ace 10.
1.3.
There we go, 1.3 million. So around 80% pot or so.
And now Ossie's probably going to go all in, and Artur has a decision here. He's beating queen 10 and jack 10 but losing to the king of spades.
You just saw Artur immediately shake his head, which is insane. I mean, props to him. The fact that he's beating full houses, like Brian said.
Yeah, tying ace-10, beating queen-10, jack-10. And I mean, Aussie didn't 3-bet pre, right? So he can't have like aces and queens and maybe not jacks. Hard to say what he does. He obviously doesn't care about ICM. So it's like kind of we're just losing to the king of spades, which he has. But like, you know, does he raise here with queen 10, jack 10? It's hard to say.
I don't think he does, you know. I really don't think he does.
Yeah, if he doesn't, then we're not really beating anything other than a bluff. And like, what's a bluff? Maybe like queen jack?
And I don't think queen jack snap jams as well. Like, you have to be an absolute sicko.
Well, you've already said he is.
I mean, he is. You're right.
Yeah.
He is a sicko. But to just snap jam queen jack. A royal flush against the full house. This one's going to make the highlight reel. I've got a funny feeling Artur's good enough to get away from this, the way the hand's played. It's so sick.
There are, well, it's hard to say. There are a decent number of combos of hands that can have the king of spades, if you're counting like king queen off, king jack off. Can't really have ace king.
King 10-0 as
king
well,
10-0.
one combo.
That's like 8 combos of those hands. More if he plays king 9 off, which it's really hard to say. Probably not, but you never know.
King 9 of spades, king 8 of spades.
Yeah, those he can definitely have.
Yeah, I mean, we're finding a lot of combos here, and I'm struggling to think of combos of hands that we beat other than queen 10, jack 10, and I just don't think they snap jam.
Jacks that doesn't raise pre.
Which we don't beat.
No, yeah, we don't beat. Yeah.
So we only beat queen 10, jack 10, and we chop against ace 10. Oh, Aussie's going to put the shades on. Let's go, bro. There we go. Absolute legend, this guy.
Again, we could be beating queen jack. Potentially a lot of combos of that.
I'll tell you what. Find me a guy that shows up with queen jack here, and I mean, he just gets an invite to the game for life. Sicko. Artur open under the gun. Oh, he's going to pitch it. He gets away from it. What a legend. Take a bow, Artur Martirosyan, from getting away from a spot that would have showered most and seen him exiting the tournament in 7th place.
Pretty sick fold, man.
Ooh-wee. That is a sick, sick fold. Take a bouncer. I mean, there are different ways to become a poker hero. You make folds like that, mate. He's going to pat himself on the back. Run that spot over on GTO Wizard, the #1 training app for poker players. If you want to play like a Triton champion, GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. And now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Simply follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. I mean, I feel like Artur just should become the poster boy for GTO Wizard after that one. I bet GTO Wizard doesn't fold ace 10 there. Guess we can find out later.
Man, look at Artur folding full houses correctly, bluffing people.
Legend.
Just, He's really doing it.
So we've only had one elimination so far, and that was Ren Lin. Got rather unfortunate with aces. Since then, bit of a gridlock, and look at this.
Wow.
Ace king for Punat.
Look at this. He folded. He's still in the tournament. And now he's going to get it in at 70-30 or whatever.
Jesus, man. What is going on today?
Dude, I want Artur to win this tournament at this
so
point.
do I, mate. Like, the way that he got to the FT, the bluffs that he was running, that's a great hand to see as Muller's going to fold an ace, making it less likely for Punat to get there. Artur's just put on one hell of a performance. Let's see what Sammy Boy comes up with. This is for 14 and 16 bigs respectively.
Wow.
He's going to make the call.
That's great for Artur, who, I mean, if an ace comes, he's already losing. Pretty hard for ace 10 off to, I mean, like his equity still, it's like, yeah, I can win another 2 million and my equity went down like 3%.
So sick. 5.7 million chip pot. See if Artur can find the hold. So far, so good. There are some scary turn cards, though. The presence of that 9-7 with one diamond in sight. There is the diamond.
Muller is dead. Can't win.
Punat drawing to an ace or a diamond. Doesn't find it. Double paired board. Artur had Punsri covered by just 2 bigs. So with that, we lose the Thai superstar, #1 on Thailand's all-time money list, and Triton legend Punat Punsri, adding to his 18 cashes and 12.5 million in Triton earnings. Another final table on his resume. 7th place in the 40K mystery bounty. He's going to be going home.
Yeah,
with
GG
116,000.
Punsri.
No shame in it.
No.
Ace king against kings for just 15 bigs. Got a funny feeling we'll be seeing plenty more of him throughout the series. So take a look at his highlight reel from the 40K. Came out to a very tough final table. Just had to wait out the madness that was going on around him. Got his final 15 bigs in, ace king against kings to fall out in 7th. GG set as the show goes on with 159,000 locked up now. I mean, I think we just saw a bit of poker TV history there, by the way, Brian.
Oh,
Full
yeah.
house against Royal Flush
with the fold.
I'm trying to think of ways where Aussie gets paid. Just like bet small river.
Yeah. Yeah. If he leads like less than half pot.
Yeah.
Raised and rejam, but like you can probably fold to the rejam though.
True.
Like
that's true.
Because that
It's a little over 2 million.
So hold on.
I mean, rejam's never like queen 10 or jack 10, and I mean, lead small, queen jack to rejam. No, come on, like it's just like he's got the royal flush there.
That's some Ivy 2010 stuff right there. So Aussie's opened from the hijack. Greenwood with the wag of the finger. Rips it in his face. Picks up the dead money. Much needed. Greenwood There's the shortest stack. It's down to 15 bigs, now back up to 19. I knew this final table was going to be epic, man. Just knew it. You just have this lineup of players. Always going to be fun.
I mean, the depth of the top stack in blinds has gone down. It's only 52 as opposed to over 100 now, but we're still at an average stack of 34 bigs.
Look at this Aussie. 500k, more than a 3x open from under the gun. It's just so tough to play against someone like this, man. I mean,
to me, so I will say this, to me, I know it's the whatever, it's the process, but to me, that's like unnecessary. Like when you look down at 9 deuce off, you don't need to like set your card straight and give it 2 to 5 seconds before you muck. You can just send that one in. It's okay.
I agree.
I think you give 0 up doing that. Like when you get a stone bottom 10% hand versus a UTG 3x, you can just muck that. If you get anything remotely close, you can do that and start taking a few seconds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you're going to get plenty of hands that you end up taking 5 or more seconds, whatever your normal time is in fold. But and I'm saying this more because I know guys think about it and do it. It's like, save everybody the trouble. You get 9 deuce off there, it's okay just to snap muck it. I don't know, unless part of your strategy is to do something with 9 deuce off there, then by all means, God bless you. But I just don't think that was what's going on.
We got a hand developing here. So Aussie with the 3x, north of 3x actually. 3.3 from under the gun. Hrabet's called with the ace-10. We've seen the ace-jack 6 roll off 2 clubs.
Great flop for Hrabet's, who's a little bit under-repped, just the big blind defense. Although, to be fair, it was over 3x.
Yeah.
So
from under the gun.
Aussie has a pretty interesting hand to barrel in that he has both a club and a heart. And he could turn this into kind of like a bluff it all off, like bet turn, and then just bluff huge whenever a club or a heart hits the river.
Well, heart has hit the river. I wonder if Roman just extends the rope after seeing what he's seen so far. Also, betting kind of opens the door to get put in the bin. And we know Aussie is capable.
I feel like you're almost asking to do it when you bet 400, though. Like, if Roman gets raised, I mean, I'm not saying he's going to call, but he definitely might.
Wait, 1.2.
Oh, 1.2. I don't think that's going to be enough to get Roman off ace-10.
No, he's getting an insane price on a call. 4.5 to 1. Doesn't have a heart in hand. He's trying to get a read off Aussie, and the problem is that Aussie just looks like he doesn't GAF, whether he's bluffing or has the goods. One chip flick in. It's made the call. Aussie says congrats. That's a 4.4 million chip pot. Goes Roman's way, and with that, he takes the chip lead. Aussie drops down to 25 bigs. Absurd.
Roman is tired, folding.
Huh?
Roman is tired, folding.
Roman's tired of folding. I don't think that's a no more fold spot.
I might have folded versus you.
I love it when people talk about me like I'm not at the table.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Just like, oh yeah, bro, if it was you, I would have folded. It's just like, hey guys, I'm here. You're just calling me a whale.
I mean, it's just one of the... You were just talking about people needling each other.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
100%.
That's exactly what's going on.
Trying to induce the blow up.
All right, this is... Some real consideration is going to happen here. And
yeah, Artur's about to get pieced up.
It seems kind of likely. What are we're talking 800? 900?
9.
Full 3x.
Slap of the wrist.
Speeding ticket issued for Artur Martirosyan. He will accept this one.
Hang on. What are we doing over here with the ace-10?
Was Aussie going to issue a double speeding ticket? I mean, this... I don't know. This would be kind of crazy. But it would work in this particular instance.
I would also written there if you want. If calling every time how much if you know the name.
Nice little pick up there. For Muller, well executed. After a little blip on his rise to the top. Calling the ace-10-0, or over-calling I should say, with the Puna open jam and the Artur re-jam. He's back in pole position, 8.4 million. We just saw the banner for the Triton Poker Plus app pop up as well. If you haven't already, if you are watching over on YouTube or somewhere else, do download that Triton Poker Plus app. You can sweat along all of your favorite players from event number 5, the 50K, where Alex Foxen is chip leader. 122 runners in that one. I thought we were about to see back-to-back 3-bets there.
Let's see what Roman comes with here. Maybe we will. No, just call. Feels like a tough pot for Artur to win on that flop. Out of position.
Yeah, I agree. Good luck winning this one, Artur.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird. I'm always impartial in the booth, but just based on what I've seen from Artur today, I would honestly love to see him take this down. I mean, he's got 18 cashes, 2.8 million in Triton earnings. He's had, you know, so many deep runs. A couple of final tables, you know, 2nd place in Vietnam, 50K Turbo. 7th place in the 100K main in Cyprus. Still no trophy.
Oh, he doesn't have a Triton title yet?
Doesn't have a title, no. He's got a few final tables under his belt.
Number 1 on the way.
Yeah, it's been a series so far for first timers. BK finally getting the monkey off his back. Same for Kai and Mockery. Only Roman and Lucas with titles.
Still at this table.
Yeah. Lucas picked up his first one in London last year.
Roman actually, I'm looking over right now. Him and Muller both have 8.5 million. Technically, Roman is the chip leader by like maybe 100,000 actually. So some new developments. Lucas, Aussie, and Morton clustered around 3 million. And Artur with a clear middle stack of just over 5. Less now after losing 300K in the big blind.
This feels like it's anyone's game. I mean, it's a lot shallower now, of course. Average stack 34 big blinds. Lucas on the short stack with 18 bigs, but you know, one double up through one of the chip leaders, and he bounces back up towards 40 big blinds. They drop down to 40 big blinds. It's close out there. See if Artur wants to issue a speeding ticket. Just going to come with call. The king's hand for Artur was right after folding the full house, right? It was literally the next hand.
Yeah.
That's insane, bro. That's actually insane. He's in trouble here on the Queen 10-3.
Indeed.
A very healthy piece. That middle pair. The ace of hearts and 2 hearts out there against Roman's top pair.
Roman checks it back. A complete brick on the turn. Really changing nothing, not even bringing backdoor spades. And
what's the idea here? Is this just because of the short stacks? Is this because of ICM? Like Roman doesn't want to play a massive pot with a medium strength hand?
yeah, I think he's a little worried about getting check raised. And figures probably the most you can really get is 2 streets on at most on like the vast majority of runouts. So with, you know, potentially king queen being a decent part of Artur's range, you know, pre-flop it's only part, although that range is pretty narrow, the small blind flat. But then once you start betting, right, all of a sudden king queen goes way up. So I think it's kind of a mix of all that stuff. It's possible he'd also randomize the flop. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I think you could. I doubt it's a pure strategy on the flop.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, these guys are pretty dialed in with their frequencies. So Artur does come with the check call.
Like, I'm not really saying all that stuff in order to say, oh, you definitely need to check. I'm more just giving reasons why you check. But you know, betting is, wow, okay.
Ay, ay, ay. Artur is just, it's like the deck is trying to deal him out the tournament, and I mean, he's been finding ways to avoid it.
This is going to be pretty hard for Artur to avoid paying off this river. I mean, maybe only if Harabits overbets, and even then he might call. But, I mean, let's see what happens. First, let's see what Roman chooses here in terms of his bet size. potentially losing to any king queens or ace queens that didn't 3-bet pre. But probably anything that was beating him other than those two hands on the turn. And those hands might bet the turn themselves as opposed to check calling. But most other stuff that's beating him on the turn either bets or might even check raise, stuff like sets or queen 10. So
I'm curious to see how greedy Roman gets here.
1.5.
Yeah, he goes big.
Which in a tournament with some ICM effects is a big bet. I mean, it's probably about the same as like betting pot or something normally.
Oh, man, we've seen him do it before, but this one just a completely different situation.
I mean, at 50-50, I'm betting call here, but I will not be shocked if he folds. He's shown some pretty insane intuition so far.
That's the last of his time banks, by the way.
Wow, he has 30 seconds to make this decision now?
Which is insane. So much to calculate. I just don't think you can get away from this as played. Not on this run out. He's made the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news, and Roman Hrabets is up to 11.5 million now after two huge pots going his way, one against Ossi and now one against Artur. As he hunts his second title.
Nothing to be ashamed of there for Artur. I mean, would have been a great fold, but you can't blame him for calling.
Tail of the tape.
That will send him down to the bottom of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, after the ace-10 hand earlier against the royal flush, he was on the short end of the stick. Managed to bounce back. He's got 17 big blinds. We've seen him do it before, but really just getting put through the blender at this FT. Other end of the leaderboard is our chip leader, Roman Hrabets, hunting his second title. 77 big blinds, and with that huge drop-off between Muller and the rest of the field, I think those four guys down there are going to get put through the ringer. I think both Hrabets and Muller are going to start taking turns to just mash until we have a couple of eliminations.
Yeah, and Hrabets has some interesting decisions when he's either in the cutoff or button and it's folded to him, because Muller will already be out of the hand. And, I mean, the three players to his left all have like 20 blinds or less. He might be able to just open jam. Like you win the pot and any of them call, you're just free rolling 80, you know, well, not free, but you have 80K extra to win if you bust one of them.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how both Muller and, well, I was about to say how Muller and Hrabets proceed. When he's got ace-king, it's a lot easier.
Two sub-20 big blind stacks. I mean, I think we're just ripping.
Seconds. All in. Let's do all in. Fold.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he just doesn't have a non-all-in 3-bet sizing there. I'm definitely not any kind of bounty expert, but even like aces and kings, it's like you get called when you're all in and you can now win a bounty 100% of the time when they hold. And then just kind of everything else follows along.
Wow, Sammy Boy just getting slapped by the deck. He is now opening into the chip leader's big blind. Let's have to be careful.
So will he size up at all? Go bigger than 300. Yeah, he's going for nearly 3x.
No nonsense out of the blinds. Ragsdale to both Greenwood and Rabbits. So 147 runners in that 50K. Event number 5.
I mean, that's
strong.
Almost as many as this 40K mystery event.
Yeah. I was about to say, my mind's just gone completely blank, Brian. 147 entries. Event number 5. Late reg has closed. Prize pool of 7.3 million. I mean, I think we're going to have our first, 1.7 million payout. So north of 1.5, that's for sure. 85 players left in that one. Morton Klein under the gun.
Fold.
No, what else is there?
300.
Can you check how much there's different?
300,000.
Check what?
Fold.
See how much money is for first.
Wait, what? Was that a needle from Arthur?
What did he say?
I think he said something along the lines of, can you check to see how much money's for first? But I don't know. Maybe perhaps lost in translation. Lucas flopping best on the Queen 9-7. Complete whiff for Aussie.
5 seconds.
Pretty good flop against somebody who's shown they defend their big blind super wide as well. I mean, against somebody who just calls bets here with nothing, I think I bet. But let's see what Lucas decides. Yeah, we just bet and see what happens. We got middle pair, bunch of back doors. Even middle pair, pretty good kicker. This would be a stretch. Yeah, he's done. I like the bet. I feel like if you saw that he had deuce 4 of spades specifically, you definitely check that back. But are you praying for a spade on the turn?
Just looking over that 50K. Foxen still bossing it. Paulie V in second. Polnikov's in third. Sleeping Dragon in fourth. I'm seeing a lot of people whose names I don't recognize actually in the field, which you love to see. People showing up late to the series to fire a 50K. That's when you know the economy's doing good, Brian. We'll see.
Those dollars just aren't worth what they used to be worth.
Yeah, Randy was telling me how...
Only I could find a good store of value out there.
Randy was telling me when he was here for an EPT years ago, is like a €10,000 buy-in, but it was like a $21,000 buy-in because of the exchange rate. And he stone bubbled as well. Good old Randy.
Oh, flat. Oh, wow.
Unlucky Roman. Trying to come in the cheeky flat. Wanted to see 3 in position, potentially claim a bounty.
But it's music to Morton's ears. Just another 300K he's going to pick up.
And this is what Brian was talking about earlier, about the not posturing. Both Greenwood and Roman knew that they were just snap folding, and they both snap folded. There was none of this kind of, you know, let me take a few seconds. Fold. Easy fold.
I actually even think in that spot, especially as Greenwood, I think it's closer as to whether or not if you want to take 10 seconds, I'm fine with it.
Of course. Yeah, yeah.
Just because
no,
there, it's like you open, maybe you want to mask that your hand's stronger than it is or not or something, but just like a standard, like I'm looking at my hand, someone's opened, you know, you just don't need to take some X amount of time for every hand. Like I said, like deuce 9 off, some of those, it's fine just to fold those quickly. It doesn't actually, I don't think it literally costs you anything. It doesn't mess with the strategy. It doesn't make you easier to play against.
I'll see with 7s. Sub 20 bigs.
Versus somebody who's going to be opening a decent amount. Call, okay. That's an interesting one. I was thinking maybe he would jam, which I could get behind probably more than call, but this is the problem with call, is you don't really, I mean, I think I'd rather just jam and be a pretty big favorite to take it down. It's not, 3-way's not the end of the world.
Does open the door for a hand like King 4 or Queen 9 to outflop you as it comes King Queen 9. Bottom 2 for Artur. Top pair for Muller. 3 overs to RC's 7s.
Muller's going to play some pot control here with top pair and a really bad kicker that's not going to play by the end of this hand.
Checks through, as expected. 8 of diamonds on the turn. That's a terrible turn card for Muller in the sense that he's going to have to pay Artur at least 1 street of value.
Artur has an interesting decision here. We can't expect Aussie to bet. I do think Muller will have some hands that he's checking flop and betting turn. We can check jam, but also like leading and then just jamming river, especially on a blank, is pretty attractive as well. So was curious to see what he would come with, and he's
gone Geo.
Yeah, he's taking option number 2.
Geo. Muller's not folding yet, one would assume.
No, I can't see him folding here.
There's been a lot
I
of this.
actually think raising and just saying I'm going to play this all-in versus Artur is more likely than folding. I'll take raise versus fold. I even lay 2 to 1.
You'll lay 2 to 1?
Yeah, that he raises versus fold.
You've got a lot of gamble in you today, haven't you, dude?
Yeah.
What's going on? You're getting warmed up.
Get warmed up for tomorrow, baby.
Let's go, baby. Warming him up. He's thrown out a time bank.
It's like Aussie's said he can't beat top pair.
Exactly.
There's a bunch of draws. Oh. Wait. Oh. Wow, I'm glad he folded. That is strong.
Muller just dialed in, bro.
That's a sick fold right there.
Dialed in.
Wow.
How about that? I mean, there are different ways to impress. You know, we're always talking about the big hero calls or the massive flips, the coolers. But we've seen Artur and now Muller just make world-class laydowns, really just showcasing how diverse their arsenal of different skills really are. Well done, sir. Blinds going
Damn,
up.
I might be more impressed in some ways by that fold than the
ace
full
10.
house fold.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Obviously, one was in a much, like, they're for a lot more chips. So in that sense,
To a single bet, that's sick. Yeah,
that's pretty wild.
That's
I
strong.
didn't think he was going to fold.
I mean, I hate to say it, but he's just absolutely mugged Artur off there with that fold.
Yeah.
There's different ways to get owned in poker, and sometimes even as you're winning the pot, you've been owned. Happens to the best of us. Greenwood with the blind level increase down to just 13 bigs now.
Gonna have to keep my eyes on this Muller kid, man.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Because I haven't really seen him play very much, but he's just showing all the gears right now. Chip leader, going after pots, yet at the same time just saving chips with huge folds.
I remember he took down some big 25K. Yeah, best live cash, 2.7 million. That came in the 25K GG Millions High Rollers Championship bracelet event at the Bahamas last December.
He won it?
He won it, yeah. He won it outright.
The 25K?
The 25K.
How much was that for?
2.7 million.
Jeez.
Here he is now, a year later, playing Tritons, showing us why he deserves to be here. Obsession beats talent every time. We'll see about there for Greenwood, a much needed pickup as he closes the gap on Morton. Nice thing for Greenwood as well is that he covers both Aussie and Artur, which is important given that the EV of an envelope is 80K. Not something to turn your nose up at.
All in.
Raise to all in.
Oh. Could be it for Artur.
I don't want to see it. You hate to see it. Standard jam on the button. Just been an incredible run from 20 players down to 6. He's been the highlight of the tournament. He's going to need to get lucky if we're going to see more of him here.
This is what he looks like when he's already knows what he's going to do. Mental note.
Artur in rough shape. All in brought to you by WPT Global. For Muller to regain the chip lead and really clear the gap between himself and Roman and the rest of the field to get us down to 5.
It's basically 3-1 dog. And
Good.
now he needs running sixes that don't involve.
It's okay.
Oh yeah, the six of
It's
clubs.
okay.
Okay. Yeah.
GG's. What an incredible run. Artur Martirosyan. Just so many sick plays. Huge bluffs. Huge hero calls and huge folds. But unfortunately, just felt like the deck was really trying to send him home. Jamming the ace-6 on the button and running into the ace-king of the chip leader. Title number 1 will have to wait for the Russian. He is going to add a decent six-figure score to his 2.84 million in Triton earnings. He's 3 for 3 here in Monte-Carlo, having cashed both the 25k and 30k. This now being his 19th cash on the Triton Tour. Going home with 159,000 and will have several pulls at that top bounty prize of 400,000 during the bounty ceremony.
Yeah, Artur really impressed with his play. He navigated a bunch of spots really well. Don't kick yourself over the ace-10. Good game, Artur. Really well played.
Raise 500,000.
And now, what will Muller do? I mean, versus a 2.5x.
5 seconds.
He is in position. This is definitely influenced in part because it's a bounty tournament, surely.
A rare three-way affair.
Ooh, and what a nice little flop for Muller in some ways. You know, you flop that open ender, the back door,
just
flush draw.
Found a way to somehow win this pot.
I mean, here's the thing. Robek and him are super deep, so you don't have to worry too much. And then don't love getting check raised by Morton Klein, however. But it wouldn't be surprised in a bounty if he had decided to bet.
Well, let's check through. On the queen 8-7, queen pairing on the turn. 1.8 million out there.
This is a spot where I think if check 2, Muller bets, and he probably bets pretty large. We're not going to get to see that. But it's just one of these spots where when you have draw equity, you don't, after checking flop, usually people bet turn. But, I mean, this just seems like, I mean, versus a really small bet here, not folding. Raise doesn't make a ton of sense. I mean, you can, with your big hands, you could call in position and there's only a pot-sized bet left.
Muller breaks. Morton with the check mark, but out of position against the Austrian chip leader. And one can only imagine if Klein checks it on over, which seems likely. Muller with just 6 high.
It's a pretty scary card to bluff, because the obvious open-enders didn't. Like, I know he's bluffing like a 10 or a jack. You know? Jack wouldn't have worked out well, but a 10 probably would have. This probably bluffs, but I wouldn't put it at 100%.
I wonder what size he would choose to go for.
Yeah,
he's going to give up.
Ends up giving up.
Waves the white flag. Scratch of the head as he knows he probably could have got that one to fold.
On the flop, yeah. Maybe raising the turn as well.
Morton up to third.
I don't understand. This over here?
Very comfortably so, actually. separating himself
Oh, the
by
black
quite
and
some
bronze?
margin.
Oh, okay, got it.
All eyes on Aussie and Lucas, both sub 15 bigs.
I think the flop was a pretty interesting spot there, especially with his two opponents having like very different stack sizes. That was solid open in the cutoff. King 9 suited.
Gonna fold round to one of the short stacks. Aussie, who does jam. 11.5 bigs.
He's getting an overlay of 80K though. Ends up folding.
I wonder what the line is there. King 9's a fold. I wonder if it's like right on the line. King Jack calling, King 10 kind of close.
I would have bet he called King 10 suited there.
Yeah. Yeah, it felt very close. Aussie staying alive.
I wasn't sure what he was going to do with King 9 suited. I think King 10 suited's a call. But it sounds like he didn't think King 9 was too close. He didn't take,
Unless
take
he just
that long.
Nailed those spots. The chart just popped up immediately. And it said fold.
Yeah. Aussie is the kind of guy who I would maybe be willing to deviate from straight chart play versus though. Like one way or the other, you know? You make some assumptions about what's happening and kind of move the lines around.
I don't think Muller will be folding queens. And wow, this is going in. He just jammed ace-8 and it got through. He's going to jam the ace-10 suited. This time it's going to get snapped. Aussie with 3 outs. Going to look for some diamonds. All in brought to you by BetACR. 6.4 million out there. If Aussie can get there, it's going to move up into third and be almost tied with Muller, just 4 big blinds difference. If Muller can just hold, he's going to be up to 13.6 million. As the 976 board gives Aussie 4 additional outs. Set on the turn for Muller, now reducing him to an 8 and an 8 only. Snowman needed, doesn't find it. GG's, Aussie Katola. As Sam Muller vaults back up into the chip lead, extending his lead at the top, bringing us down to 4 players as the Finnish casino owner, streamer, superstar heads home in 5th for $207,000 for his efforts in his 2nd ever Triton event. He is going to have additional money to be picked up as he goes to pull his bounty during the bounty ceremony. And with that, we're down to 4. Tail of the tape. Sam Muller looking to repeat what his good friend and mentor Aaron Mosbach did on this very stage last year in this very tournament. Roman Kravitz got other plans though, as do Klein and Greenwood. Greenwood with his work cut out, just 14 bigs. It's going a lot faster than we kind of anticipated. Surprised to be 4-handed here, to be honest with you.
Indeed, the average stack is still quite deep. nearly 40 big blinds. I think it's like 39 blinds. Yep, that's what it is.
3 blocks. Very close.
So I wouldn't be surprised if
Yeah, I know.
After the take it down.
I know the spade was
we
really
play
bad for me.
4 or 3-handed for a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
It's like maybe if you have like king, queen, and
We
hearts.
finally got into the part of the tournament where
I mean, yeah, I'm not,
the bounty is not worth. It's worth
Yeah,
about the
yeah,
least
no.
it's going to be worth, with
Or like king,
multiple
king,
people
spades,
still
king,
left.
queen, spades, right?
And you know, I think laddering at this point is worth more. Well, still, it's worth about the same as the bounty. And they're deep enough that some of the middle, you know, there'll be some waiting that happens now. Some like more of the tricky kind of small pot ICM play. Yeah, my guess is, barring, you know, unavoidable collisions, this part of the tournament, or just someone running stone terrible and not being able to drag a chip, we might get stuck here for a little bit. You know, 40 big blinds is a pretty deep average stack for 4-handed.
Yeah, that would make sense. Morton opted to min from the small. Small enough size to pique the curiosity of Muller. Morton with the open-enders opted to check on over to the Austrian. Has checked through. So the ace of clubs turn. The late c-bet takes it down for Klein. Could we potentially have back-to-back Norwegian champions here? As Kai and Mockery took down the 30K yesterday evening. If you're a betting man or woman, you can head on over to BetACR. Check out the all-new BetACR Sportsbook, your exclusive live betting destination to wager on players in the Triton events. Receive a 15% free play up to $250 on your first deposit. And see what the odds are. You can bet on some of your favorite players. My money's on Ponakovs to win a title this series. I don't know why, man. I just
happened kind of fast.
feel like it's long overdue.
I keep forgetting to bet on any of these tournaments.
It would make it fun in the booth, yeah. We could crossbook. That would be really fun. Like, you choose 3 people, I choose 3 people.
When, like when we started like day 2, or at the beginning of the tournament?
Way at the beginning of the tournament, yeah. That'd be fun. For like the main, for example. Although that could end up being really, could cost us a lot of money.
No, it'd obviously be like small, like 1% or something. Like I don't want to bet huge on it.
Yeah, no, of course. But 1% could end up being like 40K. That's what I'm saying. Like, first prize is going to be like 4 million or something. Ill-timed aggression here from the chip leader. 3 betting out in the small with the suited king. Right hand, wrong timing as Morton Klein has the blades. And what do you do here in Morton's shoes? 26 bigs to start the hand.
I mean, he's in position, which makes flatting really attractive. Because he's always going to get to bet his hand when he wants. I think with aces here, he has the look like he's about to raise, though. He's just making too many expressions to flat. That's my read.
I was leaning fold. I'm sorry. Throwing out the time.
Wow, multiple time banks? Also, like multiple time banks call. Oh,
this is like classic Teddy KGB stuff.
Yeah, they're
it's like the old pondering with the Oreo, you know. Just pondering here with the time banks before jamming.
A lot of movements on that one.
Now Greenwood is the immediate short stack by quite some margin. Average stack of 39 bigs. Greenwood's got 14. King 3-0, chip leader. Does have Greenwood in the small blind, just 12 bigs. Yeah, he's going to get rid of it. Does this go in?
Curious to see. I think so.
The immediate short stack.
All in.
Yeah, there it is.
Can I accomplish? It's 2.375.
Oh, I mean...
Oh, this is getting called with the bounty, too. If it's 80K, I think.
We might be three-handed here.
These
in
hands
5
chop
cards.
like a not insignificant amount of the time.
Yeah, 14% of the time. They are going to chop it up. All in brought to you by WPT Global.
I thought when you
Woman.
said, can I, that's kind
What
of...
are yours?
Yeah, yeah.
I just wanted to verify.
No. It
wasn't like slow rolling.
Yeah, of course. I was just like, I thought I was in pretty... I was like, oh.
Yeah, I don't think it's a slow roll.
Too bad, Chase.
Definitely not a slow roll. He didn't use a time bank.
No, it's just taking his time. Going to be tough to chop on that. But there are some. Pair 3 on the turn. No longer the case.
You can't chop, right? No.
It says 14% tie.
Maybe. Oh, still could pair. Oh, but it has to. I think it has to pair the 3 or the 8.
Yeah,
that's out.
Not the pair.
Not the jack or the ace.
That Greenwood needed, and with that, he's going to depart in 4th. He's going to pick up $260,000 for his efforts. Roman Krabets is going to pick up another bounty, but more importantly, he's going to retake the chip lead as we lose one of the Greenwood brothers. Will not be picking up his 2nd title here, but does add to his 12 cashes.
Okay, thank you. Good
and
game.
2.7 million in Triton earnings. This being his 2nd cash of the series for Lucas Greenwood after cashing the 30K.
I mean, Lucas didn't really get to play that many interesting hands, but as somebody who didn't have many chips, he just got the mission, got the assignment, and succeeded to a certain extent by going out 4th when he started the final table, and really I think was below average the entire time. So laddered his way up from, 70K to 260K.
Couldn't agree more. Other than that ace-10 of clubs hand, that was really it, right? And from there, he just had to play a lot snugger. As Krabets gets us down to 3, practically tied at the top with Muller. But then even Morton Klein, who's 3rd in chips, 3 of 3, has 34 big blinds. Average stack is 52 bigs, I mean.
Here we go, battle of the blinds. Nobody really has anything. Kind of feel like Probect wins this pot, having the hand that wants to bluff more and having a heart. And he's already getting started betting the flop, and that'll get it done. Now we have the interesting three-handed chip configuration where Mueller and Hrabets both are pretty close to each other, having nearly 12 and 13 million apiece, and Klein having about half as many chips. Again, three-handed average stack 52 big blinds, Henry.
That's pretty insane.
This, you never know, but this could take a minute.
Morten Klein making his third Triton final table of this year. Montenegro, he played 2 events and made 2 FTs. 8th in the 25K for 110K. And then he came 5th in the 30K for 309K. This third place finish guaranteed to be his best finish to date. I've had a good few chats with Morten. Went out for a walk with him this morning, actually. He just loves the competitiveness of the game. Just loves poker. Doesn't do it for the money. He already done very well in business. I know just how much a title would mean to him. He's got some very stiff competition, though, in these 2 young European superstars.
$700?
Roberts is coming after that big blind, and I doubt it will work versus 9-7 suited, which seems just like a very comfy call. This, don't want to let people be seeing that on coverage, or your big blind's going to get attacked like crazy in the future.
Yeah, it's interesting how Morten's approached some of these spots. There have been so many hands where I've felt that it was going to be such a clear-cut decision from him, and then he's gone the other way. I think he wouldn't mind me saying, a bit of a feel player. Sometimes just momentum, this, that, and the other. Part of his decision-making process. He wants to be the one that dictates the size of the pots, not the other way around. I think that's something I've seen quite a bit from him. Likes to take the lead, the betting lead and whatnot.
Certainly, and I think that's a very natural extension for like a full ring player. And you can just, 1 out of 8 hands, you're just playing kind of way too tight in your big blind, and it's not that big a deal. But when you're playing three-handed,
yeah,
and you're just playing way too tight in the big blind because you don't want to be the guy calling with a weaker range and not dictating the action, I just think at some point you're giving up way too much. And it's part of the reason why I think it's hard for people that just play full ring to go into like three-handed or heads-up situations, because it's like such a different game. And I mean, I'm saying this almost from personal experience that the one format that I really haven't played that much of in my career is heads-up poker specifically. Like, I played a decent amount of three-handed, but heads-up, actually not that much.
And that's where you make most of the money, unless you make a deal.
Yeah, I mean, you don't spend that much time in tournaments playing heads-up.
Exactly.
All things. And there's no ICM anymore at heads-up. But yeah, no, there is a lot of money to be played for still when you do get heads-up.
It's interesting to see the different approaches to this beautiful game. But yeah, it's costing 500k in orbit. So if you're just out there pitching the big blind, you're putting 400k out. You're going to be short pretty soon, as Roman does 4x. I don't think Muller's going to be going anywhere.
Wow, interesting. 4x is actually like a really small sizing in this spot, because I believe theoretically Roman's supposed to have a very small 3-betting range, and it ends up being super polar, and you actually go like 6.
He's ISO'd.
Oh, he's in position.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you maybe still do it in that spot, even in position. But yeah, still go like, but 4x is pretty big in position, yeah, but it might maybe even bigger sometimes. Those spots are fun. I'm actually curious to...
Well, this is what we've been talking about, right? One of the things we love about doing commentary is we just get to sit here and treat this as a study session as well, watching some of the best players in the world navigate these different spots as Muller flops best.
Oh my.
Roman turns the goods.
I mean, that's an awful card if you're Muller.
As bad as it gets, because he knows that Roman's going to attack with the trashier part of his range on this turn card.
Sure, but also just hits him so much, right? Because if he does have some good ace-high hands, ace-king, ace-queen, maybe a lot of his bluffs come from ace-high as well. Well, and Roman checks it back, which we can see some of this incentive that once you play these 3-bet pots, you don't want to play huge pots here, because these guys don't have a lot of incentive to play a huge pot against each other, and the pot's
sure.
already gotten quite big, right, with Morton having half as many chips as them. At this point, though, with an ace and a king, I actually think Muller's like just a huge favorite to fold, because kind of like, what are we beating? Against a range that's somewhat polarized, the ace X and king X bluffs like all just got there. You know, he could have even aces or kings as well and have played this way. It's not impossible that Roman would have played aces or kings this way.
Expect to see him go big. The question is how big?
1.5.
That's your answer. 1.5 into 1.8. Kind of wanted to see 200% pot on river, but here we are. Still big enough. Now action back on Muller.
So what Muller is beating is any kind of weird hands that Roman threw into this mix that he decided not to c-bet the flop with, which is a bit of a parlay, because if, let's say, Roman did decide to 3-bet like the 9-10 suited, he might c-bet the flop like at a decent amount, or then bluff the turn with either of those hands. So it has to be some hand that he threw into his 3-bet range. You know, maybe even like queen 5 suited or queen deuce suited, who knows, that he then checked back both flop and turn. Yeah, fold makes a lot of sense there.
Muller's done a fantastic job at preserving his stack. There's been a couple of spots where I felt like perhaps other people at the table would have lost a few big blinds, but he's managed to find the fold button, especially that king 4 hand against Artur's.
That was a great
queen
fold.
9.
I mean, that was a really great fold.
So that's how things stand as we head to break. Blinds going up to 125,000, 250,000. Roman Hrabets looking for his second Triton title. Muller and Klein looking for their first taste of glory. As we welcome you back to the break desk. Brian Rass alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Brian, as expected, when we came into this FT, we were talking about how we just think it's going to be one of the most exciting, action-packed final tables, and it really has not disappointed.
No, Henry, not at all. I mean, it's been a lot of interesting hands. I mean, really, oddly, some very big laydowns that have mostly just been correct. So, you know, we even got to see a royal flush.
Royal flush
I mean,
against
you just don't
full
see that
house.
every day.
and the full house finding the fold. Shout out to Artur Martirosyan, who did end up falling short in 6th after just getting a bad run of cards, but he's going to look back on that fold proudly. I'm going to be stepping out. Arlene Ajar is going to be stepping in alongside Brian to carry you guys and girls around the world home in this one. Don't go too far. About 5 minutes break before coming back and closing out the 40K Mystery Bounty. We'll see you very shortly.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Kind of it. He then just jumped up to like 3 million, and then he got a bluff through against Artur. Oh, hello. Aces.
Oh, wow. He's the short stack too, right? I mean, how awesome. Aussie is still left to play as well. He's in the small blind.
It's true.
I mean, 7-4 off. Let's just see how bad he wants to get bounties. Yeah, maybe not.
Well, I don't know if you heard.
Playing total 1 million?
He cold 4-bet jammed 7-3 offsuit against Ian Bradley, 50 big blinds apiece. Got there and cracked Ian's jacks.
Holy man.
Open under the gun. Ian Bradley 3-bets cut off. Aussie just 4-bet rips 7-3 and just gets there. This was like late day 2 as well. Sorry, late day 1, sorry.
Oh, so the bounties weren't...
They weren't even in play, no.
Okay.
It's like 44 left, 39 make day 2. Oh, wow. Boy. Morton's in trouble.
I mean...
550 out there.
I mean, bet. Probably... I mean, does he just put Ren all in? I mean, I think normally in these spots you play extra aggressive versus someone... their bounty. You said they're worth 80K?
That's what I've heard from some of the boys, yeah, who I trust.
Dude, I mean,
much more than
80K
myself.
is,
Oh, no.
yeah, is just massive here compared to the pay jumps. I mean, 8th place is 80K.
There's a jam from Morton Klein.
Always racing this time.
Yes.
As Brian was alluding to, the bounty alone is worth more than 2 ladders. Ren with an 81% lock on the hand. Get back in this fight.
Oh my.
That's disgusting, man. On the final table, now needs to find an ace, 4, 3, or a deuce. Can't find it. Got it in good. That's all one can hope for.
No, never said sorry.
Ren knows that it's all part of the game. A real class act.
Where are you going?
Go home, go home, go home.
Humble in victory, gracious in defeat. Is
I
Ren
really
Lin.
like that Ren said that. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
I guess Morton must have said sorry. And
Morton
Ren's
did
like,
say sorry,
No,
yeah.
no, never say sorry. Which is, I mean,
it's true.
It's true, but the thing is, it's strong for him to say it having just gotten the bad beat. But yeah, you should. I mean, like, you want to win a pot. You know, it's nice to get.
And welcome back to the evening portion of the program here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. Alina Jad in for Henry Kilbane. Czar Rasty still here at the desk, has had a front seat here for this final table, which has included some violent little altercations. The royal flush versus tens full of aces wasn't exactly kosher.
Yes, sir, it did.
And we've seen the Warhammer broken out by Sam Muller. You got Roman Hrabets up there at the top. And, of course, part of the reason for this is the fact that it's a mystery bounty, and half of that prize pool lopped up, stuffed into envelopes, many of those envelopes now being claimed, and still 3 remaining here with Morton Klein, 27 big blinds deep. You got Sam Muller, 42 bigs deep. Roman Hrabets, 55 big blinds deep. They're going to be playing for $686,000 up top, and if I asked you for the halftime report so far on this FT, Rasty, how would you break it down?
It's been deep for pretty much the whole time. Nevertheless, players have gone out more quickly than expected, which is why we were at 52 big blind average stack before the blinds just went up. Despite the action and the bounties, there's been a lot of really good folds, including a full house versus the royal flush. Full house folded. Muller folded top pair after not betting the flop versus a turn bet, which was pretty strong. And I guess out of the players remaining, you know, I wasn't as familiar with Muller's game, but he has really impressed me. So, like, our tour was playing great as well, but just things didn't run his way. But out of the 3 that are remaining, Muller really has been standing out as just playing great.
Just showed up this year on the Triton Super High Roller Series. In Jeju 2024, he went 0 for 3. Then in Monte-Carlo, he shows up here, and he's gone 1 for 2 thus far. $133,000 in career Triton earnings, but coming fresh off of that 10th place finish in the 30K. Here he is collecting envelopes and collecting pay ladders, and we're going to get a quick peek then at the payouts. On tap, $318K, and this is finally the part of the program, Rast, where the 80K EV of an envelope is superseded by the ladders. Second, worth $463,000, 150-ish thousand. The gap there. Fourth to third was also something that we needed to keep an eye on at $58K, but this is truly the first time that the envelope is less significant than the pay ladder. Going to change the action at all?
Yeah, you'll see that busting people becomes less and less important, especially as, you know, they get relatively deep. So it doesn't make sense to make investments for 30, 40 big blinds in a pot with just a really bad hand where you're getting it all in at, you know, a huge equity disadvantage.
Ren Lin was the first player out in 8th, and it was Punsri Martirosyan Ossi Ketola here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. Finishing 5th, Luke Greenwood, the most recent casualty. We get a look at the chip counts brought to you by WPT Global. Slightly awkward 125, 250, 250 level. as you talked about, not particularly deep. $3.1 million total prize pool. That glimpse brought to you by BetACR. And we're just about set to get the cards back in the air.
No, I'd say this is pretty deep. I mean, it was 52 blinds average. Now it's 41 blinds average. You know, we'll see. But this could, barring, you know, obvious collisions, this could take a bit three-handed.
Pocket jacks, the very first hand back from the break for Sam Muller. Just clicks. Roman folds. Suited and connected is Morton.
And if someone were to say bust this level, we would have a 62 blind average stack heads up, which then could take a while itself. So this tournament might have some legs left yet, folks.
Klein puts the call in there and flops an open-ender against an overpair on a 9-high 2-spade board.
A lot of incentive for jacks to bet. Overcard clearance, great. Very likely have the best hand.
1.4. Checking and facing a full pot size bet.
Wow, and that puts 7-6 in just such a bad spot right here. I mean, you almost can't even call this bet with 7 high. It's kind of like, do I just decide how often does my opponent have a bet fold if I move all in, or maybe just fold it right here? Not really expecting a call. I don't know what the plan is if you call. On these 9-high boards, very strong but vulnerable hands such as ace 9, 10s, jacks. Love just going ahead and betting big for value and equity denial.
Nice execution there from Muller. Doesn't have to sweat it out. Didn't know what he was up against. Really non-standard to follow through for full pot.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking a large size, but wasn't thinking he would go that big.
Credit to Morton, who wasn't in good shape and lacked a spade in hand, for finding the exit and not drawing to the nuts, obviously, other than the 5. Rather have something like 10 jack on your hands. Dusty one. Put into the bin there. And this frame starting out is the Sam Muller show. Hobbits will have something to say about that, I imagine. Well, Jacob & Co. is the official timekeeper of the Triton Super High Roller Series, responsible for the incredible timepieces that you see on your screen, manufactured by their artisans in Geneva. But on top of that, they've collaborated with the Triton Poker Series to create collaborative, commemorative timepieces that will be awarded to our main event champions as well.
$800.
Right, 800,000.
$800K open, courtesy of an ace on the button from Morton. We'll just haul it in uncontested. Stack distribution. Hrabet's up top with 53 bigs. Muller in second with 46. Not far behind. And then we are tapering off quite a bit before we get to Morton. And as we touched on that pay ladder, Rast, Hrabet doesn't have enough clearance from Muller to throw the shackles on, right? And that ICM jail effect is not really available to him yet.
No, I don't think so. I think they're still too close.
And on top of that, even though he is the shortest of stacks, 26 bigs is chunky for Morton. I mean, a double through Hrabet puts him at the top of the leaderboard. A double through Muller puts him neck and neck with Roman.
750,000. 850,000.
Hrabet trying to limp in. Finger wag from Morton, courtesy of 10-9 offsuit, by the way. Has the short stack. That kind of aggression, I'm guessing, is not on the expected side of the spectrum. But credit to him for finding it. Ace-King suited now on the button for Roman. He'll make some noise.
Raise 500,000.
See if anything develops behind. Not for Morton. Offsuit connector for Muller. He will defend. Queen 4 deuce rainbow.
No pair for anybody.
Muller with the check. Hrabet does have some backdoor clubbiness and backdoor wheel prospects, coupled with the 2 overs.
He does have more chips and gets started with a small c-bet. Again, unlikely that pot gets too big. As we noticed in other pots that these two have played, as the 2 chip leaders here, they're not incentivized to play large pots against each other.
And we're dealing with a couple of technicians. That much has become quite clear throughout the opportunities that we've had to observe Muller and Hrabet. Obviously, you took note of Sam when we got back from the break, but let's not sleep on Hrabet with 6.1 million in career Triton earnings across just 9 caches. The lion's share of that coming courtesy of the title that he won at the final event he played in Jeju. That was the 100K main, earning him 4.3 million. Didn't cash in the 25K or 30K, however.
Morton, it's a big hand here.
Pocket jacks surfacing once more. Morton, by the way, has not cashed in the first 2 events here in Monte-Carlo either, but did play our previous festival in Montenegro, just 2 events, and he made the FT of both. 25K GG Millions Live and the 30K 8 Max, finishing 8th and 5th respectively, making it 650 here, north of the min.
Yeah, 2.6, so significantly north of the min. And Hrabet likely defends this. Solid suited queen.
As suspected. Investment made. And not a bad flop for Queen 6 under normal circumstances, but as we can see, this is not normal circumstances. Morton with the overpair finds the check back, and then Hrabet finds the 6 for a boat. Horrific developments here for Klein.
Yeah, I would imagine Hrabet just ends up going bet turn, bet river. I don't think there's any need to get fancy. And versus check back, I mean, just in general versus the dealer range versus his big blind defend range, he's going to have more 8x and 6x hands. And we can't expect the check back flop range to do our betting for us in this spot. So he comes right out with pot. Basically trying to get as much as he can right now in a greedy turn size versus like ace high, king high, and over pairs.
And when he gets called this 1.6 full pot size bet, he starts to skew Morton toward the over pairs.
I mean, he's setting up now for pot turn and a little bit less than pot river shove if he really wants to continue getting greedy.
They are playing sub 1 SPR effective. He's not so worried about an 8.
I mean, I think it's, I don't want to say he's not considering it, but worried is probably the wrong.
Yeah.
You just, if he has an 8, he's going to win our money type of deal.
Right.
But it's not going to stop us from getting value. Again, you can't play poker like there's monsters under the bed all the time, even though once in a while there are.
Like on this occasion. A really gnarly one. Awaits Morton Klein. TBD. Just how hairy things are going to get.
All in.
Ooh.
Yeah, not surprisingly, he's asking for all of it. Again, basically divvying up his ranges. I either have a 6 or an 8 for a full house, or I'm bluffing. Probably stuff like 10 high or worse.
For what it's worth, Rasty, 7-9 has arrived as well. I don't know how often that's part of the calculus, but certainly non-zero, I would think.
Yeah. Not sure if he plays 7-9 this way.
I call.
Yeah, and
Klein finds the call, and in doing so, finds his way right out of this FT. Pretty brutal.
Of the bounty.
Oh, that's I mean, you can always reach over and just grab it, I think, there, Roman. You didn't have to call the man back to deliver it, but okay. I suppose he didn't want to help himself.
Do you want quick break?
Huh?
Do you want break before it's up or
well, you can.
I think he was actually calling Morton back to make sure that if Morton had bounties, that he was going to be taking them with him there. So misread on our part. And one could make the argument on the part of Morton Klein as well, although who's going to hold him accountable for finding his way out the door in a spot such as that, where the jacks will be good a decent portion of the time. Instead, they're just good for a third place finish. Not a bad payday. $318,000 for Klein, but now the stage is set for a heads-up confrontation as both Muller and Hrabets have $463,000 locked up. $686,000 awaits the eventual champion. It really didn't take long to get down to heads-up play as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Rasty with you again. Can we find a fold with the hooks?
I mean, I think I did a pretty good job of breaking the hand down. Again, he's beating like the 10 high, maybe we have a jack, so I don't know about jack high, but something like that or worse, and he's losing to value, which is basically a 6 or an 8 for a full house. So you're bluff catching. You can always kind of go both ways with bluff catchers, right? I don't think he's forced to call there. Like, as good as jacks were pre-flop, by the time it's pot turn, pot river all in, it's kind of like, well, do you think your man's bluffing or not?
Okay, if he bets the flop, does that maybe create a pathway to an exit more so?
Well, my guess if he bets the flop is he ends up betting less than pot, right? Probably something in the third pot to half pot range, maybe slightly more. My guess is that he probably checks back turn if it's checked to him, which it might not be.
Yeah, Roman could come out swinging in spite of that flop.
Roman could definitely come out leading because he has way more 6x and probably even more 8x at that point. So you know, and even if he does check back, Roman might pot or over bet the pot on the end on the river. So he's going to be stuck in a tough river spot no matter what even if he does see bet. I don't think it'll matter too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
The blender seems to be like what his fate was going to be, and in the end, clicking call meant third place would be the fate of Morton Klein. So stage is set for heads up, but not quite yet. Some admin duties. Everybody working to get things set up. Don't go anywhere. In about 10 minutes' time, we're going to be back and bring you this heads up finale in the 40K Mystery Bounty. Stay close.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
War of attrition in cash games. It's like you want to be the person who's not steaming.
Yeah, I can
or
imagine.
like steaming the least.
For sure. Here we go. How about a little four-way affair? Artur not getting any respect. Opening things up from +1. Rabbit's flatting on the button. Aussie didn't need a second invitation to peel one off with the King-Jack from the small, and that opened the door for our man Morton to defend. And how about this? A royal flush draw for Aussie. Ace, Queen, Jack, all spades.
Yeah, we can see that two people have King-Jack off, but this is just such a better flop for Aussie. And the only other person who really flopped anything of note is Artur, and unless the flop gets checked, it's probably just going to be those two going to the turn.
Could you see it getting checked round here? I mean,
yeah, Artur might not bet this. Four ways.
Feels uncomfortable.
A little bit. See what he decides.
You can see him using the tournament clock to randomize. So Clearly a mixed spot in his mind.
Now let's see what Aussie does here. I mean, this is a spot where he could obviously call. He's getting a great price, but he could raise, and if we have him identified as a wild card, he definitely might raise. I mean,
just sends it in with 80% of a royal.
There's 1.4 out there. Let's try to take it down right here.
Just calls with the royal flush draw. And how about turning it? A royal flush on the 40K mystery bounty final table.
Some face twitching going on right after it happened.
And the fact that Artur is still drawing live to a full house would be a disaster if he sees an ace or a 10 on the river. He's up, you know, he's now beating hands like Queen Jack.
Yeah, he's losing to any spade though.
Oh
my
word. What? The 10-10 run out, 10 of spades on the turn, giving Aussie a royal flush. 10 of diamonds on the river, giving Artur a full house. Aussie's gonna check it on over once more. Just praying that Artur has the goods. We can see he does.
It makes sense that you would think Artur makes a full house here quite a bit, since he bet the flop 4 ways, checked the flush getting there on the turn. You know, we think aces, queens, jacks, ace 10.
1.3.
There we go, 1.3 million. So around 80% pot or so.
And now Aussie's probably going to go all in, and Artur has a decision here. He's beating queen 10 and jack 10, but losing to the king of spades.
You just saw Artur immediately shake his head, which is insane. I mean, props to him. The fact that he's beating full houses, like Brian said.
Yeah, tying ace 10, beating queen 10, jack 10. And I mean, Aussie didn't 3-bet pre, right? So he can't have like aces and queens and maybe not jacks. Hard to say what he does. He obviously doesn't care about ICM. So it's like kind of we're just losing to the king of spades, which he has. But like, you know, does he raise here with queen 10, jack 10? It's hard to say.
I don't think he does, you know. I really don't think he does.
Yeah, if he doesn't, then we're not really beating anything other than a bluff. And like, what's a bluff? Maybe like queen jack?
And I don't think queen jack snap jams as well. Like, you have to be an absolute sicko.
Well, you've already said he is.
I mean, he is. You're right.
Yeah.
He is a sicko, but to just snap jam queen jack. A royal flush against the full house. This one's going to make the highlight reel. I've got a funny feeling Artur's good enough to get away from this, the way the hand's played. It's so sick.
There are, well, it's hard to say. There are a decent number of combos of hands that can have the king of spades, if you're counting like king queen off, king jack off. Can't really have ace king.
King 10-0 as
king
well,
10-0.
one combo.
That's like 8 combos of those hands. More if he plays king 9 off, which it's really hard to say. Probably not, but you never know.
King 9 of spades, king 8 of spades.
Yeah, those he can definitely have.
Yeah, I mean, we're finding a lot of combos here, and I'm struggling to think of combos of hands that we beat other than queen 10, jack 10, and I just don't think they snap jam.
Jacks that doesn't raise pre.
Which we don't beat.
No, yeah, we don't beat. Yeah.
So we only beat Queen 10, Jack 10, and we chop against Ace 10. Oh, Ossie's got to put the shades on. Let's go, bro. There we go. Absolute legend, this guy.
Again, we could be beating Queen Jack. Potentially a lot of combos of that.
I tell you what. Find me a guy that shows up with Queen Jack here, and I mean, he just gets an invite to the game for life. Sicko. Also open under the gun. Oh, he's going to pitch it. He gets away from it. What a legend. Take a bow, Artur Martirosyan, from getting away from a spot that would have showered most and seen him exiting the tournament in 7th place.
Pretty sick fall.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, where all good things must come to an end. But that end
not
is
yet,
still
Ali.
one bust out away. Ali Najad alongside Rast here, and we thought we were going to be playing a 220K heads-up collision here, right? That the difference between second, which was 463K, and first, which was 686. But during the break, these two young men, and I'm talking about Hrabic and Sam Muller, have struck a deal. 587,000 is going to go to Hrabic, who has the chip lead. 527,000 is going to go to Sam Muller, and they're going to play for 35K. How you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, deals are just a part of the game. They're part of poker, part of life. Let's make a deal. They are still likely playing for the two bounties, the one you win from your opponent when you bust them and your own. So that's 160K right there if the bounty calculation is correct. So, you know, the difference there plus 160K seems like a reasonable amount to play for.
All right, and let's get right down to playing for it as these two take their seats. Blinds, 125, 250 with a 250K big blind ante, 625,000 every two hands. The price of poker, a little north of 300,000 on average per pot. You see that whopping chip lead for Hrabic coming in over 20 million, courtesy of busting Morton Klein with sixes full versus jacks up. He will start things off with pocket sixes and get after the big blind of Muller, where he looks down at an ace. That's a lot of hand heads up.
They're playing 40 big blinds effective. Decides just to call.
Did you feel like the 3-bet was coming?
I think it's one of those there's a chance type of spots. It's definitely not something I would have been firm on one way or the other.
Muller checking over to Hrabic, who checks back on a paired flop. Doesn't mind that turn whatsoever.
No, beautiful turn for sixes. And not really a lot of turns that ace-3 likes either, other than, I mean, an ace or a 3 being the best. So, not the worst turn for ace-3 off.
Muller checking once more.
Robert's now with a real decision whether to bet or check. Ali, please continue.
Oh, I was going to say he's content to kind of let Roman decide how they're going to approach the affair. And just a little 500K flick here into 1.25 million, sub half pot.
Yeah, trying to get value for his sixes. And Muller now with kind of uncomfortable spot. I mean, he has ace high rates to beat quite a few hands, although a few less now on the 8 turn. And I think the 8 will prevent Hrabic from value betting.
Yeah,
most likely.
all of the straight related sort of kit that Muller would have found this river with has sort of arrived. Jack 9, 6, 9, any 8x.
Yeah, it just lowers the value of his hand significantly. You know, you do have to be worried about getting check raised. Wow, he's going for it. So this is, I wasn't sure. This is a relatively thin value bet.
1.3 million. And now Muller has to ask himself, what raises pre, doesn't fire this flop, and then barrels at me twice on this board?
This is the type of bet that if ace-3 calls here, you like love that you value bet sixes, but when you get ace-high to fold, it's kind of like now you're only getting value from deuce X maybe, you know? So this is part of the reason why I was intimating at the fact that perhaps value betting sixes is a little thin, because it just actually starts to get hard for hands that are worse than yours to call, because so many more hands now beat them on the 8.
And of course, opening the action, if suddenly Muller would have seized upon that opportunity to turn ace-high into a bluff and come with some sort of check raise, we've got ourselves real problems. Granted, we do block 6-9, and we don't expect an 8x to check raise us on the river, but the 7x's of the world are a thing.
Or a 10x even, possibly could. But yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, check raise is not a high frequency, but is a concern, certainly.
At the end of the day, though, Rabic does take it down with no further incident.
Check.
Muller limps an inferior queen. Roman checks back and finds 8s and 7s, more than we can say for queen high. Quickly slips it to Sam.
Queen high could be good. Might not be able to get the showdown when it is good without calling a bet. But doesn't mean Muller needs to bet it on the flop. Now, Hrabets should feel pretty good about Queen 7 being the best hand now. And on most runouts, this is a comfortable double street value bet.
I mean, this turn is so dry, though, that do we maybe think checking and allowing the opposition
Wow, he's 2xing the pot.
to bet with no equity would be a way to go, and yeah.
Well, I mean, it's easy to say that when you see your opponent has Queen 4, but
Sure.
I think very natural to bet. I do remark at his size there, 2x, 200% pot. That is something different.
That is not something different. A massive chip lead for Hrabic over Muller, which he has extended ever so slightly a few hands in as we find the dealer push. Glimpse there also at how things shook out when 8 took their seats at this final table of event number 3, the 40K Mystery Bounty here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Event number 4, the 50K, happening elsewhere in the room. I would imagine these guys are chomping at the bit to hop in with a late registration into that one. And you never know, maybe that's a variable that was taken into account when they decided to make the deal at 587 and 527 respectively and play for 35,000 in remaining prize pool. Things maybe a little bit more free-spirited when you're playing for 35,000 versus 220 and change.
Certainly. Although there have been plenty of times where we've done this. I feel like I've seen guys have made a deal, and one of the times the guys made a deal was one of the longest heads-up matches I feel like I had seen.
You know,
like I think we were in the booth together for this one.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It was all like button limping. Even he was getting down to 10 big blinds at one point.
That's
it was
right.
still like
the shorty could never get showered. And
it's like, damn, you guys made a deal so you could play tighter than ever. All right.
This one's limp pre. Nobody betting on the 10-7 deuce board. Nobody pairing on the turn either. King high beating queen high. Still no betting. And now maybe some value available to Roman. Can't imagine Muller's looking to barrel.
Well, it seems like Queen High's probably happy to check this down, win, potentially bluff catch, as opposed to value bet.
The manner in which you declared that, though, Rast, if I'm able to put a read on it, lacked a measure of conviction. Was it based on the imagery in terms of Muller there, or some of what you've observed from him? Because I think the natural inclination is to think Queen High's just looking for showdown and will bluff catch as need be.
Yeah, no, I think that's what I said.
Yeah.
Did I not?
But the way in which you said it, it felt to me like maybe you weren't so sure Sam would approach things in that way, and I'm asking if it was something that you witnessed in terms of his physical affect, or...
No, I guess I apologize if
No.
the way I spoke belayed that.
No, it's probably a misread on my point.
I
No
do
apologies.
try not to be too authoritative when I say things to account for these guys, you know, making different plays.
Case in point, the $1.5 million that Hrabic came with a pot ago, as he comes with $400,000 on this occasion, and no ambitions out of Queen High. You know, heads up is different in so many ways to every other form of poker, three-handed, ring games, whatever you want to call it. And I don't want to belabor the point because it's one that we can make at the end of every single one of these events. But when you take your seat and you're already behind, and then it feels as though every single pot is going your opponent's way, different players will react differently in the interests of trying to turn back that tide, stop the avalanche of chips flowing in the wrong direction. And we've seen some folks force the issue. No accusations that that's afoot here. Just a very standard open with the Queen 10 of spades by Muller to $550,000. But do want to keep an eye on the way he fights back from what has been a pretty poor onset of this heads-up match. Pretty poor 6 high here for Roman after defending. King 10-7, second pair, and a little backdoor spades for dessert for Muller.
No check back this time, and this pot should be over Roman with absolutely nothing.
But you're with me on the heads-up thing. I mean, you found yourself in these situations, obviously, as a 3-time Poker Players Championship winner, Rast, and the ebb and the flow, the momentum, it does get very real out there in heads-up. And you can sort of really, at times, look across and sense when there's a little bit of defeat creeping in to the opposition. You know, again, I don't think these are candidates for such things, but ideas to ruminate on, especially as you go out there and journey into your poker careers?
Yeah, certainly. I think that getting reads kind of as you go, like deep in poker tournaments in general, is really big. With 4, 3, 2 tables left, final table. You're now oftentimes playing with some of the same guys quite a bit, or ladies, if the case may be, and people are in situations that oftentimes they're not always in, high pressure, high stress, high money, And if you're really paying close attention, there are things to glean and pick up.
Not high is this 3-3 deuce board. There's pocket nines for Hrabic, made it 5 1/4 to skate. Muller is fanned. Checking over to Roman.
We're not playing deuce to 7 low ball right now, so Mueller's 5-card poker hand's pretty weak, all things considered.
Boy, I long for the day, Rast, where finally the mixed games will pay a visit to the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Likewise, I feel like there's a pretty good chance if that day ever came, I would not be here commentating.
You know what? Update. On account of that, let's keep the mixed games away so I can keep you here in the booth with me, Rasty, because I know you're not going to be able to resist. Hell, if there's some satellites, I might not be able to resist, although we've not come to that. Ace-9 in the big for Roman. Awaiting procedures from Muller. He limps.
This pot is just under 30 bigs.
1,200,000.
4x.
Too much for 10-4 offsuit.
Over and out.
Right now, this heads-up game is kind of just one-way traffic. I mean, Roman's really just winning almost all the pots.
He's coming up on an almost 3-1 chip lead. I'm incredibly impressed at the poise on these two guys, Rast. You know, as you reflect on your own poker career, being a veteran, being a Hall of Famer, once upon a time you were a 20-something that was finding his way out there. I mean, you see these guys and you got to think to yourself, man, I wasn't where they are back then, and that's not designed to slight you, but more create praise.
I definitely think they're poised. Yes, Ollie.
I like that. Rast is like, look, I was just as poised as these dudes were when I was 20-something.
I'm just not going to comment on the rest of what you said.
But it is impressive, is it not?
It is very
the
much so.
The modern generation of poker players, when we contrast them against their predecessors. Gut shot straight draw against top pair here, 650 a man. I love the diplomatic way in which you pushed back, Rast. It was very impressive.
This has potential to be interesting. And Hrabic's coming out with many creative bet sizes here. Normally on these kind of like king-high boards, generally see people bet smaller sizings, but here he's come north of half pot, which does put 6-9 of hearts in an uncomfortable position in terms of calling. Mueller still might, but he could raise it here as well.
You know, we do see activations from
3
time to time. Yeah, Rast. I thought that maybe the million was a little bit too beefy for the check raise, but
that's a really big size.
And you see the brow furrowing on Hrabic. Fact's not lost on him.
I mean, Hrabic is not going to fold. The question is, does he just call or jam?
mean, we're talking about over 50% of Sam's chips have been dedicated. And
Which makes me a little surprised, actually, at how big he went here.
Well, Roman's surprised as well. You can see it all over his face here, but is he asking himself, is this 3-8 beckoning me to ask for the other 3-5 because it's stronger than King 10? He has his doubts. He is going to call, though.
The issue with calling here is if my opponent has kind of a weak hand, like how often is he following through on bricks when he doesn't improve?
Board pairing 8 on the turn. How often is Muller's check raise on the flop trips plus at this point?
Yeah, I think it's possible for him to have an 8. I wouldn't expect too many 8x hands to just take such a big size, though, right? Which is part of the reason why his flop check raise sizing just strikes me as odd.
Could it be 8s full of 5s or kings played this way?
Could be.
But the naked 8 is the one that I don't anticipate.
If we're Roman here, I think we just bet. It's like if our opponent has a gutter, why give him a free card? I mean, it is a way ahead or way behind situation, and that's what Roman's thinking, and so he checks because he's either way ahead or way behind. Again, a gutter only had about 10% equity.
Now Muller has showdown courtesy of this 9.
So I think if you're Muller, we have a very clear check, and we're hoping to just check down versus 5x, potentially 6s or 7s, and win. But that's probably not what's going to happen, because I would guess if he checks, Roman will value bet King 10. I mean, the 10 does play. Samuel also didn't 3-bet pre-flop, which really takes out like ace-king and king-queen to a certain extent.
Sure.
Maybe even like king-jack sometimes. So yeah, I think he's used the time bank here to mix it up, but feel like check is really the play. We do win at showdown with check-check. I like a value bet here from Roman.
He doesn't, though. Unsure, he checks, and in a way, Rast, there's something really respectful about that check back, I think, from Roman as well, as he credits Sam, even with such a small size, with maybe looking to induce.
Yeah, maybe.
The thing is, obviously, when we have King 10, if Sam bets, I would imagine Roman's going to call, given the pay, right? Given
and now
the lay.
He didn't bet the turn and didn't bet the river, having like just over 1/3 of the pot. Like a very small amount relative to how much the pot is. At that point, I'm just, okay, if you just checked river to me with a hand that can beat King 10,
right?
God bless you.
Yeah.
But I'm going to value bet this. I think it's good the vast majority of the time. You may or may not call me, but it's just good way too often to me to check. That's my read on the hand.
Let me ask you this. I mean, obviously, you could win the tournament outright if you bet and the worse hand calls you. But if you don't think that your opponent's going to call, as played, right, and you barrel, isn't there a little bit more value if you're so convinced that they're going to find the muck when you barrel, so you're not going to earn any more chips, to checking back and being shown that hand by Muller?
So why is there value to being shown it?
You just want to see, what did you check raise to 3.8 when I barreled $1 million with? I want to know, what's under the hood.
I mean, these guys have played a lot of poker. I'm sure they could make estimates about that. I don't know that I would call that a very good reason. I mean, another thing too is if you don't want to bet the river on blanks for value, I would just, as Roman, I would just then bet the turn, because why give my opponent 10% chance to suck out on me with a gutter?
Sure.
Like, and if the other thing is he can have just a king with the best kicker, right? I mean, it's actually not that likely Muller has a king with a better kicker, he can have a bunch of king X that check raised. So a king's just not folding. You're just missing out on value versus the old
Yeah.
Saints.
If the numbers are correct.
Open ender
Do you have
for
open
Muller.
one?
Barrels and takes it.
Yeah, but I mean, if they didn't make a mistake, if you can count this.
Sabic, by the way, asking Muller to audit the Triton Poker Plus app to ensure that the count being provided there, which players do lean on that app in real time.
Thank you. Okay. Perfect.
Is accurate. Pretty one awaiting Muller. Jack 5 for Hrabets.
Yeah, we're talking about 13 big blinds effective here. So the question is, does he go all in or does he make it like 3x?
1 million.
And so yeah, he's going like 3x, which preserves his ability to do that with some steals.
Pretty straightforward outcome.
It was not one of those steals. It was a solid value hand, but
Muller on the hunt for his first ever Triton title. Hrabets on the hunt for number 2. And here's an ace on the button for Sam. Boy, he's now down 6-1 in chips. Queen 10 offsuit for Hrabets. Is it enough against a jam?
how deep are we talking here? It's just like 15 blinds? Yeah. This is a tough spot. He might, yeah. I think he might call.
So we're on our backs. And we're spinning.
He's got to call 14 to win 17 blinds, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, with the big blind ante. And
so it's probably actually about the right
blind.
price for a situation like this.
9.1 million chip pot.
Oh.
10 high is the flop. Hrabets, top pair. Has Muller in a bad way here. Sam's back up against the wall. The diamonds are covered and the ace rolls right off. Just when Roman thought to himself, I can taste title number 2. He now has the 2 outer, or Samuel's going to double through him, which is exactly what he'll do.
And we're going to keep going, and now's the moment to check Roman's poise. Right? Could just taste it on that flop, and it didn't work out. His opponent doubles. Now he still has the chip lead, but let's keep it together.
The lead nowhere near as healthy as it was moments ago, of course.
Still pretty sizable, though. Yeah, it looks like 22 to 9 million.
A little north of 9 milli now. In front of Muller. As Roman tries to wash down the disappointment of being doubled through there instead of picking up title number 2, but still sitting pretty. 22 million. 10 deuce suited. Raising. King queen could obviously push back.
Yeah, I think it probably will. Question is, does he just rip it? Or, yeah.
You know, I don't want to make a meal out of it, but Hrabic's reaction now to getting 3-bet, losing that pot on the heels of being doubled through, just be mindful.
The way the cards were thrown
A little
in,
bit of that, he shook his head, he exhaled, you know. There's an edge on Roman that I'd not seen when he last joined us in Jeju. Raston, you were there. You got the chance to watch this man operate throughout.
I saw the fluffy orange hat.
Yeah, right.
You know?
It was a different vibe on him.
He just rocked that FT. Didn't he have like the charm, the good luck charm as well that he was pushing in the middle when he was going all in?
Yeah, I feel like I remember that as well.
Yeah. Mueller's got almost a little smirk now. Like he's feeling himself a bit. But there, see, Hrabic's he's back to focused. He's not going to let this deter him.
7-5 offsuit.
Oh.
And he's going to get after Sam. Mueller, queen 8. Decent amount of hand.
Yeah, the last time it was 10-4 off and he mucked, but maybe not this time. Yeah, queen 8 off just performs pretty well against our opponent's steals.
So Sam hangs in there and runs into trip 7s on a 10-high board. Dreamy stuff for Roman, just begging to get action.
Door 7, 2, 7, 3 7s for Roman. Unfortunately for him, though, Mueller really doesn't have much going on here. Queen 8 is kind of around the flop, but, you know, you don't really have a straight draw.
$1 million the bet, and Sam is gonna peel.
It's a light peel. You'd think he might have his suspicions that Roman was stealing, which he was, but he's not anymore. He's got a full house.
Yeah, Mueller drawing dead officially. Was always drawn thin.
Now Roman with a real decision whether to just keep betting or check. He is unblocking the 10, and I think if you're Roman, you figure Mueller bets a 10 himself. If not now, then definitely at the river, or will definitely call a big bet on the river if it goes check-check with a 10. So decides just full house, not needing protection against anything. Let's slow play it. Hopefully our opponent can either bluff at this or catch up.
Mueller checking back and hitting an 8, unfortunately, on this river. Roman unable to induce. 4.7 out there.
And now if our opponent has a 10 or maybe even an 8, he might call a decent bet. We've kind of raised pre, C-bet, shut down turn. I feel like a range that we're value betting right now is going to be kind of stuff like 10 plus or air. Could bet large. But Roman doesn't take the bet line. He's going check. He's going for check raise, folks.
Well, he missed the opportunity on the turn. And is going to try to make up for it here on the river. Will Mueller take the bait?
I think when you have a queen kicker with your 8, given it makes, it just makes like a solid value bet, right? Like, is our opponent really c-betting a 10 and then checking it twice?
Right.
You know, we're beating other 8x hands, like 8-6, 8-9, 8-jack, etc.
400 behind? I don't see that. Thank you.
Not what you love getting asked when you're value betting.
Not at all.
Second pair. How much behind? Okay.
The raise is only a matter of time. And when it comes in, not to get ahead of ourselves here, Ras, but how awkward will things become for Muller? Because as you mentioned, the line doesn't feel affixed to 10x.
No, I don't think versus a bet this large. Maybe if you're Roman, like maybe if it's a good 10. Like, I'd say the bottom of a check shove would be maybe something like king or ace 10.
Hold on.
And when bottom of range beats us...
Yeah, Roman raised out of the big blind versus a limp. So something like king 10 would be probably the worst hand I'd expect Roman to show up with if he took this line.
Is there any natural bluff?
Yes. I think a natural bluff would be something like ace high.
Just deciding that calling 3.4 would be no
You
good,
had
but
ace-
jamming over
yes,
here.
You had an ace high. You raised pre. You got called. You stabbed on the flop, right? You shut down. You're checking to showdown. Now your opponent bets. And just given that they called the flop, I mean, like, how likely is ace high good anymore, right? So sometimes, so that would be a natural one that you could show up with that you would decide to bluff. You know, you could say the same thing about like king queen also, like king queen, ace high, hands like this.
By the way, Muller here in a precarious spot. If he clicks call, this thing is over.
Yeah.
He does end up binning it, though, sharing perhaps your sentiments that Roman is going to be showing up with at least 10x and does not have one of those aforementioned bluffs.
At least not just 10x, but like king or ace 10x.
And that is a really demoralizing development. You see him craning over to take a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app. And on the topic of Triton, you're not going to want to miss out on our new merch, especially when we're giving you 10% off. Have you checked out the latest collection? We've got stylish apparel and exclusive accessories that allow you to show your support in style. Promo code Triton10 gets you that 10% off strictly during our Monte-Carlo event period. Head over to the Triton shop and grab your gear today. Rasty did it. He's got that gold and black quarter zip on. Now, Muller fights on. 14 bigs coming into this one. 2 of them out there already. Pavic with the 5 deuce suited. Limps. Sam says Lego.
Muller back down to 12 blinds.
Mm-hmm. Neither player hits this king-jack high board. Little 300K sprinkle. Ends matters. This has been a one-sided affair for the most part. This is as short a stack as Muller has had to navigate. 7-4 suited. Greets him on the button. Limping in. Check back from Hrabec, who flops top pair against an open-ender and a diamond draw. Top 2 pair, rather. Checks it over. Rasty, this is hazardous.
Yeah, this is going to be an all-in pot. I mean, we're talking about 11 big blinds effective, and both guys have pretty huge hands.
600K. Bet by Muller. And with the board so wet, I'm guessing Roman's not in the mood to just flat this thing.
He might, but yeah, he might not. He could slow play top 2 here, but the board's wet enough that he doesn't have to.
All in?
Yeah.
So he check jams, and Muller does bring his chips forward. Way too much equity to sit this one out. Hrabec squinting, trying to figure out what is it that led to such a quick call, and he realizes the threats to top 2 are very real.
It's not really the hand Roman wants to see there. He could be in great shape, but as is, he's only a small favorite.
So to the turn we go on the hunt for a diamond 6 or jack. Instead, it's a king. And all those outs. One of them needs to show up for Sam to fight on, and instead it's a queen. And with that, Roman Hrabec is your champion in the 40K Mystery Bounty, claiming title number 2 and the lion's share of the payout. A deal was struck, $587,000, the actual takedown for him. 35K on top of it. Hence the 622. And Sam Muller getting a little bit of love from Fedor Holtz, Roland Rakita and company. Second place, $527,000 richer. And there is the final tally, brought to you by GTO Wizard. Man from the Czech Republic will be taking hardware home with him once more. There it is. Courtesy of the deal. A total of 622K for Hrabec, 527, let's call it, for Sam Muller.
Gotta add 160. Don't forget to Hrabec's total for the, well, the bounty.
The EV?
Yeah, the EV and the bounty. You're right.
The bounty? Yeah, we don't know.
We'll see, but
it
he'll
could
get
end
to
up
pull
being
2
mins.
extras.
We've seen people with like 8 or 9 envelopes just min. And by the way, everybody loves to see it. They're all anti-sweating you taking down some of the premium stuff when it comes to those envelopes being revealed. That'll happen tomorrow, of course. This one, if you were going to put a bow on it, Rast, heads up, battle that just never really allowed Sam Muller to flex and do anything.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this was an avalanche, a Hrabec's avalanche. Just he kind of got better cards, and Muller didn't have too many chances, really. I mean, you know, he did get that double, and then just immediately taken away on the next one. And, you know, it was a very one-sided heads-up match, and I think it was mostly due to the card distribution.
Yeah. I would imagine that Hrabec would not disagree with that, having had a front row seat to the experience, but he's also not going to be apologetic for it, earning title number 2, and of course a date with Marianella Pereira, who's standing by with him right now. Don't go anywhere though. Once that interview concludes, we're going to step aside for a quick break, and we're going to hop right back into continuing bonus coverage from here at the Triton Super High Roller Series of event number 4, the 50K, and the man on the feature table is one that we haven't seen yet, but always gives us fireworks. Carl Chape-Gatien, KCG, going to be on the feature table right after this. Keep it close.
I'm standing alongside our champion, Roman Rabets. You won your first title, sir, in Jeju of this year in our record-breaking main event, taking home a whopping $4.3 million. You took a little break in Montenegro. Clearly, you lost absolutely no steam. Here you are, hoisting your second title. Can you even believe it?
Yeah, it's indeed quite unbelievable to me. I was a little bit complaining about the bad run lately to my girlfriend and, around. So that's usually how it works. You need to complain a little bit and then you run well and you probably win a tournament. So.
Yeah, because I would say it's pretty run good here for you at Triton. I mean, your very first event in your Triton journey, you clinched second in the GG Millions. So now that everyone's very excited to pull these bounties tomorrow, you specifically are pulling 8 bounties. Will you be pulling them? Because I feel like your run is quite good here. Or do you have somebody pulling them for you?
I don't have anyone specifically to pull them for me, but because I usually run very, very poorly in the mystery bounties, so if someone wants, I can sell some of them. That's open negotiation. No problem.
I saw a couple of heads pop up over there. Okay, you'll have some takers. And we talked about this in Jeju, Roman, about you being such a fan of local culture. So in Vietnam, you were sporting the Vietnamese hat. In Jeju, you were rocking the orange beanie. Where's your Ferrari? How are we repping Monaco?
Well, the main event didn't come yet, so I can't. It's the main event thing, so I will bring for sure something for main event. I will probably have some, not sure yet, can't spoil it. It's still in the progress of making.
Okay, now let's bring this beautiful hardware your way. Tournament director Luca Vivaldi is here to present it to you. Another and another one. Ladies and gentlemen, your 40K Mystery Bounty Champion, Roman Rabets.
And we're back here at the desk. Ali and Rasty with you. As promised, bonus coverage just moments away of not event number 4, as I stated. That, of course, was the 40K Mystery Bounty won by Roman Rabets moments ago. But event number 5, the 50K, rather. Boy, it's getting late over here. And, of course...
We all forgive you, Ali.
The
Just
reason...
be gentle on yourself, okay? Be forgiving.
That we're excited, Rast, is because there's a guy out there who's not gentle on anybody. When he's involved in a pot, things can get very, very incendiary. We're talking, of course, about Carl Chape-Gatien. He and a current field of 54 fight on. Originally, 147 players dove into this one. As we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app to give you a little bit of a preview of what's on tap. 10 and 15,000 with 15K big blind ante is where we're at right now in this one. And the Lithuanian Dominikas Mykolaitis leads the pack with 1.6 million in front of him. Alex Foxen, GPI Player of the Year on multiple occasions. He's sitting there in second. Yaman Nakdali, also a guy we've seen before, threatening there, the Spaniard, in third. Payouts, $1.7 million up top. That's the biggest haul that we've had thus far. Even performing well in that mystery bounty, if you're Roman, it's going to be difficult to get yourself up toward the neighborhood of 1.7 million. So don't want to understate that payout. Only 23 places are going to be paid, though, so we are still 31 away from the money. Obviously a product of this being day one. But get a look, Rasty, if you would, at that feature, the red table, where KCG is going to be seated along with Ike Haxton, Seth Davies, Matthias Eibinger. Go ahead and enlarge this. There it is. Stephen Chidwick, Shaman O'Dwyer, Alex Kulev. It doesn't get a whole lot more difficult than that.
Wow, Leonard Mao, what a table. What a table, folks. I mean, a lot of killers at that table.
I mean, I'm saying, if you're those killers, though, are you loving KCG being out there? Or are you dreading the idea that he could really put you to the test in an absurd way?
I mean, you know, you got to appreciate the action at the end of the day. But sure, yeah. But you know what? The crazy maniacs always were my favorite. You know, put me to the test. Let's go.
KCG does have 500,000 in front of them. That's good for 33 bigs as it stands. Do you want to take a peek briefly at those?
They're the fun ones, though.
The maniacs, you mean?
No, the crazy ones. Yeah, like playing big pots.
Yeah,
I mean, they're the ones where you really got to think, like, what the heck is going on in this hand, you know? So,
all right, look, I was going to say let's take a look toward the bottom of the leaderboard, but we're just seconds away from picking up the action in event number 5. So let's get right down in there. We'll talk about who the short stacks are right now. As you see, Davies and company in progress.
Carl, by the way, super friendly guy. I actually knew he was here. This is probably his first tournament. I don't remember him being in another one. But when I was on my way up from the gym and spa today, before I went on the air, we stopped at the first floor. Like 8 poker players entered, and Carl Chappé Gatien was just right outside the elevator, looked in and waved hello. Super nice guy. It's like, hey, Carl.
Was that a celebrity moment for you?
I felt good that Carl was like, what's up, Brian? I'm like, yeah, man, what's going on? You know, and here he is playing this tournament, blasting away. Let's go, Carl.
Well, let's go pocket kings is what Matthias Eibinger is thinking as he makes it 30K. A min raise open. O'Dwyer with ace-jack looking curious. And looking adorned with a very lush mane as well. It almost blends into the beard.
Oh, it does. He's looking sharp. The shaman. But no, I mean, listen, also from the standpoint of like, oh, good, Carl's here. Like, he's one of those guys you just love seeing at the table because you just get to, like, he's just in pots. Like, he's got a great personality. He's having fun, playing crazy hands. I mean, what more do you really want when you're watching poker?
He makes our job infinitely more interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah.
As O'Dwyer's 3-bet to 75,000 does ultimately bring forward the full 180 from Eibinger. Steve does make the call, and all of a sudden, no waiting. We've got ourselves 400K in the middle, and the fate of Matthias Eibinger hanging in the balance. Queen 8-4. O'Dwyer's path to Broadway blocked. Could go the other direction toward a queen high straight.
Clubs working.
Take it all off the board courtesy of this 4. And now all Matthias needs to do is keep this board ace free. Easy enough, one would think. And yes, indeed. 4 is full of kings. Come the river. Look on Steve's face. Seems like he's trying to unpack it.
Yeah, maybe trying to decide how he feels about 3-betting UTG7 with ace-jack off. Close spot.
Big blind was sitting in front of me for so long there, I just kept having intrusive thoughts.
By the way, shortest stack in the overall field is seated here at this table. It belongs to Alex Kulev of Bulgaria, 6 bigs in front of him. Getting the craniosacral rub down. I like that. I like the head massage, Raz.
Who was on the receiving end? Oh, Kulev,
I mean,
yeah.
you know, he's got the short stack. It's like, listen, this is stressful. Come on down. Help me through it. like when they get right into the temples and just push as hard as they can. Is that weird?
A little bit. As hard as they... I was with you up until the as hard as they can
Well,
part.
I'm not... Sylvester Stallone's not on the issuing end of this thing, but, there's some strong paws out
Now
there.
I'm just, like, picturing someone's, like, face crumpling and like, they get killed in a gruesome way.
Jack 9-3. Gutter for Davies after defending against Leonard's min-raise open. Malva.
Sometimes I'm too literal for my own good, Ollie.
Following
You need to
through,
be careful.
yeah.
All right, Seth is here. He's kind of hit this board some. We got a bad gutter and a 10 of spades.
Another 60. Flowing toward the middle. Open-ended is Davies now.
Certainly. Certainly, and see what Leonard does. It doesn't have the most natural hand to barrel since he doesn't really have any equity. Does have the ace of spades, and Leonard is going to keep on firing. Makes it pretty tough for Seth to keep going here.
$100,000 into 145.
Seth looks like he's not done with this, though. How will he continue if he does? I mean, I don't know. Will he call? Will he raise? Maybe raise, more likely than call. Don't really know what you're trying to do calling here 2/3 pot out of position with 10 high. Unless you have plans to bluff a decent number of rivers. Which maybe he's considering because he has the 10 of spades. Although it may or may not work. Leonard has the ace.
275.
Yeah, he's going
Yep.
check raise.
And he's going to feel real happy when he sees Leonard snap, fold in the face of that check raise.
Good luck.
Well, as we change dealers, we don't change our opinions when it comes to WPT Global. They are our new title sponsor, and we're awfully proud of it here at the Triton Poker Series. They've become the best place to qualify for Triton events. You could be playing in the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Simply download the WPT Global app with code TRITON for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Use the QR code on your screen. Get in the game. I, for one, am very much looking forward to the day that we have one of those Cinderella stories of somebody who works their way into a Triton event courtesy of some sort of satellite opportunity.
You know, Ali, you love speculating on these things, and I'm going to go ahead and throw one of them back at you.
I'm ready.
Seth is one of these guys. Now, he's been playing for a while.
Yeah.
Normally very, very solid, but listen, Seth is on a heater right now.
Big time.
Big heater.
Yeah.
That last play, good play, but aggressive line. Look, found the check raise bluff on the turn there with the dicey one. Okay, this is.
I think
the
I know
play
where
of
you're
a man
going with
who's-
it.
Yeah, maybe he's feeling a little good. He's going to take some of these spots now. You know, he's like, these MRF isn't going to push me around no more with these turn barrels here with just ace 5 nothing.
First off, I appreciate the sort of cowboy drawl that you brought toward the latter part of that and the gunslingy
Listen,
sort
when
of.
you're check raising 10-7 off there, you got to have a little cowboy in you, okay?
100%. And listen, you're more ready to mount up when you feel like the horse is sturdy. You
Yeah.
know, when things have been shaky and you've been running bad, it's a lot tougher, you know?
Yeah.
And so I like where your head's at with regard to that. I don't think it's factoring into the pre-flop raise with King 10 of Hearts. This is very straightforward, nor for that matter a flat from Stephen Chidwick. Queen Jack Deuce, backdoor hearts, and an open-ender for Seth here. And it is remarkable because I think while it is a microcosm of sorts and a single data point, it does help to illustrate the impact and the influence of Run Good, and conversely, we have seen the impact and influence of Run Bad compounding people's woes. Chris Brewer coming to mind, running incredibly bad in the Triton Super High Roller Series. He found himself in North Cyprus in a big invitational moment and misclicked on the direct money bubble. Head in his hands. It really was a punctuation point on what had been just an awful spiral and downswing for him. And it's the kind of thing that is the inverse of what we're seeing in Seth right now. Now, an open-ended straight flush draw for Davies on the turn. The product of both players checking, Seth not following through on the flop.
But again, the delayed C bet, tons of draw equity, bet the turn. A lot of the time, that's usually what happens.
5 seconds. Check.
Oh, wow. This is a pretty surprising check to me.
I mean, it's a check that definitely has check raise on its mind if Stevie bets, does it not?
Oh, certainly. He will consider that. I think Steven's going to be happy to show down ace-7 off here.
If given the opportunity.
And
check back here the first part.
Seth probably thinks King 10 high is good pretty often. I mean, at this point, there isn't much reason to bet. All the draws missed. I don't think we're getting better to fold. Seth can definitely win at showdown with 3 queens and a king. You know, no reason to try to get a full house or ace high to fold here. So he probably checks. And then the question for Chidwick is, does he want to value bet an ace?
Gave it all to Seth. I gave it all to Minko.
Pretty disheartening development there for Davies, who never put another chip into the pot, Rast, and one wonders whether or not that is part of the reason it's headed toward Chidwick and not him.
I think that had he bet the flop, certainly, and probably still on the turn, he wins that pot.
Don't want to get too results-oriented.
But, yeah, let's not be results-oriented. But that's what I think would have happened. Pretty hard for Chidwick to continue, unless we're talking very small bet sizes.
Pocket nines now for the German Malva.
Raised 30,000.
Raising it up to 30,000 yet to get a glimpse at KCG's procedures. By the way, he might feel a bit surrounded here. I mean, encircled by luminaries. And this is a little bit the product of the fact that we're up to a 50K buy-in. Price point tends to bring out more the professional side. Dwyer, 3-5 suited. Takes a peek at Jack, Jack, deuce. Nice board texture for Leonard.
25,000.
Follows through for 25K.
You know, speaking to that idea, though, this isn't like the same stop as, say, Jeju, where there were a lot of smaller tournaments and 50 starting to get towards the bigger end. I mean, we went like 25, 30, 40, 50. Here we are. And moving forward, there aren't really smaller tournaments than the 50K. So it's like unless you were really close by in Europe, if you came out here to only play like 2 or 3 tournaments that are ultimately less than, more than half as big as this one, you're probably still playing this one. Unless you're real close by and you just wanted to play like the 25 and the 30. Which is part of the reason why I think we haven't seen the number of entries go down very much.
The Bounty Quattro Event 7 is a 30K. Other than that, nothing below 50K remains on the schedule. And in fact,
I think
well,
only
I take
the
it back. There's
1-day
another
PLO,
Bounty Quattro 25K PLO.
The very last
one.
last day. It's a turbo too. It's a 1 day. Yeah, I think I'm going to play that one. But yeah.
Well, Haxton thinks he's going to play this one. He's going to do it for all of it. Ace 7. Raise all in and take it, sir. No complaints. In Camp Haxton. A camp that somehow is titleless despite dozens upon dozens of caches. Kulev knows something about a title. $42 caches, by the way, for Haxton in his Triton career, which lacks that finishing touch, that hardware. But doesn't lack prospects for an upswing here in this one, as A7 gives way to 2 red queens.
12.4 million though, with no title.
Oh yeah,
42 cash.
I mean,
a lot of money.
If you talk to him, he's not looking for any sympathy. He's done quite well for himself. Just a 30K open this time in lieu of the jam, and that does get Kulev in there for half of what he has back. With the suited connector, his diamonds are smothered. Leonard, Jack 3, hops in and finds top pair. Gut shot for Kulev. He's just going to lead.
You started with like 250.
I have exactly 200 behind.
Okay.
That will all be going in the pot. Leonard is in a pretty tough spot here. Kulev just jammed into him, and he loves playing this versus Kulev.
Cool.
Calls. I think Ike is just going to raise it right here. But let's see. Could call behind. He is in position. It does create a situation where there's no side pot.
5 seconds.
What's the significance of flatting and having there be a dry side heading to the turn?
I feel that if there is a side to play for it, it encourages more money getting put in, which is good when you have a good hand like Ike's.
5 seconds.
85.
So yeah, it makes sense right here. He's going to raise to an amount that creates a side pot if Leonard calls. Ike could have hands that Leonard is losing to, such as a 7.
So Leonard does say, let's get on with it, as the raise up to 85 was always a significant chunk of Ike's 200,000, and of course Mawa will be deflated upon seeing 2 queens. But he is drawing live, as is Kulev for that matter, who's playing for the 195K main. The larger pot is that on the side between Haxton and Mawa, however, 340K. Decent amount for these queens to fade. On the turn, we
That
add
was exactly
eights
the turn I needed.
to the cards. That will spoil the party for the queens, but the 3 of clubs is clean. No, I
Jack
take
3.
it back.
Yeah, Jack
Jack
3.
3. I was wondering why Haxton was on his feet. I completely slept on it. It looked so innocent, and yet it was filthy. Mawa with the double eliminator.
A lot of chips. Unfortunately, this isn't a bounty tournament anymore, gang, so won't be collecting any bounties, but will be vaulting up the standings. And now in 9th place, Leonard Mao, 930K.
That one really caught me off guard. So focused on that inside stuff. And just overlooking the devastation that was an otherwise harmless seeming 3 that smacked Germany's Leonard Maua for 2 pair and a visit to the top of the leaderboard here at our featured table. Vaulting Seth Davies, 930,000 in front of him. Davies, 885, not far behind.
Chidwick in the cutoff here, going to open up Queen 10 off. Pretty standard procedure. Now, could this be the first hand we're going to see Carl play? He's going to pass. Decides not to take the Jack 5-0. Here, heads up out of position versus Stevie. Completely understandable.
Is O'Dwyer still thinking about this ace-jack? I mean, I
right
never
now,
know
I'd
what
say
he's
no.
thinking.
I'd say no.
I swear I never know what Shaman's thinking. There's all kinds of synapses firing at any given moment.
Do we wait?
Down to just 43 players, by the way, as they
You
drop
pause?
like this. Most recent elimination is not the Kulev-Haxton tandem, but the Frenchman Emilien Pitavi out in 44th.
Oh, and Adrian Mateos is last in chips. He was in the top 10 when we turned coverage here, so he must have lost at least a, yeah, oh wow, he just lost a big pot.
It was pocket eights against an ace-4 suited for Alex Ponikovs.
No, offsuit.
Is it offsuit? Oh yeah, you're right.
3-bet call.
Yeah,
Check,
Mateos
check.
open from up front with the pocket pair. Ponikovs 3-bet to 120,000. Mateos called. Came Jack 10-7. Check, check. Ace on the turn. Ponikovs check called once more as Mateos had the gut shot.
And a flush draw. He had
Yep.
eights with a heart.
On the end, the board paired with a jack, and Mateos jammed. Ponikovs didn't believe him. Click call and sent Adrian down the overall leaderboard to the bottom of it. Blinds 10 and 20,000 with a 20K big blind ante. 50K in orbit, the price of poker now. Welcome, Paul Pua, to the featured table.
355 behind.
By this time, anyone who's soaked up coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series is well aware that we owe its existence to that man and Richard Young. This thing was a twinkle in their eye. Roughly 8 years ago, let's call it now. And we've come so far since...
Wow, Paul.
The roots of the tour.
39 caches for just over 19 million.
Plays a full schedule at every single Triton festival, obviously. Now contemplating. With ace-8 suited, he is going to move all in over the top of the O'Dwyer Open, and Steve-O bins the queen high. Pocket threes. Opening. Uneventful. That was such a nasty three on the river, man.
Come on in.
That Leonard smacked.
Come on in.
Yeesh. Here
Yeah,
comes
even
another new face.
Stoic
Andy Nee.
Ike. Stoic Ike even gave it a little shake of the head. You catch that?
I did.
He was like, oh, wow, okay.
I don't think Haxton's going to lose any sleep, though. He's not the
Oh,
type
no,
to
zero.
dwell. He's just been at it too long.
Of course not. I was just remarking, though, it was...
Yeah.
It did get a... He noticed it.
Yeah,
Not
it was
saying he's
nasty
dwelling
enough
on
to
it.
move the
Yeah.
Ike needle.
It moved the needle. Now he's probably already over it, but I would bet he's already over it. Carl's been patient. Will that continue? Yes. He's a new man. Andy Nee, 25 blinds.
In the big. Davies with a couple of sevens gets right after him. Ooh, an ace-9 suited. Doesn't have to flat.
No, if he raises this, which he probably will, we're gonna get all in pre. Seth's not folding.
5 seconds.
Yeah. He jams.
Yep. Here we go.
Davies slips in the required amount.
And off to the races.
980,000 chip pot taking shape in a hurry here as Andy Nee didn't even get to settle in before the deck presented an opportunity for him to seek a double here, covered by Davies. 2 overcards heading to the flop. And he finds top pair on a 9-high rainbow board. Davies leaning back, and this has been an unfamiliar experience for him.
Still 10.
But hang on.
A little bit of hope.
Add 4 outs to the 2 before them as Davies
G7
hunts the gut shot or the set. to shower Andy. Instead, he finds a chunky double.
I think it was 460, roughly, right? A little bit more. It's off by a couple of. Yeah. App's too good.
Davies giving the Triton Poker Plus app a little love as he felt as though the count might have been a little off, but instead it was spot on, and Andy all smiles. Why wouldn't he be? 49 bigs. We had the chance to observe Andy playing in our Jeju Cash Game Festival, Rasty, that you and I had the privilege of commentating on, and I do say privilege because it really was kind of a landmark stream in terms of first opportunity that I'm aware of that the Super Squid Game had to be broadcast to the world. We kind of got familiar with it throughout the
And
process.
showcased even. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it is a bit the future of cash game poker, dare I say, to have this sort of wrinkle in there to make things even that much more entertaining and interesting.
Yeah, and incentivize action. You know, you get people kind of going for it.
Well,
definitely
KCG
loosen things up.
Was going for it with King 10 suited. I'm not sure how much further he wants to go for it, though. Once Paul Pua, who's woken up to 2 black kings, speaks up from the cutoff.
Is Paul going to jam or just go for a smaller size like 100K? My guess is he's going to make it like 100.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
Raise to 90,000.
Even less. Just north of 2x. And you keep the sizing relatively small because you're hoping that somebody in the blinds or on the button finds trouble?
No, I think it's more hoping that Carl calls because he's getting a good price. Also, part of it has to do with, you know, you're 3-betting small enough that you could be 3-bet folding some hands as well.
5 seconds.
So you're not committing enough of your stack that you then have to call the rest off if Carl were to jam.
KCG makes the call. Pot up to 230,000. Only 14% equity for King 10 of Hearts. A whole heck of a lot less than that on a Jack 7-4 board. Overpair for Pua, along with the club.
Yeah, luckily for Carl, there's really nothing here to get him in trouble. He was just so buried pre-flop against the actual worst hand he can be up against that a flop like this where he has nothing and no hope is really the best thing for him other than, you know, some ridiculously lucky flop where he actually outflops kings. Even a bet this small, I just, with King 10 of Hearts, like, where are you going? What are you even looking for? You're probably already behind, even if our opponent has, you know, no pair. He probably has ace high, so, yeah. It's a good fold, and Carl's doesn't know it, but should feel good that he flopped nothing on that one.
Pua trending in the right direction. Obviously had higher hopes for those 2 kings to maybe earn him a little bit more than that. 1 a.m. local time here in Monaco now, as the midnight oil is being burned by those who carry on here
20,000.
in this 50K event number 5 of a total 16 events, is it, on the docket? Indeed.
Raise to 40,000.
Paul shoots it up, 40K, min raise with 2 hooks.
You know, Rast, I should know better. As I said, we have 16 events on the docket. There's no event number 4 and there's no event number 14.
Oh, really? No 14
at
either.
the Triton Super High Roller Series. And this in honor of Asian culture regarding the number 4 as being unlucky. So we keep it away.
So that means there's not 16, but there's 14
There's
total
an
events?
actual 14 events, but there is no event number 4 and no
I'm surprised they let the
event
total
number
be 14.
I mean, you know, we don't publicize that. That's just for us. Meanwhile, O'Dwyer is in need of a jack with this ace-8 on a king-queen-10 board where Pua does have an open-ender, but he doesn't necessarily love the arrival of 2 overcards to the hooks. He made it 40 to go pre. O'Dwyer simply defended.
5 seconds.
He does have a massive range advantage on this board.
50,000.
Given that he's the hijack opener versus the big blind, just flat call defend. So Paul's going to just bet very frequently in this spot. He does pick a relatively big sizing, all things considered, given how short Steve is. And wow, Steve is going to flat this off of the ace of diamonds, certainly. I would guess that if that was the 3 of diamonds, Steve would probably lead, actually.
3 of clubs, oh so breezy. You're on the turn.
Paul checks this back. Steve might bluff the river. I think he certainly will bluff a diamond. But what about a non-diamond? I'm not certain.
Goes check, check. And there's the non-diamond 6. 210,000 in the middle. Pot control from Pua. Does have himself the best hand still. Doesn't know it. Will Shaman lean?
Take.
You're gonna take one.
Just north of 1 SPR. The answer is no as he knuckles. And boss knuckles as well.
Here's more water.
I'm good.
All right, you guys have any video?
This one.
Either one, whatever you want.
This one, no guess.
Thank you.
Third in chips is Paul Pua with 33 big blinds. Has performed well since arriving here, as has Andy Nee. They filled in the 2 voids left behind after the double elimination from Leonard Malva of Alex Kulev and Ike Haxton. Short stack here. Steve O'Dwyer, 245,000. KCG down there toward the bottom, as is Davies. Davies, of course, the man who Andy Nee doubled through. But did give us nifty little check raise that allowed us to kind of talk about how good he's been running of late. Not just on the Triton Super High Roller Series, but beyond its borders as well. Pocket kings now for O'Dwyer, and it is Boss's turn to have the king 10 versus the Cowboys. Open to 40. Joe Chuen parking his stack over here as O'Dwyer parks his entire stack in the middle. 245,000, a little north of 200 more for Boss to call. Does feel like it would be a little bit ambitious for King 10 to get in there for another 200.
Yeah, I think so. Also, especially given where he opened from early position. You know, it's actually one of the worst hands he's opening there in UTG +1.
我有 Pico。Pico， 我打过这个 K。我知道那个。他后面干嘛的 ？K10啊，扣不了。
Sure
要20万。
Paul releases. Looking back at our last festival in Montenegro, Boss played 7 events, cashed twice. In the good stuff, by the way, where it counted. 12th in the 125K main for 353, 15th in the 200K for 317,000. Knocking on the door of $20 million in career Triton earnings. Ace-9 now for Andy Nee, offsuit edition. It was the suited one that earned him a double not long ago.
Indeed it was, and he's going to play the off-suited version here in the hijack. Don't blame him. Seems reasonable. Be definitely happy to take it down, but maybe Leonard is going to do something about that. See what he decides. Guess he's flatting. Probably doesn't mind if Carl comes in the pot and we play a 3-way pot here. Carl's down to 15 blinds, probably considering whether or not to just jam, which we could see would actually work out great for him if he did, because if anybody called, he would be a small favorite, but probably it would get through.
Yeah, tend to agree with you.
But
he does
obviously
flick
doesn't
in.
know that.
And he does hold on a king 6 deuce board where 2 overcards lurk. The 6 not really the one he's worried about, I would think. More so the king X, which would be in the range of Andy Nee's open. See what Andy's got on his mind here with 2 checks in front of him. It's a C-bet, 65K.
Leonard's got a pretty easy fold, and now it's down to Carl, who gets out of the way. And Carl's been playing very careful and reasonable so far. I wonder if he's been taking lessons.
I mean, it's late. I don't see any whiskey. Maybe he's saving it for the cash games later. He does feel subdued for the time being, but you know what?
Certainly.
Let's not poke the bear, Ras. Let's let
I would
a
love to
chillaxed
poke the bear,
see.
but I don't know.
You're being self-indulgent.
Yeah. Listen, guys, I'm doing that on behalf of all y'all.
Right.
I know that's when you were here listening to Ollie and me have this discussion, you were thinking, no, poke the bear.
It's true. And
Yeah.
to be fair, we did hype the hell out of this feature table. And KCG's kind of not delivered thus far. But
listen, you got to mix it up. He's like, sometimes I just got to play solid and good cards, and this is one of those moments.
It could be throttled back. I doubt it's permanent.
I'm saying, man, maybe he's been playing some poker here and there. It's been a while now. Maybe he's taking some lessons.
Well, KCG, I believe, calls Dubai home, and Maybe there's a little jet lag here. I think this is the
Could be
first
that as
event that
well.
he's played. Efforting verification. It is indeed his first event here in Monte-Carlo.
It's like if you work with somebody as, you know, kind of an amateur player, one of the first things they're going to get you on is like pre-flop charts. Like, listen, these are the hands you play from here. You don't play this. So I don't know. To me, you see a guy come in, he's like, you know, making responsible folds and this. It's the first thing I think is, okay, he's been
in the
doing
lab.
yeah, he's doing a little
Somebody's
studying.
been like, Carl, we need to have a chat. The thing is,
We're going to go to Jeju in February. That's going to be the next.
look, I'm not arguing or pushing back with that logic being profitable.
Middle or after 20th?
Okay. Of February.
February.
Oh, so late February.
The man's a trader. He's
I like that.
He's risk tolerant.
He knows all about gambling.
3K, 5K, but the mistake will be in August.
In August? In Jeju again? Sweet. Jeju is actually not that hard for us to travel to
Yes.
in the US. It's like direct flight to Seoul from Vegas, so it's like,
Yeah.
it's easier to get to Jeju than it is to get here for us.
Oh.
It's good. I like it. It's a good place to have
Ace King for Andy Nee as Seth and Boss are discussing some of what's in store for the Triton Super High Roller Series moving forward. We are headed to the Bahamas in December for a abbreviated festival.
Go back for 2 days, come back again. Last time there is people like that, you know. Chinese.
I mean, it's only like an hour.
Leonard Malva
Like Beijing.
is headed for a flat from the cutoff, courtesy of Queen Jack suited.
Play a tournament for 2 days. What I do.
WSOP Paradise, where Triton will be hosting our largest invitational. 500K a man.
I mean, I'm sure the players loved the field sizes they were getting in Jeju. Right, it was breaking Triton records.
That's a tough place for you guys to travel to, huh?
No doubt.
From Hong Kong, even on my own jet, it's 20 hours.
Still 20.
We'll stop in probably London or somewhere in Europe or Dubai and then refuel.
It's like as far as you can get away from
Yeah.
Malaysia, right? Like 20 hours. Jesus.
Yeah.
That's a lot of jet lag.
I promise the Michael Kim.
Yeah, I remember when we had the super high roller bowl there when you guys came and everybody's just falling asleep at the table all the time. Everyone was so tired.
10-4-4 flop. Andy did
Last
not
year I
follow
went
through.
there. Last year.
Last year you did?
I believe they were talking about Bahamas to China,
That's
right?
where I get to know
Yeah.
Yara and what.
Yeah.
The first 4 days jet lag, couldn't adjust.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to adjust when you're playing all the time too, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like, you just don't even know what time's what.
200.
Tutti?
Leonard
Fix them up.
took a stab and got punished for doing so. 75,000 on the turn, sensing disinterest from Andy. Then check popped. Concession from the German. Interesting line there. Andy, part of that Chinese delegation that grows and grows, very much shows up en masse in Jeju. 988,000 in career Triton earnings, 1 title, 5 cashes. Went 2 for 3
40. He said
thus
40.
far here in Monte-Carlo. 11th and 22nd, respectively, in the 30K and 40K mystery bounties. KCG now activating, courtesy of a suited ace.
Recently married.
Really?
KCG, yeah. He.
Were you at the wedding, Rusty?
I wasn't. He
Okay.
posted it on Twitter with pictures.
All right. I have to imagine that was an affair not to be missed.
I believe it.
I don't think he went with the budget nuptials.
Yeah, somehow I doubt that. Leonard gonna stay involved.
Ace 9 of hearts, the motivating attribute. Ace 10 off suit though, and let's see.
Will we get a little 3-bet here?
Yeah. In goes the 315K from Davies. Leonard hates this. He's got a good bit of hand, but in the face of Davies willing to jam, granted from the button. The ace 9 of hearts.
Yeah, it shrinks up a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, the best case scenario is we're up against a smaller suited ace, but yeah.
He's gonna dig in. Rast, you surprised?
No. It's a tough spot.
Is it close?
I think it's very close, yeah.
So advantage Davies. 680 in the middle. He's covered and now he's behind.
Right now.
On the 9 high board.
I'm not dead yet.
And he's pointing out how ace 9 is that which Andy Nee doubled through him with.
No good.
And might it be the hand that polishes him off?
10 of diamonds. How about that? That'll get me out of here. The 10 of diamonds will get me out of this.
Are you sure?
That it would. Any 10 for that matter, Seth, would do the trick. No abracadabra here, though. And a bad beat.
See you tomorrow.
Lucky.
Sends Seth Davies to the rail, as he says, see you tomorrow, and leaves behind his stack. Joe Chuen has really been on the struggle bus in terms of consciousness at the table, man. He is a tired dude, Rast.
Look at that look. Like, man, how much longer is this going on?
Hang on, and
he knows he's under the gun, so he's just, let me look at this hand so I can fold it, and then I get like a minute of sleep waiting for the big blind.
like the IG algos got me so pinned, man. They just feed me like these dog videos all the time, and every now and again there's like a compilation of puppies falling asleep, you know, just randomly in the most awkward positions and in situations. And I would say the feature table of a 50K is a relatively awkward place to get narcoleptic on us.
Let's see if
the other day Hossein Insan had to deposit
there
Joe
he is,
Chuen's big blind for him, and then there was like a raise and a 3-bet in front of him, and they
look at this move.
They woke him up.
Face in hands.
Yeah, okay.
But like closed eyes. Resting.
KCG opens the ace-6 suited up. Dwyer defends queen 3. The man's done this before.
Yeah, that's a creative sleep position right there.
Deuce 3-4, a pair for O'Dwyer. Gutter and backdoor spades for KCG.
A leadable flop, but he decides to check.
Not too loud, Rast. We don't want to disturb Joe Schwen. Oh, and now a bigger pair for KCG after the flop went check, check.
But seems like a card that doesn't hit KCG too often. So Dwyer now with some decisions. He's going to put a little value bet out there. Carl's got the top pair, top kicker. But there's a one card straight.
It's just 30K. He's not looking for the muck.
No.
But is there any reason to raise?
He's got top pair, top kicker. He's beating all other one pairs.
And look
Carl
at this.
certainly thinks there is.
Makes it 80. I would imagine.
He did a little Rain Man calculation there and came out with the, we're going to raise it. And he's right.
I was going to say, I would imagine this is deeply unanticipated for O'Dwyer.
Yeah, versus the check back, right, on a spot where he has like way more 5X. Like he probably just doesn't really believe it.
And I don't know that I blame him.
Yeah. Now it's a blank, which is an interesting card, right? Like O'Dwyer's thinking, hey, I'm beating some 7X hands and some flush drop semi-bluffs. And now will Carl, no, it's raise, check back. And
check back from KCG on the river, not looking to open the action.
Did you hear him say check like 10 seconds before he tapped the table, or am I imagining? I thought I heard him say check.
I thought that was a conversation happening elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong, of course, but that was my read. Blinds heading up. Elevation to 10 and 25. Brought to you by WPT Global, our new title sponsors here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Excited to have them aboard for our new season.
KCG with a fun little line right there. Little turn raise.
Yeah, I think that that was a side of KCG that I'm not so sure we had seen before. It felt like it was on the thoughtful, not reflexive or impish, you know, kind of cut from that sort of cloth.
Just saying, Ollie.
Oh,
I think
hang
the
on.
man's
Rest.
been in the lab.
Rest. Oh, what? Huh? Rast, I have passed out lengthwise on an empty poker table in the top section before.
Look at this guy. Look at this savage right here. Huh?
He woke up.
He's like, you're going to joke with me that I'm sleeping, buddy? Take this.
Oh, I love it so much.
Wow, he's definitely slept a bunch at the table. He knows all the moves. This is equivalent to the, like, you just got served your food.
Oh,
right? Raise.
I know that one too.
Yeah, A's. He's going to show nothing. Yeah, you can't give that one away. When you know that move, Joe Schrein, you can't give that away.
Boss and Andy getting a kick out of it.
I've seen that move so many times.
Someone
wakes him up.
Fake his sleep.
Even Shaman. Clocking it.
Oh, Seth is blowing his cover. Did you hear that?
What did he say?
Seth's like, I've seen that move so many times. Somebody
Steve,
wakes
you
him up
mean?
and he just raises it.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Seth said that. Yeah. Seth's blowing his cover, man.
Seth's not at the table anymore.
Oh, shoot. Who said that then?
I'm pretty sure it was O'Dwyer.
Okay, yeah, Steve then.
I was like, is Seth just hanging out after getting showered rest?
He's like,
What's
I've seen that
going
move
on?"
so many times, guys. Just
Oh, now hang on.
waiting for my food.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure
no.
there's about one move on O'Dwyer's
Oh,
mind.
you're right. It was Steve O'Dwyer. Of course, Steve has seen that move so many times.
Ah,
175. Ripped in there. Leonard, big blind, suited king. A customer. 385K. In the middle. As O'Dwyer hunts the double. In great shape, 83%. Heading to the flop.
真的啊，没有看到，眼上是这张桌子充满。
Flop will help bring things into focus. And, ooh. A threatening deuce 3-4 board, given that Mava has an open-ender granted. O'Dwyer blocks one side of it with a couple of aces. Doesn't want to make a set and doesn't want to see a 6. Now he doesn't want to see a king either.
5 makes a wheel, so he can't make 2 pair and win.
Oh my goodness. He can, however, hit an ace, of which there were only 2 available, and Leonard Malva is claiming scalps in a dirty way. First it was Jackson 3s. Here it's a wheel with King 5 against pocket aces.
我投机那天四比的时候，4打。
Showers for O'Dwyer late, day 1 in the 50K.
可是我那个牌大起来，赢了，投机啊！我投机给他抓住，他那个不认得他这个，我看他的那个嘛，很多都是顶头对，他就别人他。
Have you grown so callous, Ras, that you can't find the empathy for Shaman there?
Oh, no, I felt empathy for Shaman. I was just
trying to be quiet so as not to wake up Joe Twine.
Getting mentally massaged by the gentleman speaking eloquent and beautiful, probably Mandarin, maybe Cantonese, Chinese. I know isn't really the right word. It was soothing. I was imagining the conversation they were having that I was not privy to.
You know what wasn't soothing?
What?
That ace on the river for O'Dwyer.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, it does.
Leonard enjoyed it, though.
Send him to bed, yeah. And that's
Leonard
not
had
the first time
big
he's
smile
enjoyed.
on his face.
Yeah. He's been doing them dirty out there, and has earned himself a stack of 1.4 million coming into this one.
Oh, Carl lets it go.
Raise and take for Leonard. Boss man here at this table in terms of chips. Overall leader, however, continues to be Dominicus Mikolaitis. 2.5 million roughly in front of him. Alex Ponikov's running in second. Ben Heath has slipped up the leaderboard into third. Nakdali, Rayard, and then Mawa, who sits in sixth. Just 35 players remaining here in this Event 550K. 23 of them will find the money. Chidwick, Jack 10, has posed a question of Boss's big blind.
It seems like a pretty standard call.
And it comes with Queen 9.
While these hands are wrapped around each other, that flop falls far away, and most likely this is just going to be a Chidwick c-bet and take it.
135 in the middle. Chidwick asks for it politely. And boss complies.
Obliges even.
You know, any given Triton Super High Roller Series, Rast, truly is a test of not just mental stamina, but physical stamina as well. You know, making deep runs such as this, the implications of not being able to hold it together, you know, toward the end of an evening, all of a sudden one little misstep, you don't find day two. Maybe you don't find the money as a result. And they are long days, you know, especially if you make a deep run in an event down toward the end. You hop right back into another event once you get showered in that one, and then make another deep run. It's 1 a.m., 2 a.m. finishes. Wake up and do it all over again the next day. Routine we're all very familiar with. Leonard.
No action.
Finds
with
the aces. Doesn't find any customers.
Carl made a very responsible 4-5 suited fold there on the button off of like 18 blinds. Just let that be noted for the record.
You seem proud of him.
Thank you.
I do.
Thank you.
I am. Andy also declined to defend the big blind with a suited 10. Oh, here's the sound, Ali. Get to work.
Club WPT Gold is bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the U.S. and Canada to celebrate. They're hosting a $5 million invitational in Las Vegas this December. You heard that right, $5 million. And what's even better is it's free to enter. The winner will take down $1 million of that $5 million. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com with promo code Triton to win your seat today. Got to be 21 and up to enter. Void where prohibited. No purchase is necessary. I wonder where it's prohibited. I think like certain states are hating on Club WPT's free roll. Yeah, you might have to write to your congressman if you're in one of those states. You know,
yeah.
Be like, hey, dude, I'm trying to get in on this $5 million free roll. You can have 5%. I just need you to push this bill through real quick before
like,
December.
You'll be like, hey, dude, and then it'll have like one of those audio things in the letter, and you click it, and all of a sudden it'll be ludicrous. Move, bit. Get out the way. Get out the way. There's a free roll on the way. You know?
Rast, you really activated there. And Joe Chuen is trying to get some shut-eye. I don't know where that came from, but... Little Luda.
I thought we need to spice things up.
Late night Luda.
The last few hands haven't really done it for us, so that's our job as commentators, to step in when the action's not...
I don't think I can stare at this image without getting tired myself. We're going to need to cut away from Joe Schwen. It's getting tough. By the way, Curtis Knight has joined the table. We're going to step aside for just about 3 minutes, by the way. Technical matter at hand, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment with continuing coverage.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because betacr.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, betacr.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
And back inside Sporting Monte-Carlo, where 34 remain in event number 5. The 50K 8 Max, brought to you by BetACR. Ali Najad and Brian Rast here to take you through the final throws of a full day of play, where we crowned Roman Hrabic champ in the 40K Mystery Bounty, his second title. There's producer James in the foreground for those wondering what he looks like.
See you tomorrow.
There's Nagdali, Ibinger, Santosh Suvarna, Benjamin Chalot, tussling. Soft hand for hand is upon us right now. Table had to catch up there and sending it to the break. Suvarna limping the small blind here against Chalot. Flop is 10-5 tray with a couple of clubs. Don't have RFID at this outer table, so don't know what the holdings are. Kind of like mystery hand. Chalot sticking around after Suvarna threw a quarter in the machine. 6 of diamonds comes off. Suvarna slows down. Download the Triton Poker Plus app today, by the way. You caught a glimpse there at the top of your screen. The QR code that makes it available. Truly, you are in the minority if you haven't already done that. No better way to soak up a Triton broadcast. Available on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. Chalot fires 45,000. takes it down. And you see Alex Theologus. A deep run in that 40K.
Danny Tang, David Yan.
Yeah.
Ibinger.
Nakdali opening as we stay here.